You are lying still on a bed that knows your shape, not because you've been here long, but because this body has remembered what it means to be held. The air in the cabin is thick with warmth, like something breathing slow and steady beside you, and you can feel the weight of it across your skin. Not hot, never too much, just a quiet certainty that where you are right now, nothing needs to move or prove anything. You might have come here tired, maybe even restless, perhaps thinking this was another night when you'd need to push through. But tonight, the storm has already made that impossible. Outside, snow is falling in silence so deep it feels like a wordless promise, not one of safety because something bad could happen, but because nothing can reach you now. And if you're feeling this heavy kind of tired, the kind where even thinking about lifting your arm takes more energy than you have left, then that's okay. There is no need to fix it. If you're lying here awake with a quiet weight pressing into your chest, not pain exactly, but the afterglow of a day too full or a mind still turning in places it shouldn't be, know this. The cabin isn't asking anything of you. You don't have to become anyone else. You don't need to do something meaningful tonight. You can just be, and that is enough. You may notice how your fingers are relaxed, resting on top of the blanket where they fell when you stopped moving them. It's not a failure, it's an arrival. This kind of stillness isn't earned by effort. It happens only when all the pushing stops. And right now, the storm has done that for you. You might be wondering if you're supposed to fall asleep right away. But no, tonight is not about speed or performance. It's about the way warmth settles deeper than thought, like roots spreading in dark soil. There's no timetable, only this: the slow descent into being held by a place that has already decided your rest matters. If sleep doesn't come immediately, you can stay here with the quiet. Let yourself drift between awareness and softening without needing to name either one. Whether it's been hours or minutes since you last moved, the cabin doesn't care. What it knows is this: you are not leaving tonight. Imagine now that you are inside a small cabin, and outside, it has begun to snow, not in bursts or wind-lashed sheets, but steadily, gently, as if the sky had decided on something soft and final. The world beyond your window is already vanishing under layers of white, one slow fall after another. The trees no longer stand. They are just shapes now, wrapped and blurred by a quiet that has swallowed all sound but its own. You can see the fire in front of you, low and golden, almost orange at the edges where it flickers against the dark wood behind it. Logs have settled into one another like tired bodies huddled for warmth. There's no crackle anymore, only tiny ticks as a piece cools and shifts, sending up a single spark that floats upward before fading into black. The air smells of pine and old flame, not sharp or bitter, but rich and slow, the kind of scent that clings to wool and skin after hours of sitting near fire. It's familiar, like something you've carried with you from childhood, though no memory comes attached to it. Just warmth in your nose, in your throat. Your hands are resting on top of the blanket, one palm up, fingers loose and quiet. They feel warm where they touch the fabric, but cool at the edges, as if the heat is gathering only where needed. You can let them stay there. No need to do anything with them now. The window is a rectangle of soft light, almost blurred around the corners. Snow falls past it in slow motion, not drifting sideways or wild, but falling straight down like threads pulled from some great white loom. Every flake lands and disappears into the pile already building against the sill. One by one, the track to the door is buried beneath a thickening blanket of stillness. You can hear the quietest sounds. The soft tick of wood cooling inside the firebox, not loud enough to wake you, just present, like time counting itself in small ways. And outside, only silence, but not empty silence. It's full with snowfall so deep that even wind has given up trying to move through it. You may feel how your shoulders have lowered without any command from you. They were tight earlier, maybe tense from holding something invisible all day, a task, an expectation, the weight of being seen. But here, under this roof, there's no one looking. No way for them to know if you're awake or asleep. And that is not freedom because it's unobserved, it's peace because you don't have to be anything. The blanket over your feet feels thick and soft, a weight made of wool, warmed from the inside out by the heat radiating up from beneath you. One fold has settled into the curve of your ankle. Another covers your toes with a quiet pressure that doesn't irritate, only confirms. You are safe here. There's no need to go anywhere. There is nowhere left to go anyway, not even in thought. Roads have vanished under snow. The car is buried. The path has disappeared. Even the idea of arriving somewhere else feels like a dream from another life. You can let your breath slow now, just slightly, letting it fall into rhythm with the fire's pulse. When you inhale, air comes in warm and still, no cold creeping through cracks or drafts at your neck. This air is not fresh because it's outside. It's warm because it has been here long enough to forget winter. You might notice how one beam above you catches the light differently than the others. A darker grain running down its length, like something buried in wood that no longer needs to be seen. Dust motes float near it. Not many, just a few, each caught in a single gold thread of firelight. Your skin feels warm where it touches the blanket and cool only at the edges, not because cold is coming through, but because warmth has already defined this space so completely that the contrast is barely noticeable. You don't need to pull the covers tighter. They're already doing their job. The snow keeps rising on the sill like a slow tide. One corner of it has formed into a small mound where flakes have piled at an angle, leaning slightly inward as if drawn by something inside, maybe just gravity, or maybe just stillness pulling everything toward itself. There's no sound from outside except what the snow makes when it lands. Not impact, but settling, like fabric folding over itself. And behind that, nothing. No footsteps, no engine, no voice calling your name through wind. Only silence so deep it feels full, a kind of stillness that isn't empty but generous. You can let your eyes close now if you want, or keep them open. Either way, the cabin is here, not as a place you visit, but as one that has been waiting for you to stop moving long enough to notice it. Your chest rises and falls with ease, no effort required. The weight in your body isn't going anywhere. It's just becoming part of the room, like warmth spreading across stone. The fire burns lower now, not dimming but deepening into that warm amber glow where light doesn't flicker anymore, it just is. You can feel how one log near the back has gone nearly black, holding its heat close, radiating warmth in a small circle around itself like an ember wrapped in memory. Another piece shifts slightly with a soft groan, not loud enough to break the quiet, but clear enough that you know it's happening. The cabin is getting smaller, not in size, but in how much of the world fits inside it. Outside, snow continues its slow work of covering everything. The roof, the porch, the fence posts that once marked boundaries now buried under silence. You can feel the way the air shifts just slightly when a new flake lands on the window pane, not with sound, but with weight, pressing against the glass like something trying to find its shape in stillness. It doesn't break through, never does. It simply stays, one tiny form of white suspended between you and the outside world, as if the storm has paused just long enough to let you see how soft everything is. Your fingers rest on the blanket's edge, not moving, not needing to, they know their place. One thumb traces a faint ridge in the wool where it folds over itself at the foot of the bed, a texture like old bark or worn leather, something that has held shape through seasons you didn't witness, but now feel beneath your skin. The fire has settled into its quietest tone yet, not dying, just settling. The flames have shrunk to a few low embers near the center of the hearth, glowing with a slow warmth that seems almost deliberate in how it refuses to vanish. One ember pulses once, deeply orange, then fades back into shadow as if remembering itself before letting go again. You don't need to watch it. Your body knows where it is without eyes. The heat rises not in waves, but in layers, like warm air rising from stone that has absorbed all day's sun, and now gives it back slowly. The wood smoke scent deepens, richer than before, with a hint of pine resin still clinging beneath it, as though the fire is breathing out something it stored inside. You might notice how one corner of the ceiling beam near your head bears a small crack, not wide enough to be seen at first glance, but just visible in this low light. A thin line that follows the grain like a forgotten seam in time. Dust floats beside it now, caught between warmth and shadow, moving with such slowness it might as well be still. The snow keeps rising on the sill, no longer just piling. It has begun to form a soft ridge along the edge of the window frame, shaped by wind that came earlier and left behind only this quiet gesture. One small flake clings to the glass near your shoulder, not melting, not falling, suspended in place as if deciding whether to belong inside or out. You can't tell which side it's on anymore. There is a sound now, not from outside, but from within the cabin itself. A low hum of warmth moving through the walls, like wood remembering its own heat, like the room breathing with you. It doesn't come from any one place. It's everywhere at once and nowhere in particular. Your shoulders lower further into the blanket, not because you're sinking, but because they've finally decided to stop holding up what no longer needs carrying. The edge of the quilt near your hip has curled slightly inward, forming a small pocket where heat gathers, like a secret only your body knows how to keep. You can feel it against your skin, a soft pressure that doesn't push, only holds. There's no need to shift, not because you're frozen, but because movement would be an interruption. The firelight flickers once more, not from flame, but from a single piece of wood shifting deep in the hearth, releasing a tiny burst of heat so gentle it feels like a sigh. One ember flares briefly, just enough to catch the edge of a woolen thread on your sleeve, turning it gold for a breath before letting go again. The silence outside isn't empty, it's full of what hasn't happened. No footsteps, no engine, no voice calling through wind, not even the distant crack of ice. Only stillness so complete that you can hear how quiet your own breath has become. Slow, steady, barely there, like something returning to a place it already knew. You might notice now how one fold of blanket rests across your knee, pressing down with just enough weight to feel real without being heavy. The wool is not smooth. It has texture where it's been worn thin in spots, and thickness elsewhere as if stitched together by hands that cared about comfort more than perfection. You don't need to remember who made it, only that it's here and warm. The cold beyond the glass isn't threatening, it's just there like a wall of white fog standing still. Not rushing, not pressing, not trying to get in. It simply exists as contrast, so that the warmth can be felt more clearly. You don't feel it on your skin. You only know it because this space is defined by its absence. A log near the back shifts again, a soft creak, like something letting go of tension after holding still for too long. Not loud enough to disturb, just real enough that you know the cabin is alive in its own quiet way. One corner of the hearth has gone dark now, but the heat still radiates from it, as if even absence can hold warmth. The air near your face feels thick with calm, not stale, not heavy, but full of something that settles like dust after a storm. You could sleep here in this moment, and it wouldn't be an escape. It would just be staying. A small shadow moves across the wall behind you, not from outside, but from a shift in how the firelight hits the ceiling beam. Nothing shapes it. It's only a ripple of light, like a breath passing through a room that has stopped breathing for itself. The snow continues to rise on the sill higher now, almost level with the window ledge, forming a soft mound that leans slightly inward as if pulled by something deeper than gravity. Not wind, not pressure, just stillness drawing everything toward its center. You might feel how your fingers have relaxed completely into the blanket's fold, no longer needing to grip or adjust. They're simply there, resting like roots in soil. And your hands aren't cold at all. You don't even notice them anymore because warmth has become normal. The fire is now so low it glows rather than burns. A deep amber pool of heat that doesn't flicker but holds steady, as if time itself slowed to match its rhythm. One ember pulses once more slowly, like a heartbeat counted in silence. You can let your breath fall even deeper now, not forced, not guided, just allowed to settle into the shape of the room. It moves with the fire's pulse. Inhale, pause, exhale, wait, then again. No need to hurry. No need to be anywhere. You are already where you need to be. The cabin feels smaller than before, not in size, but in how much space is left for anything else. Everything outside has been erased by snow. Even the idea of movement fades into the quiet like a name forgotten after a long silence. Your body sinks further into the blanket's weight, not sinking down, but letting go upward, as if your limbs are becoming part of the warmth, not separate from it. One foot lies still beneath its fold. You don't need to adjust it. There is no point. Nothing requires action here. A single dust mote drifts past the firelight now, small, almost invisible, caught in a gold thread that stretches across the room like a forgotten ribbon. It floats slowly, not rushing, not falling, just being. The snow has nearly reached the window's lower frame now, pressing against the glass from below, as if something inside is drawing it closer. You don't need to wonder why. There's no reason required. You are here. The cabin holds you. Nothing else exists. Not even time. And here you can stay. You don't need to turn your head to know where the wall ends, because you can feel its shape in the way the air cools just slightly at the edge of your shoulder. Not cold, but a quiet contour, like a hand resting beside you without touching. The firelight has dimmed so much it no longer paints shadows. Instead, it pools in the hollows, catching on the grain of the wood where one beam bends inward near the ceiling, its knots glowing faintly like buried stars. Your left hand rests flat now, not curled, not searching, just lying across the blanket's edge as if learning how to be still. You might notice how the wool beneath it has softened with time and heat, no longer crisp or stiff, but yielding in small folds that hold their shape even when pressed. One thread near your wrist has frayed slightly, a tiny white wisp that catches nothing, not wind, not light, just presence. The snow outside is no longer falling so much as pressing upward, a slow accumulation building across the window's lower sill and creeping toward the frame like breath held too long. It doesn't make noise. It makes silence deeper by adding more of it. You can feel its weight in your bones without feeling cold, because the cabin absorbs every vibration before it reaches you. There is no shiver, only stillness, a kind of listening that isn't sound but something else entirely, an inward turn where even thought slows to match the rhythm of the fire's pulse. A new scent rises now, not wood smoke or pine, but the faintest hint of old paper, like pages left in a drawer too long and warmed by heat. It doesn't come from anywhere specific. It just is, layered beneath the smoke, as if memory had folded itself into the air and forgotten to leave. You don't need to name it, only let it linger without claiming it. Your breath moves deeper still, not faster, but more settled, like a stone sinking through warm water until it settles on the bottom. Your ribs expand just enough to allow it, then relax with no urgency. There is no goal here, no better sleep, no deeper calm. Only this moment, held in place by warmth and snow. The fire has become almost invisible now, a faint glow beneath ash like embers sleeping under a blanket of their own making. One corner of the hearth holds a small pool of heat that doesn't flicker, only glows, an orange dot resting at the center of darkness. You might not even know it's there if your skin didn't remember its shape. The air near your face has grown thick with warmth, not humid, but dense in a way that feels like being wrapped in fabric after long stillness. Your eyelids feel heavier than they have all evening, not from tiredness, but from the certainty of rest. This is where you belong. No need to earn it. No one watching. Nothing expected. You can let go of how much time has passed, or whether the storm will ever stop, because that isn't what matters here. What matters is the soft weight of wool pressing against your legs, and the way your knees have settled into the cushion beneath you like two quiet anchors. One knee rests slightly higher than the other. It's not a posture, just how your body has chosen to lie today. A single log shifts again, deeper in the firebox this time, farther back where heat still lingers without flame. It creaks once, softly, like an old floorboard remembering how to speak. Then silence returns. Heavier than before because now even sound is a gift, not a demand. The snow has reached the window's lower frame, nearly level with the sill now, forming a rounded mound that leans inward slightly as if drawn by gravity or desire, both of which feel unnecessary in this moment. You don't need to wonder why it does what it does. You only need to let it be. Your right hand lies open across your chest, fingers resting just above the blanket's edge, not covering anything, not protecting anything, just being. There is no tension in them, no impulse to move. They are simply here, like breath in still air. The scent of old paper has faded, replaced now by something else. A faint trace of sun-warmed cedar from the woodpile outside, carried inside on a current so slow you didn't feel it arrive. It doesn't linger, it only passes through, like a name spoken once and forgotten. Your shoulders have dropped lower than they were an hour ago, not slumped, but released. As if gravity no longer needs to be resisted. Your spine has found its curve again, just slightly arched in the way that comes after long effort, a quiet return to itself. The firelight now flickers only at the edge of vision, where shadows gather and dissolve without leaving trace. You don't need to look. You can feel how it shapes the room by what it leaves behind. Absence made visible through warmth. A single thread from your blanket has worked loose, not broken, just loosened, and rests against your ankle like a forgotten ribbon. You could pull at it if you wanted, but there's no reason. Nothing needs fixing here. Nothing is missing. Your feet are tucked under the fold of wool now, not cold, not exposed, not seeking warmth, simply held in place by their own weight. One toe presses slightly against the other, not in effort but in ease. The snow outside has grown so thick it no longer looks like falling. It looks more like a living thing pressing its face to the glass from within. A slow, soft pressure that doesn't break or threaten, only exists. You can let your thoughts drift away now, not force them out, just stop holding on. One thought lingers for a moment. This is enough. Then it dissolves into silence like steam in cold air. A new warmth forms near the base of your spine, not from fire, not from blanket, but from how deeply you've settled into this space. Your body has found its place not by moving toward it, but by stopping long enough for it to find you. The cabin feels smaller than ever now, not in walls or ceiling, but in atmosphere. As if every boundary has been softened until only one thing remains: the quiet center of warmth where you are lying. Your breath falls again, slower this time, with longer pauses between each cycle. Inhale, pause, exhale, wait, then again. Like a slow tide receding and returning without urgency. The fire is now almost entirely embers, not burning, not dying, just being. The heat radiates outward in waves you can feel on your face, even though no wind touches it. Your skin doesn't react to cold anymore. It only remembers warmth as its default state. A small dust mote drifts again, this time near the ceiling beam, caught between two layers of light and shadow. It moves slowly, not falling, not rising, just floating in a place where nothing needs to go anywhere. The snow has pressed against the glass so fully that you can no longer see beyond it. Only white, smooth, unbroken. Even the edge of the frame is blurred, as if time itself had softened at the border. You don't need to think about tomorrow. You don't need to remember what happened yesterday. There's no past here and no future, only this. The weight of wool, the shape of firelight, the sound of silence that isn't empty but full. Your fingers have gone so still they feel like part of the blanket now. Not separate, not active, just present in a way that doesn't require attention. The cabin holds you. It has always held you, even when you didn't know it was holding. You can let go of needing to be anywhere else. No one is calling. Nothing requires your name. Your body sinks deeper into the warmth, not down, but inward, as if each layer of stillness allows another part of you to settle like sediment in a quiet pool. Your left hand lies palm up on the blanket, fingers slightly curled not from tension, but from how gently they've been laid down, each knuckle a soft curve against the wool, like stones worn smooth by time. You can feel the faintest press of one nail against the fabric, just enough to mark where your skin meets warmth without needing to move. The air here is thick with stillness, not stagnant, but full in the way a held breath feels before release. No sound breaks it except the quiet creak of wood settling deep inside the cabin's bones, an old joint releasing its weight after hours of pressure. You don't need to name what's making that sound. You just listen as if it were part of your own body remembering how to rest. The embers glow low now, not red but a deep honeyed orange, like something buried under earth long enough to become almost luminous. One ember pulses slowly, once, twice, and then fades back into the dark, leaving behind only its ghost in your vision. You might notice how it lingers after the eye has looked away, that afterimage of heat on the inside of your lids. And when you close your eyes fully now, it doesn't matter if they're open or shut. The room is already mapped in warmth. A fold of blanket near your hip has shifted slightly, not from motion but from weight, your body settling into its own shape over time. The fabric drapes across your ribs like a second skin that knows you better than you know yourself. It's not tight, not loose, it just fits exactly where it needs to be. And when you breathe, the rise is small, almost invisible beneath the wool, but present enough to feel. An internal tide moving in time with the quiet rhythm of the fire. The window is gone now, not darkened, not covered. but sealed by snow so completely that even light from within feels muffled before it reaches the outside. You could press your palm to the glass and still not know where the cold begins or ends, only the difference between what touches you and what does not. There's no need to test it. Your skin already knows. Warm, safe, untouched. A new scent drifts in, not wood smoke, not pine, but something lighter, fainter, almost like old paper left too long in a drawer. Clean air that once carried wind, now still as stone. You don't follow its path, you only let it settle in your nose like dust from forgotten books, harmless and soft. The wall beside the hearth has grown darker with age, not because of smoke or shadow, but simply from time passing without being disturbed. One beam near the ceiling bears a small knot, barely raised above the grain, like an old scar that no longer hurts. You might notice how its shape matches the curve of your shoulder when you turn slightly to the side, not out of need, but because it feels natural. The fire is quieter than ever now, not silent, just softer in its voice. A sound like breath drawn through dry grass or wool stretched between fingers without pressure. It doesn't burn, it endures. Each particle of ash settles deeper into itself as if returning to sleep. Your right foot has found a new position, tucked under the edge of the blanket's fold with no intention behind it, only ease. The toes stretch slightly, not in movement but in surrender. Their tips press just barely against the wool, enough that you feel them, but not enough to wake. They are not seeking warmth, they are already warm. A small crack appears along the ceiling beam near the corner, thin, hairline unremarkable, but it catches light differently now, splitting the orange glow into two smaller pools on the wall below. One pool flickers gently, like a candle in windless air. You don't wonder where it came from. You simply let your gaze rest there until the shape fades. A single thread of wool has worked free near your collarbone, longer than the others, pale gray with flecks of black, not frayed but soft and loose. It rests against your skin like a whisper that doesn't need to be heard. You can feel its faint weight as if it were part of you, a tiny tether to something quiet. The air is still so thick it feels almost liquid, not cold, not warm, just present in the way water fills a cup before spilling over. And when your breath comes again, it does so slowly, like a stone sinking through layers of ice. Each inhale takes longer than the last, though you don't notice that until later. You might feel how the silence isn't empty, it's full of small things. The weight of wool on limbs, the way firelight licks across one edge of the wall and then stops, the slow drift of a single mote caught in the air like breath suspended mid-exhalation. None of it needs explanation, only presence. The snow outside has stopped falling, not because it's over, but because it has reached its limit. It lies now in place, not piled high with force, but spread evenly, gently, as if nature herself had paused to arrange the world for a moment before letting go. There is no wind, only stillness pressed against glass. Your shoulder lowers further into the blanket, not by choice, but because gravity has found its way through all resistance. It sinks not down, but inward, into deeper softness than you thought possible. There's a warmth near your spine again, one that wasn't there before, or perhaps was too small to name. Now it pulses gently with each breath, like a heartbeat in the center of stillness. Not fast, not loud, it only exists as proof that you are here, and that this place is holding you exactly where you need to be. The fire has settled into its final form. No flame, no crackle, only heat radiating from beneath ash. It does not require attention, it simply is. Your body knows the difference between light and warmth now. It doesn't confuse them. One illuminates, the other holds. You can let go of needing to be anywhere else. Nothing asks for you. No name calls across snow-covered roads. Even memory has gone quiet, not erased, but folded away like a letter sealed with wax. A single feather from somewhere, perhaps from a bird that flew too far and fell long ago, has landed on the sill outside. It rests there now, not buried yet, just waiting for more snow to come. You don't see it clearly, it's only a shape against white, but you know it's there because something in your breath slows when you imagine it. The cabin feels smaller than ever, not by walls or ceiling, but by the way every sound has been absorbed into stillness. Even thought begins to blur at the edges, not falling away, but softening like smoke before a storm ends. Your fingers are no longer separate from the blanket. They are part of its texture now, just as your breath is part of the air's slow rhythm. You don't need to do anything. There is only this: the weight of warmth on skin, the pulse of silence, and the quiet understanding that you are not lost. The snow has risen so high against the window that it touches the frame, no longer falling, no longer moving, just existing. A white wall between you and everything else, and behind it, nothing matters. The world beyond is gone, not destroyed, not forgotten, but simply irrelevant now. Your left arm rests across your chest, not in protection, but in surrender. The weight of it feels like belonging. Each muscle has stopped fighting to be something more than what it is. The air grows heavier with warmth, thick and soft, as if breathing were no longer required. You don't need to breathe deeply, you only need to remember that breath is still possible. A single spark rises from the embers, not fire, not light, but a memory of both. It drifts upward slowly, like a thought without words, until it disappears into darkness where nothing needs to be seen. The cabin does not change. It does not grow colder or hotter. It simply holds you exactly as it is, exactly as you are. Your body has stopped trying to find comfort. It has found its home in the act of being still. And here, you are allowed to sleep. And nothing can reach you now. Only the warm and the quiet. Your breath moves through your body like a slow tide, not rising, not falling, just present. The warmth has settled into the hollow behind your ribs where it doesn't need to be named. You can feel its shape now not as heat but as presence, as something that has always been there and only just come forward to rest beside you. The fire's last ember glows like a closed eye in the dark corner of the hearth, no longer flickering, no longer bright, but glowing with quiet certainty. It doesn't burn. It remembers how. The snow has risen higher on the sill now, not piled, not pressing against glass, but gathered softly, as if the air had held its breath and then exhaled gently into this one place. A thin ridge of white presses against the bottom pane, just enough to blur the edge of vision without obscuring what's already there. A world that no longer needs naming. Your fingers drift lower in the blanket, no purpose, no direction, just letting go along the grain of wool, feeling how it shifts under weight. Each fold holds heat differently. One is deeper than another, as though some fibers have learned to keep secrets. A small sound comes from near the ceiling, the softest creak of wood settling after hours of stillness. Not a protest, not an alarm, just the cabin shifting slightly in its own body, like someone dreaming. You don't need to listen closely. It's already passed through you and gone. There is no tension in that sound, only the quiet certainty of structure holding itself together without effort. The scent deepens, not wood smoke anymore, not pine, but something older, quieter. The smell of damp wool after a long winter, buried under snowdrifts until spring. It's not unpleasant, more like memory made physical. You don't recall wearing this blanket before, yet your skin remembers its weight, its texture, as though it has always known how to hold you. Your right foot lifts slightly, not from will, but because the blanket has shifted and warmth pools in that new space where your heel touches air. Not cold, never cold, but a different kind of stillness. The kind that lives between breaths. There's no need to move it back down. It can rest like this, half lost beneath the edge, held only by the weight above. The room has grown quieter than silence. The space between sound is no longer empty, but full in its own way. The air itself feels thick with waiting, not of something coming, but of everything having stopped. You could be at the center of a universe where time forgot to move. It doesn't matter that clocks are broken or forgotten. There's no need for them here. Your shoulders have dropped so far they're almost gone from awareness. Their shape softened into the curve of your body, as though gravity has finally found its way through every layer of resistance. You aren't lying still because you must. You're lying still because there is nowhere to go and nothing left to do. Even thought begins to settle like dust in sunlight, not disappearing, but becoming part of the air. A new warmth spreads along your lower back, thin at first, then widening slowly, as though something beneath the blanket has decided to open a door. It isn't sudden. It doesn't rush in. It arrives like an old friend who has come not to talk, but simply to stay. You don't need to welcome it, you only need to let it be. The snow on the window has begun to form delicate patterns, small feathery lines where crystals have joined together over time, like slow writing from a hand that never meant to speak. They're faint, barely visible, the kind of thing you'd miss if your eyes were sharp. But here, in this soft light, with no need to see clearly, it's enough just to know. The world is still changing outside, even though nothing moves. The corner of your blanket has slipped slightly from your ankle, just a little fold undone, but you don't reach for it. You let it be. There's a kind of safety in not correcting what doesn't need fixing. The cold hasn't come through. The storm hasn't broken. This is not an emergency. This is just being. Your hands are no longer aware of fingers, wrists, palms, just warmth and pressure where they lie on top of the wool. One thumb rests near your forearm, not touching it, but close enough to feel its shape. You don't need to know what's there, you only need to be here with it. A single thread from the blanket has come loose, fine as breath, pale gray against dark wool, and it curls gently over your wrist like a small creature seeking shelter. You don't pull it back. You let it stay. It doesn't matter if it tangles or slips away later. It's been part of this moment, and that is enough. The fire has become almost invisible now, no glow at the edges, no shape in the dark, but the heat remains like a secret between the walls. It isn't loud. It isn't proud. It simply exists quietly without asking for anything. You don't need to look at it. You only need to feel that it's there. Your left hand is tucked beneath your chest now, not tightly, but gently, as if cradling something small and fragile. The warmth of it seeps into your ribs, not rushing, not urgent, just slowly filling in where stillness has settled too deeply for motion. You don't have to move. You don't even need to want to. The air shifts again, not with wind or cold, but with breath. A slow, soft movement that passes through the room like something barely noticed. It carries no name, no direction, just warmth and stillness in motion. Your body doesn't react. It only accepts. Your feet are buried deep now under blanket and cushion, their tips lost to heat, their shape blurred by weight. You don't need to know what they're doing. They aren't trying to walk or reach anything. They simply exist where they are, warm, quiet, unbothered. The snow outside has reached the top of the window frame now, not pressing in, not breaking through, but leaning against it like a guest who's come too late and decided to wait. You don't see its full shape. You only feel that it is there, solid and soft at once, as if the world had folded inward upon itself. Your breath slows further, no longer measured by seconds or thoughts, but by the rhythm of what remains. Silence, warmth, weight. Your chest rises less often now, not because you're holding back, but because there's no need to rise. Everything is already deep enough. The cabin has become smaller not in walls, but in meaning. The only world that exists is this one space where nothing needs explanation and nothing demands attention. Even memory fades. No longer a shadow, but a quiet place behind your eyes, like an old book left open on a table. Your right hand drifts down again, not to touch anything, not to adjust, but simply to rest in the space between warmth and stillness. It doesn't matter where it is, only that it's here, only that it can stay. A new sound comes, soft, low, almost untraceable. A faint tick from somewhere deep within the wall, like wood remembering how to move. Not a warning, not a signal, just a small movement in the dark and then silence again. You don't listen for more, you only let it pass through. The blanket has settled into your body now, not covering, but becoming part of it. Its edges are no longer distinct. They've softened into the shape of your limbs, as if the wool had grown around you over time. You could lie like this forever. No need to wake, no reason to rise. Your mind doesn't drift away, it just dissolves. Not in confusion, but in release. Thoughts don't vanish, they simply stop being necessary. There's no need to chase them or hold on. You are not asleep yet, but the space between waking and sleeping is already full of warmth. You don't have to cross it. You only have to let yourself be held here, where nothing asks, where nothing needs answering, where even time has forgotten its name. The snow outside presses gently against every pane now, not with force, but with presence. The world beyond is not gone, it's simply no longer part of this moment. You don't need it anymore. Your body breathes on its own. Your heart beats in a place that doesn't matter. You are not trying to be anywhere else. You are not afraid. There's only this: warmth, quiet, and the slow surrender of being exactly where you are. The fire has dropped into itself, not dying but becoming something quieter. Just a few embers glowing like old memories in a drawer. They're light, low, and heavy enough to sink into your eyelids without waking you. You don't need to see them anymore. They are known by the warmth they still send through the air, a pulse that doesn't ask for attention. One coal settles deeper than before. There's no crackle, only a soft breath of heat rising from it like an answer to something unasked. The snow has climbed higher on the window now, no longer just at the frame, but pressing against the glass in a slow, steady way that feels less like pressure and more like patience. You can feel its weight in your bones without knowing how. Not cold, never cold, only the quiet certainty of something immense holding still outside. It's not pushing. It doesn't need to. Everything inside is already contained. Your left arm lies across your chest, still, not stiff but shaped by sleep that hasn't arrived yet. Fingers loose, palm turned up slightly as if waiting for nothing at all. You don't know what they're doing. You only feel the warmth where they rest, a kind of soft pressure against your ribs that says you are here, and that is enough. A new scent has come in faint, not loud but deep. The smell of damp wool from somewhere near the floorboard, caught between two blankets left too long after someone moved. It's not unpleasant, it's just true. It belongs to this place, to this moment, like the way your breath now seems to take up less room in the air, as though the cabin is breathing for you. The wall beside you shifts slightly, just a grain of wood giving under its own weight, or perhaps a beam settling into silence after holding so much snow above. It makes no sound at first, only a faint vibration that travels through your shoulder and down your spine. You don't flinch. You let it move, then sink again. Nothing needs to be noticed. The blanket has folded itself around the curve of your hips, now no longer just covering, but shaping, as if grown from the same air you're breathing. One edge curls under like a hand pulling gently at the side of your body. You don't lift it. You let it stay where it is. There's no need to be adjusted. The firelight has dimmed so much that the shadows on the far wall aren't shapes anymore, but textures, like cloth laid over stone or paper folded and pressed into stillness. They are not dark. They are quiet. They don't move when you look at them. They simply are. A slow stain of orange settles near the floor where it used to be bright. A small sound comes, not from outside, not from the fire, but from behind your ear. Your own breathing changing its rhythm again, deeper and slower than before. It's not effortful. It just happens. Like water finding its level after a long wait. You can feel each breath now as if it were a single beat, once every few seconds, and you don't need to count them. Your right hand rests on top of the blanket now, not tucked under, not curled, but open, flat, and still. Fingers slightly spread, like they're touching something invisible but real. The air just above your own skin. You can feel its warmth in a way that isn't heat at all, it's presence. As if your fingertips have learned how to remember what it means to be held. The snow has filled the space between window and sill entirely now. No gap, no air, no line of light. Only white, smooth, even. You can't see through it anymore, not because it's too thick, but because there is nothing left to see beyond. All roads are gone. All paths are buried. All names have been erased by silence. You don't miss them. Not now. Not in this space where the world has stopped asking for anything from you. The air feels heavier than before, not dense with cold, but full of stillness. It doesn't press, it settles. Like dust at the bottom of a jar that's been closed for years and never opened again. It's not heavy to carry. It just is, and so are you. Your feet, still deep under layers, are no longer separate from your body. They've become part of the warmth, indistinct, unburdened by purpose. There's no need to feel them. They're already where they belong, wrapped in heat, resting in depth. Even their shape has softened, not lost, but absorbed. A new kind of quiet arrives, not just the absence of sound, but a kind that comes from within. It doesn't arrive through your ears. It comes through your skin like a thought without words. You don't know what it means. You only feel it as truth. Nothing to do, nowhere to go, no one to be. The firelight has gone down so low now that it flickers not with flame but with memory. Just the ghost of light where there used to be heat. It doesn't need to burn anymore. It just needs to be, and you don't need it to do anything else either. You can feel your body becoming smaller, not in size, but in attention. Each part is less important than before. Your breath isn't a rhythm. It's an event that happens once every few moments, like rain falling on soil that doesn't care if it lands or not. The window is completely white now, no glass visible beneath the snow. No outline of trees, no edge of sky. Only the world outside has become one continuous field of softness, a kind of stillness so deep it feels almost alive. But not in motion, just there, like you are. You don't need to understand it. You only need to be here. A faint scent drifts up from the corner near the hearth. The smell of old pine, dried and sun-warmed, trapped between wood and stone for years. It's not strong, but it is clear. A quiet reminder that this place has known many storms before, and each one has passed without breaking it. Your shoulder sinks into the cushion below you, not from weight, but from surrender. Like something in you has finally stopped holding itself up. Your spine doesn't arch anymore. It just rests. No effort needed. You don't hear yourself breathing now. It's not gone. It's simply too small to notice. The air moves through you without sound, without demand. You're not even sure if you are moving at all. The snow presses against the glass like a question that doesn't need an answer. You can feel it in your chest, not as fear, but as confirmation. You don't have to know anything. This is enough. Your left hand drifts again, this time lower, toward the edge of the blanket, not searching, just letting go. Fingers trail over wool and then stop, resting on nothing at all. They don't need to touch. They only need to be. The fire has become almost invisible now, not gone, but folded into the space between heat and air. There's no orange anymore. only a faint warmth rising from the hearth like breath after sleep. It doesn't burn. It just remembers how to warm. You don't look at anything. You don't need to see. Your eyes are closed, not because you're trying to sleep, but because they've stopped needing to do their job. The cabin has become smaller, not in walls, not in floor, but in meaning. Everything that isn't this moment has been buried under snow and silence and time that no longer matters. You don't think about tomorrow. You don't think about yesterday. You don't even think about now, only the fact that you are here and it's enough. A small sound comes from deep in the wall, not a creak, not a crack, but something like wood whispering to itself after centuries of stillness. You don't listen for more. You let it pass through your body as if it were nothing at all. Your breath is slower now, so slow that each one lasts longer than the last. You don't feel the air moving in and out. You only feel what remains, a quiet place where there's no need to act, no need to think, no need to be anything but this. You are not asleep yet, but you're closer to it than you've ever been without trying. Your fingers rest where they fell, curled slightly against the edge of wool that has grown warm from your own heat. Not stiff, not still, just held in place by something quieter than intention. The air around you feels thickened, like light caught in honey. It doesn't press, but it settles. And so do you. The fire no longer casts a glow. It simply exists as a source of warmth that doesn't need to be seen. Not even the faintest flicker. Just heat rising from stone, slow and patient, moving through the room like memory passing between two people who don't speak anymore but still know each other's shape. A single thread has come loose from your blanket, thin, gray wool, almost invisible in the dimness. But it hangs down over the edge of the mattress like a question waiting to be answered by nothing at all. You could reach for it. You might pull it back into place. But instead, you let it stay. Not abandoned, just allowed. A new sound arrives, small and soft, like one snowflake landing on the roof's ridge after a long pause. Not loud enough to wake you, only close enough to be felt in your bones. It's the kind of noise that doesn't interrupt silence so much as confirm its depth. You don't wonder where it came from or what made it. You only know this is how quiet sounds when it has nothing left to prove. Your feet have slipped under the edge of the blanket, just slightly, but they don't need to be covered anymore. Your toes curl in the air, not cold, not searching, just letting go of any claim to being somewhere else. One foot drifts upward a fraction as if testing how far it can float without effort. Then stops. Doesn't fall back down, not because it wants to stay up, but because there's no need for motion at all. The scent from the hearth has shifted. Less pine now, more dried bark and stone that remembers fire. Not sweet, not sharp, just warm in a way that feels like time folding into itself. You can't name it exactly, but your body knows what it is. This is how safety smells when it's been here longer than anyone alive. A sliver of shadow moves across the wall, just a ripple from the fire's last breath. But it doesn't startle you. Instead, you let it slide by like something passing through water, not touching anything, not meaning to be seen. And then there is only stillness again. Your shoulders have settled so far into the cushion that they no longer feel like part of your body, just two soft shapes resting where your back used to press against something hard. The window has grown heavier in its whiteness, not thickened but deeper, as though the snow outside isn't just piled up, but also layered over time, each new flake a whisper added to an old silence. You don't see it because you're not looking, you feel it. Like being held by something that doesn't move but holds anyway. Your hand shifts again, not toward anything, not away, but in the way a leaf might tremble on a branch long after the wind has stopped. Not for warmth, not to grasp, just movement as release. And then stillness returns, deeper now, like water sinking through soil. A new sound comes from the corner behind you, the faintest creak of wood settling into itself, one joint in the cabin's frame sighing after years of holding up snow and silence. It isn't a break or a crack, it's just the way old things breathe when no one is listening. You don't listen for more than that. You let it pass through your body like air passing over skin, felt then gone. The edge of the blanket has warmed where your legs rest on it, the wool thickened by use and heat, its fibers softened from years of being pressed into shape. One patch near the foot is slightly frayed, not torn, just worn in a way that says this bed has held many people who didn't know how to stop holding on. You don't think about them. You only feel the spot where your leg rests, warm and familiar, like meeting someone you've known all along without ever having met them. Your breath slows so much it feels suspended, not stopped, not absent, but waiting for a signal that doesn't exist. It's as if time has folded in on itself here, just enough to allow one moment to stretch into something infinite. And still, nothing is asked of you. No effort required. No choice. A faint light appears, just the tiniest glow from beneath the hearthstone, not fire, not flame, but a soft orange afterimage like warmth dreaming. It doesn't brighten the room. It only exists in your perception like something returning from sleep. And you don't need to see it clearly. You just know that heat is still there, quiet but constant, holding the space between air and shadow. Your hand lies open now on top of the blanket, palm up, fingers spread slightly, not reaching for anything. They don't close or clench. They simply are. And in that being, they feel lighter than before, not because they're empty, but because they've stopped needing to carry anything. A tiny particle of ash drifts from the hearth, so small it doesn't fall straight down. Instead, it hovers for a moment like a thought without form, then sinks into the dark space between stones with no sound at all. You don't watch it go. You only feel its absence as part of the stillness that follows. The snow outside presses harder now, not with force but with presence. It has become not just cover but container. Like the world is being wrapped in cotton and held gently while everything else goes quiet. Your body feels this too, less like a shape and more like something softly pressed into the earth. You don't sink down so much as let go of rising. Your eyelids no longer feel heavy, they've simply stopped needing to stay open. Not because they're tired, but because there's nothing left to see that matters. Everything worth noticing is already inside. The warmth on your skin, the weight in your limbs, the slow rhythm of air moving through you without purpose or demand. A small patch of frost has formed near one corner of the window, thin and feathery, not cold, just a pattern made by time and breath meeting at the edge of glass. It doesn't grow larger, but it remains, a quiet mark in an otherwise blank white field. You don't study it. You only know that it's there, like another kind of silence. Your spine curves now, not from pain or posture, but because your body has stopped fighting against gravity. It leans into the mattress not as surrender, but as acceptance. Like a tree finally resting after years of leaning away from wind. And no one tells you to stand straight. No one expects anything. You are simply allowed to be what you are, tired, present, still. The fire has become something almost indistinct. Not a flame, not heat, not light, but a memory of warmth that lingers in the air like breath after someone has whispered something they don't need to say again. It doesn't burn. It only stays. And so do you. Your fingers twitch once, just one small movement at the edge of awareness, and then stillness returns, deeper than before. Not because you've stopped thinking, but because there's nothing left to think about that matters. The world outside is gone. The day is gone. Even your name feels like it's no longer needed here. A new scent drifts up, something faint and ancient, buried in the walls. Old paper, perhaps, or wood treated with beeswax long ago. Not strong, not sharp, just a quiet trace of something that once lasted through seasons without being touched. You don't know where it comes from. You only feel that it belongs here. Your foot shifts slightly, not to reach for warmth, but because your body has decided it's time to let go of even the idea of direction. One toe curls inward, then releases. Not a response, just motion without meaning. And then nothing. The air in the room feels different now, not thicker, not lighter, but slower. Like movement itself is taking more breath between each step. You don't feel your heartbeat anymore, only that it's there, steady, unhurried, not needing to be noticed. A single thread of wool has come loose from the blanket and fallen onto the floor near the hearth. It lies curled in the dust like a forgotten word. No one picks it up. No one sees it. But it stays where it is, a loud, unclaimed part of the quiet. Your breath comes so slowly now that you can't tell if you're inhaling or exhaling, or if either is happening at all. Only the fact that air moves through you without resistance, like water flowing over stone that no longer remembers being shaped. The cabin feels smaller, not in walls, not in floor, but in purpose. Every sound has become less important than silence. Every shape less urgent than stillness. And you are part of it now, your body a quiet thing resting at the center of warmth, where nothing is expected and nothing needs to be done. The snow outside presses even deeper into the world beyond. You are not asleep yet, but you're closer to it than you've been in days, closer than your body remembers how to be. The air shifts slightly, not with wind, but with a soft shift of weight behind the walls, like something settling into its own shape after years of holding itself upright. The fire has dimmed further, no longer orange at the edges, now a low pulse of red beneath ash, just enough light to show how still everything is. Your hands lie flat against the blanket, palms up, not seeking warmth, but simply resting in it, as if they've finally remembered what rest feels like when there's nothing else to do. A single spark lifts from the hearth, not rising fast, not glowing long, but floating for just a moment above the embers before vanishing into the dark. You don't watch it go, you only feel that it was there. And then another, this one smaller, slower, and then silence again. No sound but the quiet creak of wood contracting in the cold beyond your skin. Not ice breaking, not stress. Just a soft settling of things that have been waiting to speak. Your breath slows even more now, not because you're trying, but because there's less need to breathe at all. It's like the room has taken over that rhythm for you, as if the warmth itself is moving through your lungs without requiring effort from you. The blanket above you has a fold near your shoulder, a small ridge where wool layers slightly unevenly, and for no reason other than stillness, you feel its shape with your fingertips. Not to fix it, not to adjust. Just to know that it's there, soft and familiar, like an old promise stitched into fabric. A thread of cold air slips through the seam near the window frame, but only at the very edge where glass meets wood. It doesn't touch you. It doesn't come in. Instead, it brushes against one pane, then stops like something that tried to enter and decided not to. You don't mind. There's no need for cold here. Your body is already so far inside warmth that even the idea of chill has become a distant thing, like someone else's memory. The snow outside isn't falling anymore. It's just lying now, thick and still. Deeper than before, pressing down on everything without effort or demand. It covers the path you never took, buries the tracks from yesterday, swallows the shape of your car under layers that no longer look like anything real. They're not waiting for tomorrow to dig out. They don't have to. Nothing is being asked of them. Your knee shifts just slightly, not toward comfort, but because it's finally stopped resisting the idea of surrender. You let it fall where it lands without correcting or guiding. And then your foot finds a new place beneath the blanket, not tucked in tight, not searching, but simply resting as if it has always belonged there. A small shape appears on the far wall, faint, almost invisible, a shadow that isn't cast by anything you can name. Maybe from a fold in the curtain, maybe from dust caught in light too dim to see. It doesn't move. It just sits. And then it fades, not with time, but because it was never meant to be seen at all. The scent of pine comes again, not strong, not sudden, but drifting up as if from somewhere beneath the floorboards. Old resin, something dried and slow-moving, like sap that forgot how to flow. It doesn't wake you. It only makes the air feel richer, denser with things that have been waiting long enough. Your fingers find each other again, thumb against pinky, not in any gesture of connection, but because they've stopped needing to do anything else. And so they stay there, not holding on, just resting together like two small things that don't need a reason to be near one another. The fire has gone down so far now it's less a light than a feeling, an imprint left behind in the air, like heat after someone has been standing too long by the stove. You can sense its presence without seeing it. Your skin knows where it was, even if only for an instant. And that knowledge is enough. The wooden beam above your head, rough-hewn, not planed smooth, is colder than the rest of the room's air, but only because it hasn't warmed yet. It holds cold like a stone in the earth, waiting. You don't look at it. You don't need to. Your shoulder rests against it slightly, not for support, but simply because that's where it is. And now, even that slight pressure feels right. A single drop of wax falls from the candle near the table, slow, deliberate, and lands on the floor with a sound so soft it might have been imagined. No one sees it. Nothing responds. But it stays there, a tiny white hill in the dark, like an island made by accident. Your breath catches, not sharply, not painfully, but once, just barely, as if your body has forgotten how to move without making noise. And then you let go of that moment too, letting it dissolve into silence like a word never spoken aloud. The blanket shifts again, just one fold lifting slightly at the edge, because someone or something long ago left it this way. Not out of carelessness, but because it was always meant to be just so. And now it is. You are not dreaming yet. You're not even close. But there's a quiet in your mind that wasn't there before, not absence, but presence. Like space has been made for something soft to settle into. A faint line appears across the back of one hand, just a shadow, just a change in texture, but it doesn't matter what it is. You don't name it. You only know it's there and then let it go. The snow outside keeps pressing down, not with weight but with patience, like something that knows better than to rush anything. The world has stopped trying to be seen. It only wants to stay buried in stillness. Your chest rises once and falls again with such slowness you might think it's not moving at all, and then again, slower than before, as if time itself is learning how to rest. A memory of warmth returns, not a person, not an event, but the feeling of being wrapped in something too soft to describe long ago. Your body remembers it without needing to recall, like water remembering its source. You don't reach for it. You only let it be there, like another kind of breath. The fire is gone now, or nearly, just a faint glow beneath ash. No flame, no movement, but the air still holds heat, and that's enough. Not because it needs to burn, but because it doesn't need to stop being warm. Your fingers curl into your palms, gently, slowly, not for comfort, but because they've finally stopped needing anything from you. The cabin feels smaller than ever, but only in meaning. The walls aren't closing in. They're simply holding more of what matters: stillness, warmth, silence, weightlessness. You are not asleep yet. But you don't need to be. Not now. Not here. Nothing is left to do. And that's exactly where you are meant to be. Your left hand lies flat on the blanket, palm up, no longer seeking anything, no longer needing to hold or push away. The back of your thumb rests against a ridge in the wool, where it's been folded once too often, worn thin by time and touch. You feel that seam not as weakness but as memory. Something repeated until it became part of how things are meant to be. The air near your face is still warm enough to make your eyelids sink slowly without effort. But there's a moment where even that warmth seems like an echo, lingering from when the fire was higher. The snow outside has reached the window ledge now, not piled up high, but pressed in close by quiet pressure, as if it were always meant to settle just so. One pane of glass is fogged only at its center, where breath once rested long ago and left a ghost imprint. Faint smudges like fingers that never touched anything real. You don't wipe it away. A single thread has come loose from the edge of your blanket, a pale gray strand that curls slightly toward the floor, not fallen entirely, but hanging in suspended ease. You might reach for it if something asked, but no one does. Instead, its stillness becomes a kind of permission to let things be unattended, uncorrected. The wooden beam above shifts ever so faintly, not with weight or creak, but with the slow settling of old timber, like an animal breathing in deep sleep beneath earth. You notice it not because it's loud, but because its quiet is deeper than silence. It carries a kind of depth that doesn't need to be named. Your breath slows again, this time without even noticing. One inhale stretches longer than the last, and then another pause grows between each rise and fall. Your ribs don't push outward. They simply allow space, like soil accepting rain not through force but by being ready for it. The floorboards under you are warm, not from heat rising up, but because of how long the room has held its shape around you. Some planks groan only once in 1,000 winters. This one creaks softly now and settles back into stillness, as if remembering what it means to rest. A small patch of frost forms near the corner where two walls meet, the kind that grows not from cold air, but because warmth leaks sideways, trapped between wood and plaster. It blooms like lichen in slow motion, fine lines branching outward across a dark surface, each delicate line unbroken by touch or time. You don't look at it. You know it's there, only the way you know your own heartbeat when everything else has gone still. The candle on the table is no longer lit, but its glass jar remains warm to the back of your hand if you turn slightly toward it, and for a moment you think, this warmth was never from flame at all. It came from what stayed after light left, something slow, patient, that refused to cool just because one fire had died. Your right foot rests half off the edge of the blanket, not by accident but by design, a small rebellion against stillness, yet even so it doesn't move. Its warmth is steady, a quiet pulse in your body's map where heat gathers like water at low tide. The wall beside you has begun to shift, just slightly, not because anything touched it, but because the snow outside presses inward with such consistency that the cabin itself begins to feel less solid and more porous. Not weak, never fragile, but yielding in a way that feels safe, as if shape doesn't matter so much anymore. The air smells faintly of pine resin still, pale on your tongue when you breathe deep, and beneath it something older, damp earth from the roots below, or perhaps just dust held for years inside wood, released slowly into quiet hours. Your shoulders drop further, not with effort, but because they've finally stopped trying to carry anything. Their weight is no longer a burden. It's simply what gravity does when you stop resisting it. The edge of your sleeve brushes against the blanket and stays there. No need to pull back or tuck in. Just let that small touch remain until the moment dissolves into nothing at all. There is an unevenness on one side of the cushion beneath you, not a dent from use, but a natural imperfection where some fibers were woven too tightly together. Your body fits around it perfectly, like a shape made for this exact curve in the world, not by design, but because nature never quite gets everything right, and that's why things fit so well. A sound comes at last, a single tick like a tiny clock ticking inside wood, but there's no need to listen for it again. It happens once, then stops. You don't wonder what caused it or how long ago. Only remember, the cabin has its own way of speaking, and not every word needs answering. The firelight is gone now, not just unseen but unremembered. Yet even without sight, your skin knows where warmth used to be, like a room still humming with absence after music left. You don't miss it. You only let yourself feel the space it once filled as something soft and quiet rather than empty. Your fingers shift slightly in their palms, not to grip or release, but because they've forgotten how not to move. Then, again, no need for motion. Just a small tremor that fades like wind through reeds after rain has passed. The snow outside presses on without sound. No rush, no fear of being late. It simply keeps coming down in endless layers, each one quieter than the last until even weight becomes softness. Your left ear lies pressed against the pillow, not for comfort, but because you've stopped thinking about what should be done with your head. And now that pressure feels like a kind of belonging, not needing to adjust or elevate, just being where air and warmth have decided to rest. A memory surfaces without invitation, a hand once laying on yours, warm in winter, saying nothing at all, just staying there until both hands grew numb from stillness. You don't name the person, nor do you mourn them. Only let that sensation linger like a breath held too long, not sharp with loss, but full of how things can stay. The blanket has settled into new folds, not because it moved, but because your body changed underneath and now fits differently in its own shape. One corner lifts slightly at the foot end, just enough to show a patch of bare wood beneath, and you don't pull it back. Let that small exposure remain as proof. This moment is not perfect, yet still whole. Your toes curl inward, not for warmth or tension, but because they've finally stopped pretending they need to be anything other than soft in their own place. The window has gone entirely white now, no distinction between glass and snow, only a flat field of light that refuses to give way. You don't try to see through it. Not even curiosity remains. The world outside isn't meant to be seen anymore. It's meant to be felt as absence, an empty frame around what is here. Your chest rises once, slowly, and then holds for longer than before, like a pause in music that lasts so long you forget how breathing works until it returns on its own. The air inside the cabin has thickened, not with cold or dampness, but with stillness. Not silence exactly, but something deeper, time unfolding without urgency, unmeasured by anything else. You don't close your eyes, because they've been closed for a while already in some quiet way that doesn't require motion. Your right hand lies flat on the blanket now, not because you want it to be there, but because nothing has asked it to go anywhere. Its warmth is steady, like heat from deep soil after sun goes down. The wall behind your head feels less like wood and more like something grown. Something shaped by slow patience over years of snowfall, wind, sleep. Not built but lived into. You are not asleep yet, but you're no longer awake in the way that means staying alert. Your breath slows again, not because you try to make it do so, but because your body has simply stopped needing to remind itself how to move. The cabin is smaller now, yes, but only by being fuller. Every inch holds more than before: warmth, quiet, weightlessness, absence of purpose. Nothing asks anything from you anymore. You don't have a name here. No one calls for you. There's no need to answer. You feel it now, not in your mind, but in the way light pools beneath your eyelids when you close them for good. Not darkness, but a slow kind of gold that settles like dust on old wood. The fire has dropped to one ember, no longer flame, just heat held in memory. Its color is deeper than red. The inside of a berry left too long in winter, or the core of an old coal that remembers being part of something else entirely. You don't watch it burn. You feel it breathe through your skin, like the last pulse of warmth before sleep takes over completely. The snow has climbed higher on the sill, now almost even with the bottom edge of the window frame, but not a single flake reaches in. Nothing does. The air is sealed between two worlds, one outside that moves only in quiet and another inside where stillness has grown so thick it has weight, like wool left to rest beneath sun for years. Your shoulders have settled lower into the mattress, not because you've shifted, but because gravity no longer feels like pressure. Instead, it's a kind of permission to sink without apology, to be held by what is already there. Your right hand lies still where it fell, palm up, fingers relaxed, but now something shifts subtly in that space. Not movement exactly, more like the way roots grow when no one sees, slowly, quietly into the soil beneath. You feel a warmth spreading from your wrist, not heat rising from fire or sun, but from within the shape of your hand itself, as if the blood has simply decided to stay put and warm for longer than expected. You don't question it. There's no reason to move. The blanket above you has settled into its own rhythm, the way a well-worn coat folds when left on a chair overnight. One fold now lies like a small hill across your chest, soft enough that if you breathed deeply, you might not notice the weight of it at all. And yet, there it is, an extra layer of comfort just because the fabric remembers how to be kind. Your toes are no longer curling, not even slightly. They lie flat in their own place, untouched by cold or memory. One toe presses gently against the wool beneath you, not out of need, but simply because that's where it has been for so long and now refuses to leave. The heat from your feet is not strong, it doesn't flicker or pulse, but steady like a low current in earth after rain. There's no urgency, only presence. The scent inside is different, not just wood smoke, though that still lingers beneath everything, but something older. Dried pine needles trapped between beams, long forgotten, slowly releasing their quiet green into the air. It's not sharp or sweet. It's what happens when a forest forgets to breathe and lets silence settle in its roots. A log shifts, just once, with a soft sound like paper folding itself back after being read too many times. You don't startle. You don't listen for more. The noise is already gone before it finishes, absorbed by the snow that presses so close now against the glass that even shadow has been erased. The window is not transparent anymore. It's an invitation to feel rather than see. Your breath slows again, not because you want it to, but because your body no longer sees why it must keep reminding itself how to live. Each inhale takes a little more time than the last. Each exhale holds longer. There's no effort behind either. Just motion that happens by itself, as if the air has learned to be gentle. Your left shoulder rests against the wall, not because you leaned into it, but because the shape of your body has adjusted so completely to this place that now even stillness feels like belonging. The wood beneath is not cold, though it was once. Now it holds warmth like a secret, soft at first touch, then deeper, like hands remembering how to hold without needing to say anything. A single thread from your sleeve slips loose and hangs over the edge of the blanket, a tiny thing, almost invisible, but you notice it because it's still moving. Not in wind or draft, but in air that is no longer moving at all. It drifts only slightly, as if time itself has paused just for this moment. A single thread suspended between two worlds. The fire gives one last pulse, just enough to make the ember glow once more before surrendering into gray. You don't watch it. You feel its farewell in your ribs, like the echo of a song sung too softly to hear but remembered anyway. Then nothing. Only warmth that doesn't need flame anymore. Your fingers rest now with their tips just touching, almost as if they've been waiting for this moment when even touch can be still. Not reaching, not holding, simply being in contact, like two things that have finally agreed on the shape of belonging. A small crack appears in the far corner of the ceiling, not from pressure or age, but because something inside has given way. A tiny split in old pine, wide enough to hold a breath of air. You don't look at it. There's no need. You only feel that the cabin is breathing with you now, its walls listening, its beams remembering. Your skin feels lighter than before, not less warm, but as if the weight of being awake has been lifted so gently you didn't even notice until it was gone. Your hands lie where they are not because you want them to be there, but because nothing pulls at them anymore. No one calls. No task waits. The snow outside is no longer falling, only pressing down. A slow accumulation without sound or haste. Every layer settles into place like memory settling into bone. The world beyond is not dead. It's simply resting in its own way, holding still so that what lies within can be more fully itself. You do not think about tomorrow. You do not wonder if you'll wake or who might come when the storm ends. There's no need for names, no expectation of return. This place isn't waiting to let you go. It is simply letting you stay, as long as you wish, in its quiet fullness. Your breath slows again, this time so deeply that even your heartbeat seems to pause between beats. Not stopped, just still, like the moment before a wave breaks, not anticipation, but acceptance of what will come without resistance. The cabin has grown smaller, but only because everything inside it is fuller now. Warmth packed into corners, silence layered over sound, rest folded deep into space. You are not shrinking. You're being held more completely than ever. Your toes lie flat and soft again. No movement, no tension, just presence in their own place. The blanket covers them like a hand resting gently on skin after long travel. You don't feel cold anywhere, only warmth that has been earned by simply staying. The window is not glass anymore. It's memory made visible, white, smooth, unbroken, but not empty. It holds the shape of what is outside. And inside, too, your breath, your stillness, your body resting in its own way. You don't need to be anywhere else. You are already where you've been wanting all along, not because you arrived, but because you finally stopped trying to leave. And here, the fire has gone out completely now. But the warmth remains deep under the surface of things, like roots in dark soil. You don't feel it as heat. You feel it as home. Nothing asks anything of you anymore. Not even movement. Just being. As if your body has finally learned to rest without needing permission. Your eyes are closed now, not because you meant for them to be, but because they've remembered what stillness feels like. And the snow outside. It keeps falling. Softly. Without urgency. Without demand. Just coming down. So that nothing can reach you now. Not even memory. Only quiet. Only warmth. Only this. You feel it now, not in your chest, not in your throat, but deeper, like a pulse that's been waiting to be named. The slow unfurling of stillness into something else. Not sleep yet, not quite, but closer than you've been in years, closer than you thought possible when the world was always asking for more. The snow has risen high on the sill now, pressing up against the window not with force but with weight. A soft, steady pressure like hands resting on your shoulders after a long day. You don't feel it as obstruction. You feel it as embrace. The air in here is thick, not heavy, but full. Full of warmth that has settled into the wood, into the blanket's weave, into the very fibers of the floorboards beneath you. There's no draft, no chill anywhere near your skin. Only this, a quiet hum beneath the surface, like the room remembering its own shape after long absence. You don't have to hold it. It holds you. Your fingers lie still where they are, no longer just touching, but connected in a way that needs no name. The warmth has seeped into them now, not as heat, but as presence. A slow softening of the edges between your skin and the world outside. You don't move to pull away, not because you can't, but because there's no reason. The space between your fingertips is not empty. It's full with something like continuity. A small shadow shifts in the corner where the wall meets the ceiling, the kind that only happens when light bends just so. Not from movement, just from time. From quiet, you don't follow it. You let it be. There are no secrets here, only stillness speaking back. The fire has been gone for a while now. Its absence not felt as loss but as surrender. It wasn't needed to keep you warm anymore. The warmth had already settled into the walls, into the beams above your head, into the little curve of your spine where it rests against the mattress. You feel the wood beneath you, the grain moving in slow waves like breath under a blanket. Your shoulders have dropped, farther than they ever did when you were awake. Not because you told them to, but because there's nothing holding them up anymore. No tension, no expectation. The weight of being present has been released so gently that it didn't even need a goodbye. There is no sound from outside, not really. Only the deep silence of snowfall, not as noise, but as texture, like time itself slowing down to match your breath. You don't hear wind. You feel it through the walls, through the floorboards, as if the cabin is breathing with you in reverse, drawing in quiet so that you might let go. The window no longer shows anything. Not the trees, not the sky, not even the shape of branches under snow. It's become a surface, not glass, not wood, but something older, like memory made solid. A mirror for what lies inside, your stillness, your presence, your body resting in its own way. You don't need to see it. You already know it by heart. There is a small groove in the floorboard near your toes, just beneath the blanket's edge, a place where wood has worn thin from years of touch. Not footsteps, just stillness, like someone else once lay here just as you are now. Maybe not this night, but some night, and left behind not an echo, but a quiet imprint, the shape of rest. You don't wonder who it was. You only feel that the cabin remembers being shared with others like you, people who came in from outside and stayed when they didn't have to. People who stopped trying to leave before they even knew where they were going. Your breath slows again, not because you're trying, but because there's nothing left to pull it forward. It just stays, like a note held too long after music ends, like the air itself has paused to listen. The cold outside is not threatening. It's not even near. You know it's there, the world beyond the glass, but it doesn't matter. The snow has buried all roads, all signs, all names. It doesn't care about your schedule or your fears. It only cares that you stay inside. And you do. You don't think of anything outside this room. No city lights, no voices on a screen, no future to plan. There's no need. Nothing is waiting for you, not even morning. Your body feels full, not with energy, but with presence. Like it has been filled up not by doing, but by being. By lying still in the kind of warmth that doesn't rush, that never demands anything except your attention, your quiet attention to itself. A single thread from the blanket has slipped loose and lies across your ankle, the soft end trailing like a thought you've forgotten how to finish. You don't pick it up. It stays there. Not because you can't, but because it doesn't need to be moved. The air smells of old pine, not sharp or new, but deep, like the scent that lingers after the fire has died and the room is left with its own memory of heat. There's no smoke now, no ash, just a quiet residue, the kind that stays long after everything else has gone. Your hands are no longer resting on each other. They've simply settled into place, palms flat against the blanket, fingers curled only slightly as if they've found their natural shape in stillness. Not holding anything, not reaching for anything, only being where they are. There is a small crack in one of the floorboards near your knee, thin and barely visible, like a line drawn by time itself. It's not wide enough to see through, but you feel it when you shift slightly, not pain but memory. Something that has bent once, long ago, under weight, and never broken. You don't fix it. You let the crack be. Because this room is not about perfection. It's about staying. Your legs lie straight now, no longer taut with waiting or strain. The blanket covers them fully, wrapped around you like a secret kept between skin and warmth. You feel no cold anywhere, not even at your toes. Only deep stillness, like water resting in the dark beneath stone. You don't think about waking up. Not really. There's no urgency to it, no need for return. The cabin doesn't care whether you stay or go, only that you are here now, as you are, with nothing to prove and nowhere to be. The storm presses on outside, not rushing, not fighting. It simply continues its work, layer upon layer of white, slow and certain, like a hand closing gently over the world. The trees are gone. The path is gone. Even the shape of the hill beyond the clearing has been erased, replaced by something softer, older, kinder. You don't miss it. You don't mourn what's buried. You only feel that you're being protected, not from danger, but from noise, from demand, from everything that once said your time was not yours to give. And here, there is no need to earn rest. It has come to you, not as a prize, but as an offering, as if the storm knew what you needed before you did. Your eyelids feel heavy, not like fatigue, but like they've grown into place, like roots finding soil. They don't open again because they know where they belong. They stay closed not by force, but by quiet agreement. The silence isn't empty. It's full with the weight of your breath, with the warmth under the blanket, with the slow pulse of wood settling in the walls. The cabin is listening, not to you, but with you. And somewhere beyond all this, beyond sound, beyond time, a single ember glows deep inside the hearth, not because it's burning, but because it remembers how. A tiny light beneath ash, quiet and whole, not waiting for anything, just existing. You don't need to see it. You only feel that you are where you've always been meant to be. In a place so small it holds everything, so still it contains movement, so warm it has no name. The snow keeps falling, not because it must, but because it wants to, because it knows what this moment is. It knows the weight of silence, the value of being nowhere and yet completely at home. And you are not trying anymore. You're just here. Just breathing. Just resting in the way that only happens when nothing asks for more. Your breath slows again, not because you've decided to slow it, but because the air itself has grown heavier with warmth, thicker, like honey held just above the fire. The kind of stillness that makes your ribs sink into the blanket without effort. You don't adjust. You don't shift. There's no need. The way your shoulder rests against the wall is not chance, it's memory returning to its shape. A place where it once fit, even if only for a moment, and now it fits again. The wood behind you carries an imprint of heat, faint but present, like warmth pressed into stone by years of being touched. Outside, snow gathers on the roof in slow drifts, not piling up fast but settling, like something that knows better than to rush. It doesn't press down with weight so much as it accumulates, layering itself gently across every edge, smoothing what was sharp before into soft curves. The eaves are gone now. Only a smooth white dome remains above the cabin's frame, a shape made not by design but by surrender. You feel your fingers curl again, not in response to anything, but because they remember how warmth feels when it doesn't have to be earned. They press lightly into the fabric of the blanket, tracing a ridge where two layers meet. One thread runs longer than the others, slightly frayed at the end, and you don't pull it free. You let it stay. The fire has grown low now, not nearly dead but quieted. Its light no longer dances across the walls. It leans in instead, pooling on the floor like liquid amber, still glowing just beneath a fine ash. There's one piece of wood that hasn't fully burned, the kind with deep grain and slow release. It rests half-submerged under gray dust, and from it rises only a single thread of heat, thin, not enough to warm anything, but enough to tell you it's still alive. The scent in the air is not just smoke anymore, it has changed. A new note emerges: dry pine, old bark, something that came in on your coat when you first stepped through the door and never left. It clings to the wool of your sleeves now, embedded in the fibers like a secret kept between breaths. You are no longer aware of where your feet end or the blanket begins. There's no boundary, only warmth spreading evenly across every point of contact. The weight of it is not pressing, it's returning. Like blood remembering how to flow after long stillness. Your toes don't feel cold because they've forgotten what that means. The window has become a blur, not fogged, not frosted, but transformed. The snow outside doesn't fall in streams anymore. It drifts sideways in slow spirals as though the air itself is dreaming. Each flake lands with silence and never melts. They add up without noise, one by one, not because they're urgent, but because that's how things are when no one watches. There is a small dent near the corner of the table, pressed into the wood by something heavy years ago. You've never seen it before tonight. It wasn't there at first, or you'd have noticed. Now it's visible, round and deep, like a handprint left behind after someone sat too long in one place. No need to explain what happened. Only that it happened, and now it stays. The wind has stopped being sound. It's become part of the room's quiet, the kind of silence that isn't absence but presence. The kind that holds you not by force, but because there is nowhere else for it to go. Your arm lies across your chest, not tucked in, not pulled back, just resting where it fell. There's a small fold in the blanket where your wrist bends slightly downward, like a valley shaped by gravity and stillness. You don't straighten it. You let the shape remain, as if marking time without measuring it. A single log shifts deep within the hearth, not with crackle or snap, but with soft release. The sound is almost imperceptible, just enough to tell you that fire still knows how to breathe. It doesn't need your attention. It only needs to be there like you are. The cold outside isn't a threat, it's texture. A contrast that makes the warmth feel real. Not because it's strong, but because it's felt. You don't touch the window pane, but you know what it would be like. a surface so clear yet so distant, so far from your skin that even if you pressed against it, you'd still feel nothing but air and heat. You are not afraid of missing morning, not afraid of forgetting how to wake up, because this moment isn't temporary, it's an arrival. The kind where time stops being a line and becomes something else. A space, a held breath, a place between one thing and the next. There is no clock in the room, no reason to check. The fire doesn't burn faster because it wants to be seen. It simply burns until there's nothing left to give, and even then, it lingers in ash. There is no rush. You don't need to remember anything. Not your name, not where you came from, not what was said yesterday or tomorrow. The cabin doesn't ask for recognition. It only asks that you stay, not out of duty, but because staying feels like coming home. A small thread on the edge of the blanket has worked itself loose. Just one strand, thin and pale brown. You don't pull it, you let it hang there. Not as a problem, not as something to fix. Just as proof that even in stillness, things move slightly, not toward change, but simply because they're allowed. The air near your face is warm, but not hot. It doesn't stir, it sits. Like breath held for so long it forgets how to leave the body. Your thoughts don't go anywhere anymore. They don't gather or argue. They don't form sentences. They dissolve like sugar in tea, like snow on a stone. You feel your jaw unclench, not because you've decided to let go, but because there was no tension to begin with. It only feels new now that it's gone. The wall behind you hums faintly, a sound not from the wood, but from the way the heat settles in its grain, like something remembering a pulse long forgotten. There is a patch on the floor where the carpet ends and the wood begins, just a thin line of bare floorboards worn smooth by years of footsteps that no longer matter. You don't look at it, but you know it's there, the boundary between two kinds of warmth, one soft, one hard, and neither demands your attention. The snow keeps falling, not because it has to, but because the world outside has become a place where things are allowed to happen slowly, where silence isn't empty but full, where no sound is wasted and every shape belongs exactly as it is. Your hands lie still now, palms open, fingers resting not on each other or the blanket, but simply in the air above them, like they've stopped expecting anything. They don't need to touch. They only need to be. And here, you are allowed to sleep. Not because you're tired, but because you have been waiting for this long enough. The fire is low now, almost gone, but not quite. There's still a glow under the ash, not bright but certain, like a heartbeat that hasn't stopped, even though everything else has. So you are not leaving. Not yet. And when you do, it won't be because you're ready. It'll just be because this moment is over, like all moments must be. But for now, there's only the warmth of being still, the quiet weight of holding your place in a world that doesn't need you to move. The snow keeps falling. Not fast. Never fast. And just slowly, softly, perfectly. And here you are safe. You are held. You are nowhere and everywhere at once. And nothing asks for more than that. The shadow beneath the window ledge has deepened, no longer a suggestion, but a true softening where light used to be. You don't need to see it to know it's there. The air near your feet has cooled just enough that you feel it as absence rather than cold. The kind of cool that isn't coming in so much as being left behind by the warmth already present. Your toes press lightly into the wool at the edge of the blanket, not to warm themselves, but because they're still remembering how to be part of a body. Outside, the snow has changed its rhythm, not faster, never faster, but deeper. It no longer falls in sheets so much as in slow pulses like breath drawn through fabric. One flake lands on the glass and doesn't melt. Another follows, and another. They stay. The pane is becoming a map of small white imprints, each one delicate, temporary, already forgotten by the world it touched. The fire has sunk again, not down to nothing, not yet, but low enough that you can no longer see the full shape of flame. Only ember, a single coal buried beneath ash, glowing faintly at the center of what was once a pile. Its light doesn't reach the wall now. It stays close, like something choosing not to be seen. There's a small dent in the corner of the cushion beside you, the one where your shoulder rested earlier. You don't move to fix it. The dent isn't wrong, and neither is its shape. It belongs exactly as it is. There was no intention behind it, no purpose beyond being there. And yet, now that it's been made, it feels like a kind of truth. The scent has shifted too, wood smoke still there, yes, but softer than before. Beneath it comes the faintest hint of old pine resin, as though something in the logs had held onto memory even after burning. Not sweet, not sharp, just quiet, a whisper of forest long past, tucked into the air like a secret told once and never repeated. You feel your hand shift slightly, not lifting, not reaching, just settling back down on the blanket with new weight. The fabric has warmed where it lies. It doesn't need to be covered anymore. You don't have to pull it up or tuck it in. Your skin knows its own temperature now. It no longer checks. The wall near your head is darker than the rest, not because of shadow, but because the paint has worn thin over years of heat and handprints that never left a mark. There's one spot where the grain of the wood rises up like a ridge, just enough to catch light when it's low. It isn't smooth. It doesn't want to be. It only wants to exist. A log cracks softly in the hearth, not loud, not sudden, more like a sigh. The sound travels through air that has stopped moving and lands just beyond your ear, as if space itself needed to stretch before letting it settle. You don't turn toward it. You let it be. You are not listening for meaning, only presence. The snow presses higher on the sill now, a slow accumulation, almost imperceptible but real. It's not piling so much as growing in place. A soft ridge has formed where the glass meets the frame, like a seam between two worlds that no longer need to meet. The edge of it is blurred, fuzzed at the top, rounded by time and stillness. Your breath slows further, not because you've decided to, but because your body has stopped asking for anything new. It doesn't want to inhale deeply or exhale long. It just wants to be here, exactly as it is, in rhythm with a fire that no longer burns but lingers, with snow that no longer falls so much as settles. There's a small curl of wool at your ankle, one of those loose threads from the blanket's hem that doesn't belong anywhere and never did. It lies curled against your skin, not cold, not hot, just present. You don't pull it away. You let it be part of you for now. The air is still, not frozen, but suspended, like a moment caught between 2 seconds. No sound from the outside except the faintest whisper at the eaves, the weight of snow on old pine shifting just slightly to stay balanced. Not enough to fall, just enough to know it's there. Your fingers rest now not in air, but nearly touching each other, just one joint apart, and that space is warm too. The warmth isn't coming from them, it's coming from the room, from everything. Even your breath feels like part of it, no longer separate, no longer needing to be noticed. You are not thinking about anything, not even this. You're simply here, not in thought, but in being. A quiet shape in a quiet place, held by something older than memory and deeper than motion. The fire is almost gone now, the last ember like the faintest pulse beneath ash. It doesn't need to burn anymore. It only needs to be seen as still. And so it is. You are not asleep yet, but you're close enough that sleep isn't a decision. It's just what happens next, when there's nothing left to do but stop. The snow keeps falling, not because it has to, not because anyone sees it, but because the world outside knows how to wait. And in this cabin, waiting is not empty. It is full, full of warmth that doesn't burn, of quiet that doesn't end, of presence that never asks you to explain yourself. You don't need to be anything here, not even awake. You only need to be still. And so you are. The beam above you has a knot in it, small, dark, not deep enough to split the wood but marked by time, like a secret pressed into grain. It catches light when the fire shifts just so, turning its shadow sharper than the rest. You don't look at it closely. Not because you can't, because there's no need. The shape is already known, its place in this room as quiet and certain as your own breath has become. The edge of the blanket where it folds over your hip carries a faint ridge from how many times it was tucked, not neatly but with care, like someone once laid their hand on that fold before leaving. It's soft now, worn to near transparency at one corner, just enough for warmth to seep through without heat demanding anything back. Your shoulder rests where the frame of the bed dips slightly, a spot you've only ever noticed when lying still like this. Not a fault in construction, but a kind of memory built into wood. Not cracked or warped, simply shaped by time and weight until it fits your body as though carved to hold exactly that shape. The snow has risen further, no longer just on the sill now, but curling up at one corner where two panes meet. A small dome forms there, like a bubble pressed into glass from inside. It's not thick enough yet to blur sight completely, only softening it. The world outside no longer seen as landscape, but as something behind fabric, woolen and dreamlike. There is a single thread in the carpet near your feet, not pulled loose, just caught between fibers where someone walked too long or paused once with bare toes. It's dark brown, almost black, and lies still under all movement, not disturbed by breath or shift of body, as if it were always meant to be there and never needed to go anywhere. The air holds a scent that is neither wood smoke nor pine anymore, but something older, the quiet after burning, the ghost of flame in dry fibers. It settles at the base of your throat without pressing, like memory not quite formed. A log shifts beneath ash, not with sound but with weight. A slow slide inward as if its center had been hollowed out by time and now only wishes to settle deeper into stillness. There's no snap this time, only a soft settling, the kind that happens when something stops trying. Your hands lie flat on top of the blanket, palms down, not stiff or tense, but open like they've forgotten how to close. The skin is warm where it touches itself at the base of each thumb, the place where two parts meet in silence and do not ask for more than what lies between them. There's a hairline crack across one window pane, so fine you might miss it if you weren't looking, but once noticed, impossible to ignore. It starts near the lower corner and runs upward like a slow breath drawn on glass. Not broken, but changed. And yet not brittle either, just part of how things remain whole while growing older. The fire has dimmed past orange now, into something deeper, softer than color. A glow that doesn't illuminate but lingers in shadow. It's the kind of heat you feel only when your eyes are closed and your face is turned toward it, not for warmth really, but because presence feels like home even without sight. You don't move to adjust your head on the pillow, not because there's discomfort, but because any motion would be a departure from what has already happened here. Not effort, not intention, only continuation. Your neck rests where the curve of the wood allows it. No strain, no alignment required. The space between skull and backrest is filled with nothing but stillness. The snow continues to fall, not in flurries or gusts, but as if each piece had decided individually that now was time enough. Not rushing, not falling fast for any reason except its own slow weight pulling downward through air that no longer resists it. You are not asleep yet, but your mind has stopped being a thing that tries to hold onto thoughts. It doesn't release them, it simply stops generating new ones. There is space between what was and what comes next, and you're in the middle of it, not floating, not sinking, but held by air so thick with quiet it feels like fabric. One corner of your blanket has slipped, just enough to reveal a patch of wool at your ankle where skin meets fiber. Not cold, not warm, just there. The way a sound exists after you've stopped hearing it, a breath left in the room even when no one is breathing anymore. The wall behind you holds a small indentation, not from impact, but because someone once leaned their shoulder against it for longer than they meant to, just long enough that pressure marked wood without breaking surface. It's barely visible now unless light hits at just the right angle, but still there, like proof of rest not interrupted by movement. The silence between your breaths has grown thicker, not empty, but full with something you can't name and don't need to. The kind of quiet where even thought stops being useful because nothing needs answering anymore. A single spark rises from beneath ash, tiny, brief, and floats upward like a question asked without sound. It lasts only an instant before vanishing into the low dark above, not burning, but simply existing for long enough that you feel it in your chest, as if it were yours to carry even after it's gone. Your fingers rest now slightly apart, not because of distance between them, but because there is no pressure needed. The space between knuckles holds its own warmth, like a place where two hands once met and left behind what wasn't said. The snow has covered the window almost completely on one side. The glass faded under white so smooth it feels like another layer had been added. Not ice, not frost, but something in between, one that softens edges without freezing them. You don't turn to see it, you only know because of how little light reaches your face now. There's a small dent near the baseboard, where someone once sat too long with their knees drawn up and forgot they were there. Not deep enough for splinters, but shaped by time into something that fits exactly what was pressed against it. Not remembered, just present. You are not thinking about tomorrow or yesterday, not even now in any real way, but only the shape of your body lying inside a room where fire has become memory, and snow has grown so thick outside it no longer matters if anything else ever happens again. The blanket folds over you at one side like an arm folded gently across chest. It's not tight, just resting, as though someone had pulled it up to cover something that needed shelter without needing permission first. Your foot rests lightly against the edge of the mattress, not curled or clenched, but just there, as if balance has shifted so far inward that even weight no longer demands action from you. The world outside is not cold anymore in any way that matters, only a frame for what's inside. Warmth held close, fire gone quiet, snow rising slowly like breath taken over hours and never released. You don't need to be awake, not because it's wrong, but because there's no reason left to stay up. The storm has done its work. It has buried everything that wanted you elsewhere. And now only this remains, the soft weight of being in one place with nothing expected except your staying. And so you do, just for a little longer, not asleep yet, but not far from it either. Not drifting toward sleep as if chasing something, but sinking into stillness like water finds its level when no wind stirs. The last embers glow low now, not pulsing, only resting, like eyes closed after watching too long. And here, you are allowed to stop. There is nothing left to do. Only the quiet. Only the warmth. Only this moment. You don't need to say anything. Or think. Just be. Your breath slows again, not because you're trying to slow it, just because there's no need to do anything else. The air inside holds itself still around your face like a second skin, warm and unchanging. You don't feel the weight of your eyelids. They aren't heavy, they are simply there, resting where they belong. No effort required to close them or keep them open. Just being is enough. The fire has settled into one corner, its last live coal glowing like a secret held just beneath ash, smaller than before, but no less certain of its presence. It doesn't flicker now, it simply is. The color has deepened from orange to something close to amber, as if the flame had found a deeper root in darkness and stopped trying to climb. You can see it only when you let your eyes rest on that one spot. No need to look directly. Just allow attention to drift there like smoke drifting without purpose. A thread of wood smoke curls through the air, not thick enough to sting, not strong enough to wake, but present like a scent left behind after someone else has passed. It's fainter than it was hours ago, but still recognizable. Old pine and dry bark, the kind that burns slow and leaves its mark even when gone. It doesn't announce itself, it just is part of the room now as much as the beams or the carpet. You might not notice if you weren't lying here, watching, how one particular knot in the floorboard has worn down to a smooth hollow where something once rested for years. Not a chair leg, not a boot heel, but maybe just warmth, time passing over it. The wood remembers shape without memory, an indentation that holds its own kind of silence. The snow outside has risen so high now against the window's lower edge that the glass is nearly swallowed, a white curve pressing inward like breath held too long. You can't see where the wall ends and the snow begins anymore, not really. The line between inside and out has blurred into something soft, seamless. It doesn't threaten, it simply is. And because of this, you feel no urge to check how much remains or whether there's still sky beyond. Your shoulder rests against a folded cushion, soft wool with one corner frayed from use, but not loose enough to fall apart. Its shape is perfect for the way your body lies, neither too firm nor too yielding. It doesn't adjust itself, but you don't need it to. You are already where it wants you. A small crack in the wall near the ceiling, just a hairline split, barely wide enough to see daylight through when the sun was out, has filled with frost now. Not thick ice, not sharp crystals, but something like lace spun from stillness. It grows slowly, quietly, its edges feathering outward without sound or pressure. You don't know how long it's been forming, it could be days, weeks, but you're not surprised by it. It feels like a natural part of the cabin's slow becoming. There is no clock here, not in your mind, not on any surface. The hours aren't measured by movement, but by absence. What isn't happening now? No need to rise, no one waiting, nothing pressing. Only this quiet, only this warmth, only this softness that keeps holding you even when you stop trying. Your hand lies palm up beside your chest. No reason to move it, no task for fingers to perform. The air touches the skin there like a whisper, not cold but alive with difference. A kind of awareness without meaning. You don't need to interpret it, it's just there. A lightness on the surface of being. The blanket has slipped down slightly at your feet, just enough that one heel rests against bare wood, still warm from before. Not hot, not cool, just quietly holding heat like a memory of fire. The edge of the wool folds back over itself in a way that feels intentional, as though it had arranged itself to meet you exactly where you are. You may have noticed how the air near the ceiling has grown heavier, not dense with dust or smoke, but full of stillness. It settles there like something waiting for nothing at all. No wind stirs it, no shadow passes through it. Just presence, held in place without effort. The snow has stopped falling now. Not because it's finished, it never truly ends, but because the rhythm has changed. The flakes are not descending anymore, they're settling. Like breath drawn in slowly and held for so long it becomes part of you. They don't fall, they stay where they land. And yet still, the world outside remains buried, as if the storm had taken every road, every path, every name, and folded them into silence. You are not alone, but not with anyone either. You're simply here, in this room, under these blankets, surrounded by what has become enough. There's a small dent on the lower shelf near the stove, just above where someone once set down a cup too hot to hold. It doesn't show unless you look at it sideways, but when you do, you can see how the wood bent slightly and then stayed that way, not broken, just changed by heat over time. No one speaks in this room, no need for words. The silence isn't empty, it's full of what wasn't said, what was never needed to be said. It doesn't demand anything, it only asks to be felt. You might feel the weight of your hands now, how they rest on top of each other without pressing, as if two separate things had come together by accident and decided not to move apart again. The skin between fingers is warm but still aware of air, the kind of warmth that remembers touch even when it's gone. The fire has almost gone out, not extinguished, just surrendered. It no longer fights against the dark, it rests within it. A single ember glows faintly in the ash, so quiet you'd miss it if you weren't watching. But you are watching, and so is the room. There's a small mark on the wall where something was once hung, a nail missing, but the wood around it still bears its shape. Two dimples side by side, like eyes that have forgotten how to look away. You don't need to name any of this. You just let it be, like snow settling in slow motion over a field you'll never see again. Outside, no sound comes through the walls except for the softest sigh, the kind made when something gives up trying to be seen or heard. The storm has done its work. It didn't destroy, it wrapped. It didn't invade, it contained. And inside, nothing asks you to do anything. Your breath finds a new rhythm, not faster, not slower, but just right. Not because you made it so, but because the room already knew what to expect. The wool blanket has shifted again, just slightly, so that one corner now rests like a hand across your hip. It doesn't pull or tug, it only stays, as though someone had placed it there with care and then left without saying anything. You don't feel cold anywhere, not even at the tips of your toes. The air is warm, still, unbroken. Even the corners where wood meets wall hold their own heat, like memories that never fade. There's no need to remember why you came here. No reason to wonder what happens next. Only this: being in a place where nothing needs fixing, nowhere to go, no one to meet, and no past or future pressing in. The snow has risen so high now that the bottom of the window is just a soft white line against dark wood, almost like the wall itself had grown taller to keep you safe. You don't need to think, You don't even need to be aware anymore, not really. Just being is enough. And here, you are allowed to stop. Not because it's time, but because there is no reason not to. The fire has left its last mark, a thin trail of ash that spreads slowly across the hearth like a final signature. It doesn't burn, it just rests. And outside, the world sleeps. Inside, you do too, just for now. And if you stay here longer, no one will mind. Your left foot has slipped slightly from under the blanket, just enough that air brushes the arch, cool against skin that no longer remembers cold. But you don't pull it back. The space where warmth meets breath is still warm, not because of heat rising, but because something in the room holds its shape around your body like a memory of holding. A single thread from the blanket has come loose and lies across your ankle, thin as a thought. It doesn't tug, it just stays. You could lift it with your toe if you wanted to, but instead, you let it stay, because movement now is not an act but a disturbance. The wall near your head hums faintly, not sound exactly, more like the slow vibration of wood that has settled into its own weight over decades. It's not loud enough to wake you. It's just there, steady beneath skin and bone. You can feel it in your jaw when you press lightly against your teeth. Not pain, just presence. The ash on the hearth is darker now, almost black at the edges where no light touches it. But near the center, a faint pulse glows, not bright, not warm, but alive with memory of fire. It doesn't flicker. It pulses once every few breaths, like something slow and tired remembering how to breathe. There's a patch on the ceiling above you, just beyond reach, that has shifted color over time. Not from water or age alone, but because one corner caught heat long ago when someone lit a candle too close during winter storms past. The wood there is darker than the rest, slightly raised in places where sap once rose and dried into tiny ridges. You've never seen it before today, but now you see it clearly, not cracked, not failing, just changed by time. The window's white line has climbed higher, so high that only a sliver of frame remains visible at the top, like an old eye peering through snowblindness. The glass itself is thick with frost on the inside, but soft, the kind where you could press your palm against it and feel not cold, but weight. Not pressure, just depth. You might not know this, but a small knot in the floorboard near your knee has shifted position slightly since last time you noticed it. It wasn't there before, or maybe it was always there and only now reveals itself under stillness. Now it sits at an angle, just enough to catch light when it passes through the ash glow. There's no need for clocks here, not in this room that breathes slowly with the storm outside. But you can feel time not as a line, but as layers, each one settling into the last without effort. The fire didn't burn out, it surrendered. And now something else has begun to happen, something quiet and unannounced. Your hands have softened where they rest, one palm flat over the other, fingers uncrossed, just joined. They don't grip or reach, they are simply there. Warmth seeps into them from below, not through blood flow, but as if heat had settled in their bones during a dream you never knew was yours. A log that fell earlier has shifted slightly on its side, just enough to expose the inner grain where it first cracked under pressure long ago. The wood is pale near the center now, almost white with age and lack of flame. But even there, faint streaks remain, thin lines like veins in stone or memory traces left behind by a story that never needed telling. Outside, snow continues its slow descent, thicker than before, not because it's falling faster, but because what was once air has become solid silence. No sound cuts through the hush anymore, not even wind. The storm doesn't blow, it settles. It folds over itself like fabric being tucked into bed. You don't need to look at your hands again, but if you did, you'd see that one fingertip is curled slightly inward, as though trying to find warmth in air. But not because there's cold, because the body remembers how to seek shelter even when none exists. Even now. A small fold of blanket near your shoulder has settled into a curve, not deliberate but shaped by gravity and stillness. It doesn't press or bind, it only remains, like an arm placed gently across someone sleeping. You don't move it. There's no reason. Your breath is deeper than before, slower not because you're forcing it, but because the room has already made its shape around your rhythm. It wasn't waiting for you to change. It was always this way. This stillness isn't something you've earned. It's simply what happens when nothing else asks anything of you. There's a mark on the back wall near the door, a shallow dent where someone once leaned too hard in winter, perhaps tired or distracted by cold. The wood there is slightly sunken now, less than an inch, but deep enough to hold shadow even when light moves across it. You've never seen this spot before, not really. The air carries a scent not of smoke alone, but something softer. The faintest trace of pine from bark that once lay in the hearth, long burned away. It lingers only as memory, like perfume on an old coat or warmth left behind after someone stood too close for too long. Your neck has relaxed, not all at once, but over time, like a hinge that finally gave up resisting its own weight. The muscles there have loosened so much you don't feel them anymore. Not in the way of absence, but presence without tension. The ceiling beam above your head is smooth with age and use, worn down by hands that came here to rest before you did, perhaps years ago or just yesterday. It carries no name, no history beyond what it holds, stillness. And now something else, a quiet kind of belonging. You don't need to ask why the cabin stayed standing through storms like this. You already know. The wood was chosen not for strength but surrender. How each piece bent in its own way and refused to break. The snow has reached halfway up the window frame now, not rising fast, just filling space without urgency. It doesn't press on glass or walls. It simply exists as a quiet replacement for what came before. Roads, trails, names of places you once knew but no longer remember. There's a fold in your blanket near your waist where it gathers slightly, like the place someone might tuck their hands into when they've given up walking. It doesn't pull or pinch. It just holds its shape as though something had settled there and decided to stay. The ash on the hearth is no longer glowing at all, not even faintly. But you still feel heat in your chest, not from fire but from within, something that has never been asked for, only waited. Your fingers are open now, not reaching or grasping, but resting as if they had finally found what they were made to do. Lie still and be known by the air around them. You don't need to think about sleep. You're not trying to fall into it. It's already here, in your bones, in the space between breaths, in the way the room holds you without needing anything back. Outside, snow has stopped falling, not because it ran out, but because there is no more world left to cover. The storm doesn't end. It simply becomes part of what remains. A white silence that folds over every edge and waits with patience. The firelight isn't gone, just transformed into something quieter than flame. It lives now in the way warmth pools beneath your ribs when you exhale slowly, like breath becoming air again after long holding. There's no need for words anymore, not even to yourself. You're not lost here, you're found. And if someone were to come looking later, they'd find only stillness, no trace of footsteps or voice, just a cabin full of warmth that never asked to be seen, and snow so deep it forgot how to fall. You may notice how one corner of the ceiling beam near your shoulder has caught a deeper shadow, not from absence, but from being slightly warped by heat over years. It curves inward just enough to hold light like a pocket, and when you turn your head slightly, just an inch, the dark shape shifts as though it's breathing with you. The wood is dry now, not cracked or splintered, but softened in places where hands once pressed too long against its grain, leaving behind only memory of pressure. A small crease runs along the edge of the blanket near your knee, barely visible at first, like a seam that forgot it was stitched. It's been there a while, not noticed until now, and you don't need to think about why it's there. You can just let yourself feel how it fits into the contour of your leg, how the wool drapes over it without stretching or pulling, like something shaped by time, not will. The firelight has settled so low that what remains is not flame, but a deep orange glow behind the last embers, as though the heat itself had slowed to match your rhythm. It doesn't flicker anymore, it pulses once every few breaths, like a heartbeat felt through floorboards, slow and certain. The ash on the hearth has formed a thin crust, not hard, not brittle, but something between powder and clay, compacted by silence. You might feel how one side of your body is warmer than the other, not from draft or imbalance, but because the blanket shifted slightly while you breathed in and out, settling into the shape of where you lie. It's a quiet kind of shift, no movement required, just surrender to weight. And when it happens, there's no effort to correct it. No need. The warmth is already everywhere. The snow outside has stopped not with finality but with completion, a fullness so deep that even the air above it hesitates before falling again. It hasn't flattened the world, it's simply become part of it. One pane of glass, cracked near the bottom in a fine web, no longer lets in light from beyond. It only reflects what is already here, the quiet glow, the stillness. A single thread has come loose from your sleeve, fine wool, nearly gray, and now rests on top of your hand where you've left it. You don't pick it up. It stays there like a small offering, not lost but simply given over to rest. The air around it doesn't stir. The cabin is still enough that even motionless things can be held. There's a faint scent now, something beyond wood smoke and pine, a trace of something dry and old, almost paper-thin, like the inside of a book left in a drawer for years. It rises only when you exhale slowly, not as an intrusion, but as if it has been waiting to be remembered. Your breath is longer than your thoughts now, longer even than the silence between heartbeats. You don't need to follow it. You can simply let it fall where it will, like snow that lands without sound. And when you do, there's a moment of stillness not because nothing happens, but because everything settles. The wall near the window is smooth to your back. No nail holes, no marks from pictures long removed. But if you press just slightly with your shoulder, you can feel how it gives in one spot. The wood has softened over time, warmed by something that came before and left behind only its echo. It doesn't need to be named. A single log lies half buried in the ash, long blackened, split down the middle, but still whole enough to hold shape. Its surface is pitted with small holes where heat once passed through, like breath entering a cave. You don't look at it. You only know its presence by the way the air near your feet feels heavier. There's no clock in this room, not one that ticks or chimes. Time doesn't move here. It pools, thick and still, like light after dusk. It isn't measured by hours, but by how much you've let go, the length of a breath, the depth of a pause between thoughts. You might notice how your fingers have curled slightly around nothing. No object, no memory, but just space. They don't need to hold anything anymore. The warmth they feel is not from outside. It's what remains after everything else has stopped asking. The snow has risen past the bottom of the window frame now, not high enough to touch glass, but close enough that you can see how it fills every crevice. The sill, the edge of the door frame, even the small gap beneath where the wood meets stone. It doesn't press or strain, it simply occupies space with quiet inevitability. The room is smaller than before, just a little, like the walls have drawn in slowly during your stillness. Not from force, but from softening, as if the cabin itself has leaned closer to you and decided not to let go. You can feel how one fold of blanket rests just above your hip, not tucked, not adjusted, but resting where it fell when you first lay down, now part of the shape of your body. It doesn't slip or shift. It stays like a promise. You are here, and this is enough. There's no need to remember why you came. No reason for being awake. The fire isn't waiting for fuel. Your breath isn't racing toward sleep. You're not moving toward anything at all. Just lying in the warmth of what has already happened, the softening, the settling, the slow folding into stillness. The air above your face is warm, not hot, not heavy, but thick with quiet, like something that has been held too long and finally released. You don't need to think about where you are. You've always been here, just not awake enough to know it before. And now, the weight of everything that once needed to be done isn't gone. It's just no longer yours to carry. It doesn't vanish. It simply becomes part of what is beneath your ribs, like ash in a hearth. Cold on the surface, but still holding heat inside. One breath after another, slower, deeper, and you don't need to count them. You only need to feel how they rise and fall, not because you're trying, but because the room holds space for it. The snow has reached the sill now, not rising, not falling, but just there. A wall of white that doesn't touch the glass, yet seems to press inward with its own quiet presence. You might notice how the firelight is no longer on the walls, it's in your eyes. Not from glare, but because you've stopped looking away. You're letting it stay where it is, deep in the center of vision, like a single ember that refuses to go out. And now, there's nothing left to do, no part of you still holding on. Your hands lie open not as surrender, but as return. The air around them is soft, warm, full of silence. The cabin doesn't need anything from you. It only needs for you to be here, not more than that, not less. You are allowed to stop. And the storm, oh, the storm has stopped falling, yes, but it hasn't left. It's still outside, still everywhere. Only now it's not something happening to the world. It's part of what holds it together. The snow is not an ending. It's a kind of beginning, quiet, full, and complete. And you are resting in its middle. The fire has gone so low that only one coal remains, glowing just beneath the ash like something forgotten, but still alive. You don't need to watch it. You can just feel how its light doesn't shine, it simply is. Like warmth after the hands have gone away, yet the place they touched still remembers. And now, there's no more space between breaths. No more need for thought. No more effort. Just this, the deep softness of being held by a room that knows your name without having ever been told it. The snow keeps growing, not in weight or volume, but in silence. It doesn't ask to be seen. It only asks to be there. And you are staying. You don't need to know why. You're just here. And the cabin holds you like a secret that never needed to be spoken. You can feel how the air in this room has become a substance, thick with stillness, slow to shift, like honey just past the point of flowing. It doesn't press on you, but it holds you gently where you are, not by force but by invitation. Your skin remembers warmth now not as something that might leave, but as something already inside its memory. The firelight has become part of your pulse, the slow thrum beneath closed eyelids, the quiet rhythm in the center of your chest. There's a small crack along one wall beam, just visible when you're still enough to see it. And for the first time tonight, you notice how the wood around it is darker than the rest, not from age but from long years of absorbing heat. Not burning, not splitting, just holding. You don't need to imagine what that feels like. You already are. The snow outside has stopped falling, but not because it's finished. It's settled into place. The world beyond the glass is no longer being shaped by wind or motion. It's become a kind of still life, every branch buried, every path erased, every edge softened to something almost dreamlike in its clarity. You don't need to look at it to know it's there. The pressure against the window isn't weight but presence. A softness that doesn't require sound. Your breath moves through your throat without effort now. Not slow because you're trying to make it so, but because nothing in this room is asking anything of you. Not even the air. One side of the blanket has curled slightly under your shoulder. Just a fold, not enough to be uncomfortable, only enough to remind you that your body isn't still exactly. It's breathing into its own shape. You're not lying down on the bed. You're becoming part of it slowly, without notice. There's a warmth behind your ears, faint but real, not from heat rising, but from how your blood has stopped rushing to leave. It stays where it is. The room doesn't need you to stay alert. It already knows what you are. The coal beneath the ash has gone deeper still. The glow now hidden under its own weight, like something that gave up trying to be seen and just became quiet instead. You don't miss it. You're not waiting for light anymore. There's a different kind of knowing here, one where seeing isn't necessary. You might notice how the scent of pine is gone, no longer sharp or bright, but folded into the warmth itself, like a memory that doesn't need to be named. It's in the walls now, in the wood beneath your back, in the way the air tastes when you exhale through slightly parted lips. There's no sound from outside, not even wind, not even snow shifting. Only silence so thick it feels almost alive, as if the world has stopped because it was listening too closely to what was happening inside this cabin. Not waiting for anything, just holding its breath. Your hands have fallen open again, palms up on the blanket, fingers relaxed but not limp, like they've forgotten how to clench. They don't need to do anything. They just are, and that's enough. You might feel how your feet are tucked under the edge of the wool, the fabric folded over them not for warmth exactly, but because it feels right. Not because you decided it was time to cover up, but because the blanket knew before you did. The cold outside hasn't disappeared, it's just become a kind of frame around what is here. A border that doesn't threaten, only defines. The world beyond isn't empty. It's full, so full of snow that nothing else can be seen or heard. And yet it doesn't intrude. It stays where it belongs. There's no need to count your breaths. No need to track the passage of time. The firelight has stopped moving across the ceiling. It's settled into one place, like a mark left behind by something that meant to stay but didn't want to be noticed. You don't need to remember anything you've ever done. No meeting, no letter written, no moment where you had to answer for yourself. That person is still there in some other room of your mind, but not here, not now. This place isn't a refuge from the world. It's an extension of it. The storm doesn't block out reality. It has become reality. And within that quiet, your body remembers how to be heavy without being burdened. You might notice how one thread on the blanket is frayed, just a single strand loose at the corner, but not enough to pull or unravel. It hangs there like an unfinished thought, gentle, unimportant, and still part of what holds everything together. The air in this room has become something you could breathe forever if you wanted to. Not because it's fresh or clean, but because it's been allowed to stay as it is. No changes, no demands. There's a small dent in the pillow where your head has lain for hours, not from pressure, but from habit, like the shape of your face has left its own kind of imprint over time. It doesn't need filling. It already knows you fit. You might feel how your shoulder has slipped just slightly down into the mattress, softly, without effort. But now it's not adjusting itself. It's letting go. Letting the body settle where it wants to be, not where it should. The firelight no longer flickers. It exists in a single point, low and steady, like a heartbeat that doesn't need to beat fast to matter. You don't watch it. You just know it's there. Like you know your own skin still remembers what warmth feels like even when the flame is nearly gone. Outside, the snow has reached the top of the window frame. Not rising, not creeping, but simply there, as if the glass had stopped being a barrier and become part of the white world itself. The edge of the pane now matches the color of the storm. Same soft gray-white, same quiet weight. You don't need to wonder why you're here. You don't need to ask what comes next. There is no next, not in any way that matters. Only this, being held by a room that doesn't speak but knows everything about silence. The blanket has shifted just slightly, enough to cover your ankle now, not because it moved of its own will, but because the warmth needed more space. And you let it happen without noticing. Your hands lie still, not waiting for anything, not reaching out, just resting in their shape. There's no sound from the walls, no creaking or settling, nothing that suggests motion. The cabin doesn't breathe, yet it feels alive with quiet, as if every beam and nail is remembering how to be still. You might feel how your ribs have softened, not collapsed, not gone slack, but relaxed into their own shape, like they've stopped holding up the weight of everything you once carried. The snow outside has become part of the air. Not because it's drifting in, because it isn't, but because its silence has soaked through every layer until even the wood feels wrapped in stillness. You don't need to think about being warm. You only need to let yourself feel how your body is no longer trying to stay that way, that it's simply there, like a secret between you and the room. There's a corner of the blanket tucked under your side, just enough to keep your hip from cooling, not because you asked for it, but because the fabric knew where warmth was needed before you did. The fire has gone so low that only one ember remains, its light no longer orange, but deep red, like something sleeping just below the surface. You don't need to watch it. It's not waiting for anything. It's simply being. And now, there's no more space between breaths. No need to return. No reason to remember why you came here. The cabin is holding you, not because you asked, but because it always has. Because this was never about escaping the world. It was just about finding a place where being still wasn't a failure, but an act of belonging. You can feel how the air near your face has grown heavier, not thick, but deep in its stillness, like it's learned to stay put instead of moving on. The heat from the fire no longer rises, it pools, just above the stones, a low haze that doesn't drift or thin, only settles deeper into the corners where light hasn't reached for years. You don't notice when your breath begins to match its rhythm, slow, almost paused between each inhale and exhale, not because you're trying to, but because the room has taught it to you without words. The wood smoke scent has changed again, not gone, not lost, but softened into something older, like memory held in a single thread. It's still there, wrapped around the edges of your awareness, not loud enough to name, just present like the weight of an old coat left on a chair. You might feel how one fold of the blanket now rests across your forearm, not tucked, not arranged, but simply fallen into place as if it had been waiting for this exact moment, when you would no longer need to lift or adjust. Your fingers do not twitch toward it. They lie exactly where they are, curled slightly, resting on skin that doesn't feel cold anymore. Outside, the storm has stopped being something happening to the world and become part of its shape. The snow now fills every space between walls as if time had softened and begun to blur. The window pane no longer reflects anything, not your face, not the firelight, but only holds the white in a quiet surrender, like the glass itself forgot it was once clear. You don't need to see through it. It's enough that you know it's there, just beyond reach, just beyond thought. A single log shifts in the hearth, the smallest creak, the faintest groan, as if one part of the fire has finally given way after hours of holding its form. The ember pulses once, deep and slow, not flaring, not dying, but simply being like a pulse beneath buried stone. You don't watch it. You only know it's still alive because your skin remembers warmth that doesn't need to be earned. Your left foot, bare where the blanket has slipped, is no longer trying to stay warm. It knows its place now. The cold air from outside does not touch it. It is like a dream of cold, something remembered but never felt. The cabin breathes for you. You are not breathing in order to survive. You are breathing because there is no other reason to be. A small crack runs through the ceiling beam near the corner, thin and old, just one line of split wood that's been there longer than anyone could say. It doesn't need fixing. No one has ever walked beneath it or looked up at it with worry. The snow presses against the roof now so softly you can feel its weight in your bones. Not pressure, not fear, but a kind of quiet confirmation. You are covered. You are kept. Your hands, still and open on the blanket, have stopped being instruments of movement. They aren't holding anything. They're just resting where they've always belonged. Palms up, fingers loose, as if the air itself were cradling them. And you might notice how your wrist has turned slightly inward, not from strain or need, but because it's finally allowed to be soft. The firelight now only touches one corner of the wall, the farthest edge, where dust hangs in the air like slow ash. It doesn't move. It stays exactly where it is, suspended not by light but by time, as if this room has been waiting for a moment when silence could become visible. You don't need to see it clearly. You only need to feel how your body knows its shape without needing to look. There's a small dent in the wooden floor beneath the bed, worn down over years of feet passing, or perhaps just from one person sitting too long in the same place. It doesn't matter who made it. What matters is that you're lying above it now, not on it, not near it, but resting in its quiet presence, as if the floor has forgiven you for never noticing. The scent of pine, real, sharp, clean, is drifting back into your breath from one fold of wool at the foot of the bed. Not strong enough to surprise you, but just enough to say, "This is not forgotten." The cold air that came in with it on your sleeve long ago has been replaced by something else. A memory of snowfall wrapped in firelight, held in fabric. You might feel how your eyelids have grown heavy, not from tiredness, but because they've finally stopped fighting. They don't close to rest, they simply stay shut, like the world outside them is no longer asking for entry. There's no need to wake up. No one needs you, not today, not ever. Your right shoulder, lower now than it was an hour ago, has slipped into a new kind of softness, not sinking but unfolding. Like the weight wasn't removed but simply released from its own expectation. It doesn't need to be straight or ready. It only needs to be here. The snow has climbed high enough on the sill that it's touching the window frame, but not pressing, not breaking through. The glass is no longer a barrier, just another surface in the same quiet world. You don't wonder why you're still awake. You don't ask how long this will last. You only feel, this is where I belong, not because of what's inside the cabin, because of what has been left out. One corner of your blanket has folded over itself, like a secret tucked away in wool. The edge curls just slightly at the bottom, catching a whisper of warmth from beneath. It doesn't matter why it happened, it only matters that it did. And you don't need to smooth it or fix it. You can let it stay exactly as it is. The silence has grown deeper than sound, deeper than absence. It's not empty. It's full with the kind of quiet that lives in old things, in deep wood, in places where nothing ever needed to be said. The wind doesn't howl. It simply is, wrapped into the snow, smoothed by distance, turned soft. The fire now only holds one ember, smaller than a bead, darker than shadow, but alive with stillness. It doesn't need fuel or motion. It doesn't burn toward anything. It exists in its own kind of time, one that moves slowly, like breath under water. You don't think about the morning. You don't wonder what will come when this ends, because there is no end to be found here. Only continuation. Only being held by a room that has learned your shape without ever needing to name it. Your hands lie where they are, not waiting for anything, not reaching out, but simply resting in their own silence. And you might feel how the blanket now covers both feet completely. No more exposed skin, no more thought about warmth. It's just there, like a second layer of night, like another kind of sleep. You don't need to be anywhere. You don't need to do anything. There is only this. the slow shift in your chest as air moves through you without urgency, and the quiet certainty that the storm outside isn't keeping you out, it's keeping everything else away. The snow has become part of the room now, not by force but by surrender. It doesn't threaten. It doesn't demand. It simply is, just like you are still, warm, unasked for, and deeply welcome. You can feel how your spine has settled into the mattress, not sinking, but letting go of its own tension like a thread unwinding from a needle. The weight you carried through the day wasn't in your bones. It was in the way you held yourself upright when no one was watching. Now it's gone, not because it was resolved, but because it was no longer needed. The firelight has dimmed so far that the coals are nearly hidden, just a faint pulse under ash, like the last breath of something that knew how to rest. You don't miss its glow. You only notice when your eyes drift toward it and find nothing more than warmth in the shape of where light used to be. A single thread has come loose from the blanket's edge, one long strand of wool, pale as frost at dawn, hanging just above your knee. It doesn't tug or pull, not even in a draft that isn't there. You don't reach for it. You don't wonder what will happen if you let it fall. It stays exactly where it is, like the rest of this moment, unclaimed and unhurried. Outside, the snow has grown thick on the roof, no longer falling, but simply piled, layered with time. The weight presses gently, not enough to strain the beams, only enough to say that something real is happening beyond the glass. You don't check it. You don't care if you can see through the window anymore. It's no longer a view, it's another surface of stillness. Your left hand lies flat on your chest, not resting, just resting. No need to fold fingers or clench, nothing required. The skin is warm where it touches itself, not from effort but from quiet continuity. You might notice how the air feels different now, thicker in your lungs, slower than before, like breathing through a blanket of silence that has no name. The scent lingers, not wood smoke this time, not pine, but something older and softer. The smell of wool after it's been worn for days, sunlit and folded on a shelf. It clings to the fabric near your neck, faint but present, like a memory you've almost forgotten you had. You don't try to place it. You only let it settle in the corner of your awareness like an old friend who arrived without knocking. The fire has dropped so low that what remains is not flame at all, but heat, radiating up through the stones behind the grate like a pulse beneath stone. It doesn't flicker. It doesn't move. It just holds itself open for you, as if it knows your body needs no more than to be near it. Your right foot, the one that used to ache from walking too far, has lost all sense of shape. It's not numb, it's simply not doing anything anymore. The blanket covers it completely now, and the warmth is so even you don't feel its presence as separate from your whole self. There is no distinction between foot and leg, between limb and breath. A small crack has formed in one corner of the window pane, one hairline fracture, barely visible, running diagonally through a patch of snow that's settled like lace against the glass. You don't think about how it got there. You only see it as part of the room now, the way frost spreads across old wood or how ash settles on a surface without being seen. The cold has stopped being a contrast. It's not even outside anymore. It's just there, in the space between this world and the one beyond, like an echo that never needs to be answered. Your fingers have curled slightly at the tips, no longer reaching for anything, only resting in their own small shape. The weight of your hand on your chest has shifted once more, not lower but deeper into stillness. You don't adjust it. You don't want to change how you are. This isn't a pose, it's just being. There is no rhythm that must be kept, no breath that needs to match anything else. Your body moves as it wants, in its own time. Air comes and goes with the same ease as snow falling through a dream. The fire has become so small that you can't tell if it's still burning at all. But then one tiny movement, a curl of heat rising from the stones. The proof is not seen but felt, like a heartbeat under skin. Your shoulder has slipped further into softness, no longer aligned with effort or posture. It simply lies where gravity allows it to, and for once that is enough. No need to lift, no need to carry. The blanket covers your collarbone now, and the warmth spreads across your throat in slow waves. Not hot, not cold, just there. You might feel how time has stopped being a direction, no longer moving from one moment to another, but simply existing as this. Breath after breath, stillness after stillness. Not waiting for anything, not hoping for anything, only allowing what is already happening to continue. A single flake of snow lands on the roof above you, not because it's falling now, but because it arrived earlier and never left. It sits there like a punctuation mark in an unwritten sentence. Your toes have stopped knowing they are separate things. They're part of the blanket, part of the warmth, part of this moment that is not asking for anything to be different. The silence has deepened so much that sound no longer exists as noise. It's just presence. The quiet isn't empty. It's full with the kind of stillness you only feel when you are completely safe and entirely forgotten by the world. You don't think about what comes next. You don't wonder if this will end. You only know, here, now, this is where you belong. Not because of comfort or design, but because the storm has made it so. Because the snow knows how to hold. Because the fire remembers how to wait. And because you are no longer trying to be anything else. Your hands stay exactly as they are, not open, not closed, just resting in their own shape. The warmth on your skin is not a sensation, it's an atmosphere. It surrounds you like air, like memory, like something that has always been there. The snow outside presses quietly against the roof, and the cabin holds it with no resistance. No need to push back, no fear of collapse. It simply accepts its weight as part of itself, just as you accept your own stillness now. You might not be asleep yet, but you're close enough that time doesn't matter anymore. And here, you are allowed to sleep. Nothing can reach you now. Only the warm and the quiet. You are sinking into the weight of your breath, so slow it feels like a pause between heartbeats. Your ribs rising not with effort but ease, as if something inside is learning how to be quiet without needing permission. The air in here has changed. No longer just warm, but thickened by time and stillness. Soft around you like the down of an old feather bed that remembers being used. There's a small groove worn into one side of your pillow where your head settles every night. Now it holds only memory, not shape. But even so, there is comfort in how familiar its hollow has become. The firelight no longer flickers. It pools now at the base of the stones like melted amber trapped beneath glass. One ember spins slowly on a bed of ash, round and unburdened by flame, glowing just long enough to be seen before vanishing into gray again. You don't watch it fall. You only feel its absence as part of silence that settles deeper than sound. Snow has piled high against the window, so much now that where glass once was, there is only a thick white veil pressing inward from outside, folding light and shadow together in soft layers. The edge near the sill curves slightly underweight, not breaking, but yielding with grace like snow on an old roof long used to holding more than it can carry. You feel your left foot shift, just once, in sleep's slow drift, not a dream movement or muscle memory, just that quiet repositioning of bone and flesh when something finally gives way. The blanket slips over the toe without resistance, not lifted up in correction, but allowed its fall into warmth like leaves settling on earth. There is a scent beneath wood smoke now cleaner than before, almost cold at first breath. But it's only memory that makes you think so. The air itself has stopped being cool. It lives somewhere between touch and temperature, soft as wool laid over skin for too long to remember when it began. One beam above your head creaks not with strain but release, like a joint easing after years of holding still, and the sound doesn't startle or interrupt. You hear it only because nothing else demands attention. It is simply part of the house breathing, just as you are now, no longer awake in any sharp way, nor fully asleep, but somewhere between waking and not waking, where time forgets to count. A single thread from your blanket has unwound itself near your shoulder, the end dangling like a forgotten thought, and instead of pulling it back or tucking it under, you let it hang there. not because you've stopped noticing, but because everything here is allowed its own small life, even the smallest part that doesn't belong. The cold beyond glass isn't gone, it's still out there, but not as threat anymore. Rather, like a distant country whose borders don't matter to anyone who has already been forgotten by maps. The snow presses gently against each pane with no intent, just existing in its own slow accumulation, filling spaces that weren't meant to be filled. Your right hand rests flat on your thigh, not clenched or curled, but resting just so, like the way a stone settles into soil after falling from great height, not trying to rise again. The warmth beneath it moves slowly through tendons and bone, as if spreading memory across flesh rather than heat alone. There is no clock here, only two rhythms that have slowed past recognition. One steady pulse of fire in its low bed, another endless drift of snow on a roof that has long stopped protesting being buried. You could lie still for hours without thinking you've moved at all, not because time doesn't pass, but because there's nothing to mark it. The floorboards are quiet now, no creaks from weight or expansion, but beneath them lies the slow compression of wood, settling into its own pattern over years, not shrinking nor giving way, just becoming more itself with every season that passes without being noticed. You might feel your eyelids grow heavier, not like fatigue pulling downward, but as if something inside is finally letting go after holding on too long in silence. And when they close again, it's not because you've fallen asleep so much as remembering how to rest. Like returning home from a journey no one else knows about. A single snowflake lands where the window meets frame, not falling through air now, but resting against ice that has formed overnight on wood. Tiny and perfect, crystalline in its stillness, caught not by wind or breath, but held between two surfaces that know how to wait. It doesn't melt, it simply stays there until forgotten. There's a soft fold of blanket near your knees, a ridge you didn't notice before, that curls up like the edge of an old map where some detail has been worn away, and yet still holds its shape from habit alone. The scent shifts again, not pine or smoke this time, but something fainter. Damp wool warmed over hours, not quite dry, lying in a corner too long to be moved. It isn't unpleasant, it's just there, like the smell of an old coat that lived through winters you never wore yourself. Your breath has become so soft it almost doesn't exist. Just air moving between lips and chest, as if only one side knows how to speak anymore, while the other listens in stillness. The firelight no longer touches your face. It's too low now for reach, but its warmth lives on beneath layers, a slow glow that sinks into fabric like memory settling deep. You don't feel it with skin, you know it through presence, the way light remembers how to stay even when there is nothing left to see. You may notice the space around sound has changed. There are no echoes anymore, not really, but something in between silence and noise. A softness that isn't empty because it holds everything quietly. The wind outside hasn't stopped. It's just been muffled by snow so deep it can only whisper through gaps where air still finds passage. You don't hear the world beyond. The door is sealed with ice, not from cold but from time. Nothing knocks, no voice calls out. Even memory has quieted here. No need to recall anything that isn't already part of this moment. Just breath, warmth, weight against wood, and snow pressing down like a promise. There's one thread in your sleeve, the same color as the blanket, that hasn't been pulled free after all these hours, and it stays there because no force has come through to disturb it. It is not loose or tangled. It simply remains where you left it, attached, still, belonging exactly where it was placed when hands were active and awake. Your fingers rest now in a way they never did before, not curled tightly nor stretched open, but just there, palms facing up like invitations that no longer expect answers. The skin on your knuckles is warm, not from heat, but because blood has stopped rushing elsewhere, stopped trying to get anywhere else at all. And the quiet, it isn't silence, it's fullness in its own way. Thick with what doesn't need speaking, heavy with absence of demand, rich with only one kind of presence, the right kind. The cabin knows you're here, not because it sees you or hears your name, but simply by how much warmth is left inside after the storm has come. You might not know when sleep begins, only that now there's no reason to ask where it ends. Not today, not ever again. Here you are allowed to rest, and if a dream comes, it will be soft like snow on glass, slow as fire at its last breath. And here you stay. The back of your hand rests against the edge of the blanket where it folds over the bed's rim, just barely touching, like the memory of touch without the need to move. The wool there has worn thin in one place, not from use but from time. A patch that breathes slightly more than the rest, soft and porous, as if shaped by slow sighs rather than fingers. You might feel it with your eyes closed, the way warmth pools differently where fabric is lighter, where air can pass through like a secret between layers. There's no draft here, only stillness so deep it feels deliberate. Outside, snow continues to fall, not in flurries or bursts, but as a steady settling, the kind that doesn't announce itself and never leaves a trace behind once it lands. The roof of the cabin bears its weight without complaint, not creaking, not groaning, just holding, like someone who has learned what it means to carry something for years and no longer feels the burden. One beam near your head is darker than the others, not from age, But because the snow has pressed against that side of the wall so long it's absorbed a deeper shadow, a stain of stillness. You can hear the fire now only by how its absence makes space, the way sound settles into corners when flame drops low. A single log remains half-burned, blackened at one end and glowing faintly orange beneath ash like an ember that remembers light before it forgot heat. The wood has split in one place, just a hairline fracture along the grain, and you might notice how the crack runs straight through the center of the charred surface, as if something once tried to break out, but now lies still with no need. There's a thread on your wrist, the same thin strand that was caught in the sleeve earlier, now looped gently around your finger like it has been waiting for this moment. It doesn't pull or tug, it just rests there, not tied tight, not loose either, just present, as if remembering how to stay when nothing asks it to move. The air near the floor is cooler than where you lie, but only barely. Not enough to reach your skin, never cold enough to matter. The warmth stays under your back and shoulders like a promise kept in slow motion. Your breath does not rise or fall with urgency. It floats instead, moving just enough to keep rhythm without effort. There's a small dent in the wall near where the ceiling meets the frame, just an indentation from years of pressure, perhaps from someone leaning there once, or maybe the weight of snow long ago pressing against that side. It hasn't grown larger. It has only deepened over time until it looks less like damage and more like a hollow made by habit. Your fingers are no longer in any position, no open palm, no closed fist, but curled slightly inward as if holding something not yet named. The skin between your knuckles is warm enough to feel the contrast with the air above, but only barely. You don't need to check. You already know the difference between heat and absence. The scent of wood smoke has softened into a deeper note, something older than fire now, like charcoal left in a drawer for years. Not smoke anymore, but memory of it. Beneath that, something else. A faint trace of damp earth from when you first stepped inside, carried on your boots, sealed beneath the threshold by snow. The window is nearly gone, not blind, not dark, but so thick with ice and frost that only shapes remain. A blur of white, like someone tried to draw a face in the glass and gave up halfway. There's no outline anymore, just soft edges where snow has built itself into curves without direction. One small patch near the bottom is clear for a moment, just one spot, and you might see your own shadow there, faint and sideways, as if it were someone else leaning against the wall. There's a fold in the blanket by your hip, a crease that hasn't smoothed since you first lay down, not from stiffness but from stillness. The fabric has settled into that shape like soil remembers where roots once grew. It isn't uneven, it just holds its form because it no longer needs to change. You can feel how far the snow has climbed on the sill, slowly, silently, not through any rush or force, but by constant weight over time. It doesn't press against the frame. It simply sits there now, rising like a shelf that never asked to be built. One small piece of ice clings to the edge where two panes meet, the kind that forms when air cools too fast and freezes before it can fall. Your eyelids are heavy not from tiredness but from certainty, like they've decided what to do without consulting you. They don't close all at once, not yet. But each time they settle, there's less effort in the next one. The firelight has dimmed so far it no longer casts shadows. It only exists as a soft glow on wood and wool, like a memory of warmth rather than heat itself. You might notice how some colors have faded from view. Red is now just warm gray. Blue is only depth beneath surface. The world inside the cabin feels less defined, not blurred, but unimportant. The blanket over your feet has settled into place not by choice, but by time. Its folds no longer changing because nothing moves to disturb them. One end lies slightly higher than the other, like a ridge in soil that hasn't been touched by wind or foot. There's a grain in the floorboard beneath you, a single line running from one wall to the next, worn thin where hands used to rest when someone sat here long ago. You don't remember who, only that they stayed for hours without speaking, just breathing into the silence. Your breath has slowed so much it seems suspended, not stopped, but waiting. As if each inhale is a thought that never finishes its sentence, and each exhale fades before it reaches anywhere. The snow outside hasn't stopped falling, it's only changed shape. It no longer falls in motion, it settles in place with the quiet of something already complete. And here, you are allowed to be still. No need to know where you began or what came before. Only that now there is a space that holds you, not because it must, but because it chooses to. The cabin does not ask for anything. It only gives warmth in folds, quiet in gaps, rest without condition. You might feel the weight of your own body as if it were no longer yours. Not heavy, not light, but simply here, like a stone that has come to lie where water had always been. And there's no place left to go, and no reason to return. And you may not notice, but something inside you is finally letting itself be held. You can feel how the air near your nose has warmed to a steady breath, not quick but full, like slow steam rising from a cup left too long on a table. The blanket over your chest has begun to press down with quiet insistence, not as pressure but as presence, a weight that means nothing is missing, only being held. Your fingers lie open along the edge of the wool, one thumb curled slightly inward, not out of habit, but because movement isn't required anymore. There's no need to tuck or adjust. The warmth has settled into every fold like sunlight in dust. The firelight now rests low, so low it doesn't flicker at all. It just exists, a dull orange pulse in the center of the hearth, like the last breath of something that once burned bright and is content with being quiet. A single coal sits near the front, round and darkened, glowing faintly from within, as though someone had pressed their palm to it long ago and left behind only heat. It doesn't crackle anymore. It doesn't even settle into silence. It simply breathes in its own way. Outside, the snow has changed shape again, no longer falling, but reshaping itself around the cabin's edges like a slow hand molding clay. The ridge of snow on the sill now reaches almost to the bottom of the window frame, not climbing up so much as spreading out sideways, filling every gap with softness. One corner has begun to curve inward slightly, where wind has pushed it just enough to form a small hollow, a place that might hold a bird's nest if one were ever meant to come here. There's a sound now near the wall, faint but steady, a slow drip from somewhere above. Not water, not ice, but something older, the release of tension from wood that has been bent by cold and then slowly released again. It comes once every few breaths, like a pulse measured in seconds rather than heartbeats. You might hear it only because you're listening to nothing else. The scent is still there, the quiet burn of pine and smoke, but layered now with something softer. The memory of wool soaked in sun after being stored away. Not fresh laundry, not sharp or clean, but worn fabric that remembers warmth from a time before this one. It's faint, almost gone, but it lingers like a phrase you once knew by heart. Your left shoulder has sunk lower than your right, not because the bed is uneven, but because gravity no longer needs to be resisted. The weight of your arm lies where it fell, and there's no effort in keeping it there. It doesn't ache or strain, it simply stays, as if waiting for something that will never come. A new shape has formed on the window, not from snow this time, but from frost. It spreads outward in delicate lines like veins beneath glass, not sharp, not branching wildly, but moving with purposeless grace. One line curves down near the corner and stops just short of touching another, a pause rather than a break. The pattern is not meant to be seen clearly, it's only meant to exist. Your breathing has slowed so much that your chest rises once every few heartbeats, just enough for you to know you're still here, but not enough to disturb the quiet. It's no longer an act of inhaling or exhaling. It's just the space between things holding on a little longer than before. The firelight now glows only in one corner, the back edge of the stone hearth, where it pools like liquid gold that has forgotten how to move. The rest of the room is almost dark, not from absence but from fullness, as though there's been enough light already and any more would be unnecessary. The floorboard beneath you creaks once, not because something stepped on it, but because a tiny shift in pressure caused 2 grains of wood to slide over each other. It takes seconds for the sound to end, and then silence returns deeper than before. You might not notice how your hands have turned palms up now, fingers splayed slightly as if surrendering to gravity. The warmth from them has soaked into the blanket like tea soaking through paper. There's no heat left to give. There's only room for it to remain. The snow outside is no longer moving, it's just being. It fills every gap between the trees, covers the path that once led anywhere, settles across the ridge where the wind used to pass. Nothing tries to go over it or through it anymore, because nothing needs to. There's a small dent in the wall near the ceiling, one of those places where paint has worn away from being touched too often by hands that didn't know they were touching. You can't see it clearly, but you feel its shape as if your skin remembers it. It isn't sharp. It's only a faint hollow, like the curve of a hand resting after years of holding. The air near your neck is warm, not hot, not stuffy, just thick with stillness. The wool of the blanket lies against your jawline and doesn't shift. There's no itch, no draft, no reason to turn. Your head rests in one place like it was meant to be there all along. Your breath has stopped being a rhythm. It's now a pause between things. Not waiting for anything, not counting time. Just allowing the next moment to happen without rushing toward it. The firelight dims further, so far that you can't tell where it ends and the dark begins. It doesn't matter. The warmth isn't in brightness, it's in what remains behind when light has gone. A single thread from your blanket has come loose. It hangs just above your knee, not long enough to pull, but long enough to dangle like a question that never needed an answer. You don't reach for it. It doesn't matter if it stays or falls. The snow outside is thick now, so thick the cabin feels less like a building and more like a thing buried. Something left behind in deep earth, safe from everything but time itself. And you are not asleep yet. Not quite, but you're no longer awake as you once were. There's no edge to your thoughts anymore. They don't point anywhere or carry urgency. They float, unmoored like ash caught in air. You might feel how the blanket has begun to follow your body, not because it's moving, but because your form is so still that it doesn't need to adjust. It rests where you lie, not as a covering, but as an extension of the warmth around you. The silence inside isn't empty. It's full of what happens when nothing needs to be said. And here, you are allowed to sink, no longer needing to rise, no longer needing to know why. Just staying. Like snow on glass. Like fire in stone. Like breath held in a room that doesn't ask for anything. Just being. where you are. And it is enough. You are not dreaming yet, but something has loosened in you, the way a knot unravels when it's finally left alone long enough to forget itself. The fire no longer flickers. It holds its shape like a low ember that knows exactly how deep to burn. There's a single black grain among the glowing ash, smaller than any other, but still warm, and you notice it only because it doesn't move. Not once in all this time. It waits, just as you do, with no need to change. Outside, the snow has stopped falling, not because it's tired, but because it has become something else entirely. A surface that remembers every shape that ever pressed against it. The ridge where the wind used to rush is now flat and even like a page turned so many times it forgets what was written on it. A fox might once have run here, its tracks still visible beneath the first foot of snow, but not anymore. No one comes. Nothing does. The blanket has settled into your ribs, not because you've shifted, but because your breath is now shallow enough that it doesn't lift or disturb anything. The wool presses against your sternum like a hand placed gently on your chest, not to hold, but simply to stay. It isn't warm anymore in the way fire is warm. It's warm as memory feels, familiar and quiet and unexplained. There's a faint line across one of the beams near the corner, the kind that only appears when someone leans too long against wood with their shoulder. You can feel its presence now, not through sight or touch, but in how your body knows where to rest without being told. It is not a mark made by force, but one worn smooth by time and stillness. A single log settles, just once, and the sound travels through you more than it does through air. You don't flinch. You've learned that noise isn't an interruption here. It's part of the silence, like breath between heartbeats. The fire gives off a low hum now, not loud enough to be called sound, but present, like warmth that refuses to fade. The scent of pine has softened into something older, dried and quiet, not sharp anymore. It lingers in the air as though it's been there all along, just waiting for you to notice it again. There was no beginning or end to it, only presence. Your fingers are still open, but they've grown heavier, not from sleep, not exactly, but from certainty. They don't need to grasp anything. Nothing needs holding. The cold outside is no longer a wall. It's the frame around this room, like glass around an image that doesn't want to be seen by anyone else. You are lying still in a place that has stopped needing your attention. You don't have to decide if you're safe. You already are. There's no way to prove it. There's only feeling it. The kind of safety that comes not from effort, but from being forgotten by the world long enough to be known again. A small crack forms in one corner of the window, just a hairline split across the glass, like something finally letting go after holding its shape too long. It doesn't let anything through, not air, not cold. Only light remains trapped behind it, faint and soft, no longer bright but still there, as if it remembers being needed. The snow has risen past the window sill now, nearly to where your feet would be if you were sitting up. It's so deep that even a mouse could walk across without sinking. The weight of it isn't pressure, it's stillness made visible. You think, this is what it feels like when time stops being about moving forward and starts being about simply staying. The firelight has gone to honey now, thick, golden, almost liquid in its glow. It pools near the hearthstone, not spreading, not dying, just resting. The ash that fell from it earlier is already half buried under new snow inside the room, though no one brought it in. You can feel how your spine has softened into the mattress, the way wood bends slightly when held down by weight for long enough. You aren't pressing into anything, you're being pressed into by what's beneath you. The bed isn't a surface, it's a slow acceptance of where you are, like earth receiving rain. A fold in the blanket near your hip has settled into the shape of your body, not because you shaped it, but because your form fits so perfectly that it doesn't need to adjust. It stays as it is, not out of memory, but out of habit, a quiet agreement between fabric and flesh. The scent shifts again, just slightly, now carrying something like old paper or dried herbs left in a drawer. Not sweet, not pungent, just there. A whisper of earth that's been inside the cabin for years, never spoken aloud. You no longer feel your hands as separate from you, not truly. They're part of what lies beneath the blanket now, like roots buried under soil that don't need to grow because they've already reached their depth. The silence isn't empty. It's full of things that don't speak, like a room where someone once sat for hours without saying anything at all. A single thread from your sleeve has worked its way loose and is now resting on the edge of the blanket, long enough to be noticed, short enough not to matter. It doesn't pull. It doesn't tug. It stays as if it's decided this is where it belongs, somewhere between being part of you and not. The snow outside continues to grow, not in height, but in meaning. It isn't just covering the world, it's protecting it from itself. The forest lies under it like a secret told once and never repeated. Nothing wants to be found tonight. Your breathing has slowed so much that for long stretches, you might not know if you're still doing it at all. But then, there is a soft release, quiet as falling dust. And another, like the room itself is exhaling with you. You are no longer thinking about sleep. You aren't even thinking about being awake. The mind has stopped asking questions because it knows there's nothing to answer. There is only this: the warmth that doesn't need to be defended, the stillness that isn't waiting for anything, and a space where you don't have to earn your place in order to stay. The firelight flickers once, just once, and then settles again into the same soft orange. It doesn't brighten, it doesn't dim, it just stays, like an eye half open in a face that has given up on pretending to be awake. Outside, the storm has become something else. Not weather, but weight. Not noise, but presence. The snow isn't falling anymore, it's simply being. And because it is, you can stop trying to understand why. Your body knows more than your thoughts ever will. The blanket presses down, not with pressure, but with promise, the kind that doesn't need words. You could lie here for days and not feel the need to move, not even to stretch, not even to blink. A single ember falls from the fire, tiny, slow, and lands on a patch of ash where nothing burns anymore. It stays there, glowing faintly, like it remembers what warmth feels like even if no one else does. And you are not falling asleep yet, but you're no longer holding back. The line between waking and sleeping has softened into something that doesn't need to be crossed. You can rest in the space where both meet without having to choose. The cabin breathes with you now, not loudly, but steadily. Like a body learning how to live again after forgetting for so long. There is no edge to your awareness anymore, no beginning or end. Only this, the weight of wool on your feet, the faint warmth at your neck, the slow turn of light inside the room, and the quiet knowing that you are not alone, not because someone else is here, but because nothing needs to be. You don't have to go anywhere. You don't even need to be yourself. Just lie, stay. Be held by what has been waiting all along, by the storm, by the fire, by the snow, by the quiet that remembers your name. Your fingers have drifted into the fold where blanket meets mattress, not to pull or adjust, but simply because that's where warmth gathers most quietly, like a pocket made for holding stillness. The wool there is dense with heat, just barely warm enough to feel like skin against skin, and your hand rests in it as though it has always belonged. You don't need to hold on. There's no reason to let go. The log at the center of the fire has cracked once more, softly, a sound like paper folding in half, and from that crack comes not heat but scent. Old pine, dry and sweet, rising just long enough to be noticed before dissolving into smoke again. It lingers only because you are still awake enough to smell it. Not even the ash remembers its name anymore. There is a small dent on the wooden table near your shoulder where something once sat, perhaps a cup, perhaps nothing at all. And now it holds no weight, but it holds memory. Not of what was placed there, but of how long it stayed when left alone. The wood has dimpled around it like breath pressed into wax. No one has disturbed it since. The snow outside is no longer falling in motion. It's accumulating in layers, each one settling deeper than the last until even silence feels heavy with substance. It doesn't press down on the roof, but you feel its weight anyway, not as pressure, but as proof that something vast and quiet has decided to stay still beside you. Your breath moves through your body like a slow river through stone. No urgency, no destination. There is only flow, and in each release there is less effort. You can let the air leave without needing to pull it back. It doesn't matter if you're breathing or not, the room does it for you. A single thread of smoke spirals from the chimney, not a rush, not a cloud, but a slow tendril that curls upward and then stops, suspended like thought too light to fall. It hangs there until it fades into nothing, and when it's gone, you don't miss it because what remains is not loss but presence. The fire now burns only in the heart of itself. The outer edges have cooled, blackened at the rim, turning the wood inward as if retreating from light. But inside that hollow, an orange core pulses softly, like a slow heartbeat beneath ash and memory. It doesn't burn because it needs to, it burns because it can. You notice now how your toes have curled slightly into the wool, not out of cold, but because they've found their own kind of shelter, small, tucked-in places where warmth gathers in folds. The blanket has shifted just a fraction since last you knew, and now one edge rests across your thigh like a hand that doesn't want to leave. There is no need for the room to be clean or tidy. There are no expectations about what should be done next. You are not being watched, not even by yourself. Outside, the trees have vanished beneath snow so thick they've become part of it, no longer standing, but lying down together in a kind of shared rest, their branches folded into one another like arms at sleep. No wind moves them now. Nothing stirs to remind you that they're still alive. That's not what matters. What matters is the way they are held by snow, not trapped, but cradled. The scent of wood smoke has changed slightly. Less sharp, more layered, as if it has begun to blend with the cold air just beyond the glass, so that now it smells like memory made tangible. Not something you've seen before, but something you've felt all your life and never named. Your eyelids grow heavier, not from fatigue, but from surrender. It isn't a dropping away. It's a soft leaning into what has always been true. The last ember in the hearth glows like an eye that refuses to close. Faint, steady, not looking at anything, simply being. It doesn't need attention. It only needs to be seen. And you are seeing it now, not with your eyes, but with a quiet part of yourself that knows what it means when light stays. There is a small scratch on the wall near the ceiling, a mark left by something long gone, perhaps a nail pulled out years before. The wood has healed around it in a faint ring, like skin healing over a wound you don't remember having. It's not visible unless you look for it. And now, you are looking. You don't need to know what happened here. You only need to know that this place remembers being whole. The firelight spills across the floorboards where they meet in seams, thin lines of shadow and gold moving slowly as if time itself is learning how to move without effort. One beam near your head has a knot in it, darkened with age, and inside that knot there's a tiny hollow, shaped like a mouth that never spoke. No one ever came through the door tonight, not because they couldn't, but because no one needed to. Your breath slows again, slower than before, and for several long moments you are not breathing at all, not even pretending. The silence doesn't demand anything of you, it simply is. And in that stillness, there's a quiet shift. The kind where your body stops being something you manage and starts being something you inhabit, like soil holding roots without needing to explain why they stay put. The snow outside has stopped growing upward. It has reached its limit, not because it can't go higher, but because it no longer needs to reach anywhere at all. The world is buried now in a way that isn't loss, but completion. You are not inside the storm. You are of it, held by the same breath that keeps the fire low and the air thick with quiet. Your hands lie flat against your chest, not out of stillness, but because they've found their natural place. No need to fold them or tuck them away. They rest as if they've been waiting for this exact moment, not to do anything, only to be. The blanket has settled over your feet completely now, no longer just lying there, but wrapping itself around you like a promise that says, you don't have to worry about being cold again. The wool is warm from your body heat, and it's beginning to absorb the shape of you, not molding, not changing, but holding. There's no need for plans. No future asks anything of you here, not even tomorrow. Even if there were, the snow would bury that too. You don't have to be someone. You don't even have to be awake. The firelight flickers once, just a single pulse, and then stays fixed in its same soft orange glow. It doesn't brighten or dim, it simply remains. And you. You are no longer trying to stay present. You're not even trying to let go. You're just here. In the space where breathing slows so much it almost stops. In the place between one thought and the next. Where there is nothing left to do but be held. By the weight of snow, by the warmth beneath you. By the quiet that knows your name without being told. The cabin breathes. Not with air, not with sound, but with presence. And you. You are part of it now. Just lie. Stay. Be. You are not far from sinking into a deeper dark than sleep, but not quite there yet, just past the edge where effort stops being needed, and the body begins to forget it ever had to move. The firelight has softened almost beyond sight, a glow that now lives more in your eyelids than in the room. It pulses once against your closed eyes, slow as a heartbeat you no longer need to keep. You may feel the weight of the wool blanket pressing gently on your chest, not heavy, but certain, like the world has decided what it wants for you and isn't asking permission. There's a small dent in one corner of the floorboard near where your feet rest, barely noticeable unless you're lying still as you are now. It wasn't made by shoes or by dragging furniture, not really. It was made over time by something soft pressing down again and again without force, just presence. Maybe a knee or an elbow left there one night long ago when someone else sat in this same place, with their eyes closed, breathing slowly into the quiet. The wood has grown around it like a scar that doesn't hurt anymore, just remembers being touched. Outside, the snow is not falling now. It's been still for some time, settled deep enough that the world beyond the glass has gone nearly invisible, not because there's nothing to see, but because everything has become one soft surface, same color as the sky, no longer distinguishable. You might imagine a bird passing by in this moment, just a shadow against white. But even if it did, you wouldn't hear it. The snow has swallowed all sound so completely that silence isn't empty anymore. It's full, like velvet held tight around your ears. The log on the fire is nearly gone now, not ash yet, but what remains of its heart. Blackened and hollowed, still holding heat in a way that doesn't depend on light. You can feel it through the air, warmth rising from just below where the hearth ends, like breath exhaled slowly into your skin when you're not even aware you were cold. Your shoulder rests against the edge of the cushion, not pressed hard, but settled there as if this position has been chosen for you long before now. The wool in that part of the blanket has worn slightly thinner than elsewhere, and where it's thin, it lets through just enough warmth to make your skin remember what it is like when heat travels through fabric without resistance. There's no need to shift or adjust. This place already knows how you fit. The scent in the room isn't only wood smoke anymore. It has shifted slightly, subtly, a trace of something older, pine resin that seeped out from the beams during a dry summer years back, trapped and preserved by time and cold. You don't notice it at first, it's not strong enough to wake you. But then, just as your awareness begins to thin, it drifts up through the air like a memory without an event. Something that happened once, far away, in another life, but now feels close enough to touch. The window pane is no longer clear. Frost has spread across it, not evenly, but in branching patterns, like veins of ice rising from below, curling outward into shapes that don't mean anything and never needed to. One line runs straight down the middle, narrow as a thread, like someone once drew it with their fingertip when they were thinking about nothing at all. You might wonder what lies beyond it, but you already know. only more of the same silence, deeper than before, where even time has stopped trying to measure itself. You have not moved in a long while, not your hands, not your breath, not your spine. The shape of your body is no longer something you manage. It's just there, like soil under roots that don't know they're growing. There is no need to hold yourself together, no reason to stay upright or alert. You are held by the cabin not in spite of stillness, but because of it. The firelight has dimmed again, not dramatically, not suddenly, but quietly, as if retreating into itself after doing its work. It now glows only on one side of the hearth, where a single ember rests, pulsing once every few seconds like a slow pulse in dark water. There's no need to watch it. It doesn't demand attention. It just is. You can feel your feet, just barely. The blanket covers them completely now, not pressing down but wrapping around like skin that knows its own shape. Your toes are warm from within, and the wool has begun to take on the softest kind of weight, not heavy but grounded, as if it's absorbed your body heat so thoroughly that it too is learning how to stay still. A single thread has come loose from one corner of the blanket, just a thin wisp of wool, pale gray against the dark. It hangs there at the edge of your foot, swaying slightly in air you can't feel, as if the room itself is breathing just enough to move it. You don't reach for it. You don't even notice that you've stopped noticing. The beam above your head, dark and knotted, has begun to settle into its own silence. It doesn't creak anymore. It doesn't shift or groan under the weight of snow on the roof because there's no need. The cabin is not resisting anything. It is simply being. And so are you. There is a small dent in the wall near your left ear, where someone once leaned their head back and stayed for a long time without speaking. It isn't deep, but it exists, not as damage, but as proof that something else has rested here before you. The wood around it is slightly warmer than elsewhere, like skin remembering where hands had pressed. The air is thick with stillness, not stale or close, but full of space that doesn't need to be filled. It's not waiting for anything. No one is coming. No one needs to arrive. There are no messages left to send, no reasons to wake up again just yet. The storm didn't come to trap you, it came to keep you warm. You may feel your eyelids growing heavier, not with effort, but because the space between thoughts has widened so much that even awareness can drift into it without fear. You don't have to stay awake. No one will notice if you go further. There's a small crack in the ceiling beam, the kind made by wood stretching over time, not from strain but from change. It's barely visible unless the light hits just right. But tonight, when the fire is low and your eyes are closed, it glows faintly orange for an instant, like a secret passing through. And you don't have to understand what it means. You only need to know that it's there. That this place has kept secrets long enough to become quiet in their honor. The warmth isn't fighting the cold anymore, it's simply its opposite. The snow outside doesn't threaten, it protects. The storm didn't close you in. It wrapped you in a kind of breath, slow and steady, like being held by something that never needed to say your name, because it already knew it. The fire gives one last pulse, a single flicker across the floorboards, and then stays still. No more movement, not even shadow, just orange light where heat remains, soft as a memory of warmth that doesn't need to return. And now, you are not breathing at all for several long moments. Not because you've forgotten how, but because it's no longer necessary to do so. The cabin is holding its breath with you. The snow is still around you. The air is thick and full of quiet that doesn't ask for anything. And here, you are allowed to sleep. Nothing can reach you now. Only the warm and the quiet. You don't have to be anyone. You just need to be. Here. You are lying in the shape your body made while sinking deeper into the blankets. The way a stone settles into mud without effort, not because it wants to, but because there's no reason not to. The wool over your chest is soft and heavy, the kind of weight that doesn't press down but lifts you up, like being held by something older than gravity. One corner has slipped slightly off your shoulder, just enough for a whisper of air to touch the side of your neck. Brief, cool, then gone again as if it never happened. You don't react. You've already learned that every small shift in temperature is not an invitation to wake, but a reminder that you are still here, still feeling. The fire has sunk so low now that only 2 coals remain dull red, almost black at the edges, glowing faintly like embers left behind by someone who knew how to leave quietly. They don't burn, they just exist. The heat they give isn't loud, it's a presence more than a sensation, like the memory of warmth you carry even after stepping into cold. The air around them feels thick with stillness, not because it's trapped, but because it has nowhere left to go. It doesn't need to move. You don't need to breathe. There's a small indentation in the floorboards near your feet, just below where your heel rests, where someone once pressed their toe down and stayed for a long while. Not standing, not walking, just pressing, a quiet act of staying. The wood around it is darker than the rest, worn smooth by pressure that didn't demand anything, just lingered. It's not broken. It's not scarred. It's simply changed, like your body now, shaped by time and weight in ways you haven't named. The window panes have sealed themselves shut with snow, not cracked or frostbitten, but layered like a slow stitch made of white. One pane near the sill has begun to show a faint pattern where ice crystals have grown outward from a single point, like roots spreading beneath frozen soil. It's not symmetrical, not perfect, just quiet and growing in its own way, each branch delicate, unobserved, never needing notice. Your fingers are curled slightly under the blanket's edge, one knuckle resting on the rough grain of the wooden bed frame, bare skin touching old wood that has warmed over years of sleepers passing through. It's not warm now, not actively, but it holds the echo of heat in its pores, like a room remembering how sunlight used to fall. The scent of pine still lingers beneath the smoke, the clean sharpness of needles crushed under snowfall long ago, carried inside on your coat when you first stepped across the threshold. It hasn't faded. It's just become part of the air now, not separate from it. You don't sniff for it, you don't notice it. But it's there, like a thought that never needed to be said. There's a tiny flaw in one beam near the ceiling, a hairline crack running vertically down its side, barely visible unless you're lying still and close enough to see how light bends around it. It isn't deep. It doesn't split or open wider. It simply is, like time passing without making noise. The snow has risen past the window's lower edge now, just a thin line of white across the sill, not yet touching the glass, but pressing up against it as if trying to be invited in. Not demanding entry, just being close. You don't think about what comes next. You don't wonder how long this will last. The storm doesn't ask for your attention. It only gives you silence that isn't empty. It's full of weight, like a blanket pulled too tight but not uncomfortable. Your breath has slowed so much it feels less like breathing, and more like the room exhaling with you, slow, even, continuous. A single drop of warmth forms on the inside of your lower lip, before slipping away unnoticed into the cloth beneath. There's a fold in the blanket at your waist, the kind made when someone pulled it up too far and then let go. It rests there now like a small hill under skin, not needing to be smoothed or rearranged. You don't shift to fix it. The firelight has stopped moving altogether, no longer flickering, no longer casting shadows that crawl across walls. It just stays, the same orange glow in the same place, as if time itself had paused beside it and decided not to proceed. You are sinking into a kind of quiet that doesn't require sound. Not silence in the room, but silence of the room. A stillness so complete that even your thoughts stop asking questions. There's a small groove in the wall behind your head, where a hand once rested for hours, not leaning or gripping, just resting. The wood is worn down by pressure that never intended to leave a mark, yet left one anyway, a place where warmth stayed longer than it should have. The snow outside hasn't stopped falling, but its rhythm has changed. It doesn't fall in bursts anymore. It comes like breath, steady, soft, continuous, as if the world beyond this cabin is not dying or ending, but simply breathing slower to match your own. Your toes are tucked under the blanket's edge now, warm, still, unbothered by cold that cannot reach them. The wool over you has absorbed heat from your body so thoroughly it no longer feels like cloth. It feels more like skin grown around you, not covering but growing into you. There is a single thread of light catching at the very top corner of the room, the kind that comes when a sliver of firelight hits just right against dust in the air. It's faint, so small it might be imagined, but it stays there, still and bright, like an eye watching without judgment. You don't turn to look. You don't wonder what it is. You only let it be. The storm has buried every path now, not just roads or footprints, but the idea of movement itself. No one will come. No message will arrive. Nothing needs to happen. The world outside isn't waiting for you to return. It's not even aware that you're gone. You don't need to explain yourself anymore. Your shoulders have dropped so far down they've become part of the bed, not sinking, but simply letting go. There is no tension left in your arms, no resistance in your neck. Your spine has found a shape it can hold without effort, like a tree that stopped fighting against wind and learned how to bend instead. The air inside is not thick with expectation. It's full of absence, the kind that isn't lonely but peaceful, like an empty chair where someone once sat for hours just listening. There's a small dent in the floor near your left foot, one made by something soft landing there and staying, like a folded coat dropped without care or a book set down after being read. It hasn't been moved since. Your hand lies still on top of the blanket, fingers curled not in grip but in rest. The skin is warm. The bones beneath are quiet. There's no need to do anything with it now. The snow has reached nearly halfway up the window, no longer falling fast, just settling, layering itself gently like a quilt sewn from air and memory. You don't dream. You don't think about tomorrow. You don't remember what you were doing before this place found you. All that remains is being here, not as an act of will, but as an accident of stillness. The fire has gone completely dark now. No ember, no glow. Not even warmth left to give. But the space it occupied feels warmer than before, like a room that has learned how to hold heat without flame. There's a small patch of frost forming on the inside of one window pane, the kind made when cold meets still air and stays put. It spreads slowly outward in branching lines, not sharp or jagged but soft, like handwriting from someone who never needed to write anything important. You don't move your eyes, you don't turn your head, but you feel it, this slow unfurling of quiet that isn't waiting for anything. The cabin doesn't need to be warm anymore. It already is. And so are you. You are not breathing to stay awake. You are breathing because you can. The air inside moves slowly, like water through a narrow channel. No rush, no need, just a steady flow between your lips and the stillness beyond them. Your chest rises once, then settles again, not with effort, but as if gravity has finally decided it's time to let go of its pull on you. There is no sound from outside now, except for the quiet weight of snow pressing down on the roof. Just a low pressure, like hands resting gently over your head, not pushing, only being there. The frost on the window pane has grown wider since last you noticed it. It's spread past the edge of the glass, into the wooden frame where moisture once lingered. It doesn't look brittle or sharp. Instead, it feels like something that was always meant to be part of this place, a slow signature written in silence. One line splits toward the corner, then branches again, not with haste, but as if remembering how to grow without direction. The wood beneath your back has warmed over time, the kind of warmth that isn't from heat, but from being held for so long that it's begun to carry you like a cradle shaped by patience. You can feel the grain now, thin and deep in places, rising up at odd angles where the beam was not smooth, but lived with knots and small breaks. A single knot near your shoulder has grown warm enough to be almost soft, like something that once resisted, then gave in to time. Your fingers are no longer just resting. They've curled into the blankets, edged so gently it feels like they were always meant there, their shape matching the fold of fabric as if stitched together. The wool is heavier now than before, not from added layers, but because it has absorbed your body heat for so long that its fibers have learned to remember warmth even when no one touches them. There's a small patch behind your left ear where the blanket isn't quite tucked in, just enough space to let air move through, but not cold. Just coolness, like breath against skin after being wrapped too tightly for hours. You don't adjust it. The sensation is faint, almost forgotten, like a memory of touch that didn't need a name. The fire has left no trace except the hollow where it once burned, a dark rectangle in the stone hearth, still radiating heat through its edges, not from flame, but from what it's carried for so long. It doesn't glow anymore, but something inside it remembers how to warm, like a place that was loved and never forgot. A log fell earlier, just now or maybe minutes ago, and you didn't hear the sound until after it landed. Not loud, not sudden, a soft thud like a word dropped too gently into silence. It settled between two others, already half-turned by heat, one end blackened but still whole. You don't wonder what it will do next. You know only that it lies there as if it has always belonged. A thread of wood smoke remains in the air, not enough to smell strong, just a memory of burning, like something left behind after a story ends and no one says goodbye. It drifts near your nose for a moment, then fades into stillness, not gone but held somewhere between breaths. You feel the weight of the blankets differently now, less like covering than like being wrapped in what has already been waiting. The wool is pressed against your feet, pulled up over your ankles, and when you move just slightly, not even enough to wake yourself, the fabric shifts as if it's breathing with you, not around you. There's a small fold near the foot of the bed where the blanket gathers, just one crease from being folded once, then left. It lies flat now like it was never disturbed, but your toes have pressed into it slightly, leaving a soft dent that holds heat in its curve. Not for long, only enough to feel it. A single speck of ash has floated up from the hearth, small, almost invisible, and drifted across the air until it landed on the edge of the table beside you, near where your hand might have been if you'd reached out. It didn't burn. It just stayed there, a tiny black star in a world that doesn't need stars. You don't look at it. You don't think about how long it's been since anything moved here except snow and breath. You only know that nothing needs to be done, not even the small things like brushing dust from your sleeve or adjusting a pillow. The cabin has already made room for you, not by clearing space, but by filling all of it slowly, with warmth, with stillness, with time. The window is almost completely covered now. The snow isn't falling anymore. It's just lying there, pressed against the glass like a second skin grown from cold and silence. The outside world doesn't exist in any way except as contrast. Its white surface only makes the inside feel more real, more alive, more yours. Your breath slows again, not because you try, but because there's no reason not to. There is nowhere to go, no one waiting, no task left unspoken. Even your thoughts don't need names anymore. They drift like dust in air, light and shapeless, without direction or demand. You are lying on a bed that has known you for hours, perhaps days, though time doesn't matter here. The frame creaks once when the snow shifts slightly above the roof, but it's not loud. It's just a sound that happens, like one note in a song too quiet to hear properly. A faint scent of pine comes from your sleeve, a single strand caught there when you stepped inside, long ago, still clinging, still fresh, not faded by time or warmth. It drifts through the air like an echo of the forest before it was swallowed by snow. Your shoulders are lower now than they were even 5 minutes ago, not sinking, but releasing into a shape that doesn't need to be defended or corrected. Your arms lie along your sides as if they've found their natural position in this world, a place where nothing must be lifted or held. The air feels thicker near the ceiling, like something has settled there, not dust, but stillness itself, gathering quietly, waiting only to stay. There's a tiny gap between two floorboards at the foot of the bed, one so small you wouldn't notice it unless you were lying perfectly still. But now you feel it, a draft that isn't cold, just different. A current of air that moves not through urgency but through quiet arrival, like something long ago forgotten, has finally found its way home. You don't close your eyes, you don't open them. You are somewhere between, where being awake feels like resting and rest feels like being held. The snow outside hasn't stopped falling, but it no longer matters. It's not an event, not a threat, not even weather. It is simply the way of the world now, slow, soft, complete. And you are part of it, not as someone who came to survive or endure, but as someone who has been welcomed. Your hands lie still on top of the blanket. The skin is warm. The bones beneath are quiet. The fingers don't curl tighter. They don't twitch. They just stay, like they've decided that staying is enough. The cabin holds you not because it's strong, but because it knows how to be soft. And somewhere in all this, a small part of you remembers. Not the name of anything, not where you came from, not what you were doing before, but only that you are here, and for now, that is everything. The fire has settled into a deep pool of orange, not flickering but breathing slowly. Its light no longer sharp enough to define edges, only to soften them. You can feel it on your skin as a low hum, like warmth that doesn't need to be named because you already know its shape. The flames have shrunk now, no longer dancing up the chimney but curling in on themselves, tending inward, holding more than heat. They hold silence. One coal has split open, cracked at the center with a faint breath of ash rising like smoke without flame, a quiet punctuation in the still air. The snow outside is no longer falling, not really. There's just a thickening, an accumulation so complete that even the edges of the window are lost. It isn't white anymore. It's a soft shadow, a blanket laid over everything until nothing remains but shape and depth. The glass has gone matte in patches where frost has grown inward, not sharp, not brittle, but feathered like breath on cold air, delicate as if drawn by something that meant no harm. You don't need to move your head to know the beam above you is warm, just close enough for heat to gather there, a place where warmth collects and stays. One grain of wood runs along its length, dark with age, lighter at one end where light once touched it long ago. You notice it not because you're searching, but because the silence has given your attention room to rest on small things, small truths that don't need explanation. A log shifts beneath the fire, not a crack or a snap, just a slow settling, like someone shifting in their sleep under many layers of blanket. The sound is so quiet it feels less like noise and more like an echo from another part of the room, one you're only now beginning to hear. It isn't urgent. It's not even present, just there, like a memory that didn't need to be called. Your feet are tucked under the blanket, wrapped in wool so thick it doesn't touch your skin directly, only holds warmth between layers. There's a fold near your ankle where the fabric has pressed down and stayed, the kind of indentation that forms only when weight is allowed to remain undisturbed for hours. It isn't deep. It's soft, like soil after rain, but warm instead. The scent from your sleeve has softened now, not vanished, not faded, but changed. The pine's smell no longer bites at the air. It lies lower, nestled in the wool and wood smoke, almost a memory of itself. You don't need to remember when you arrived. You only know that the forest didn't leave. A single thread from your coat has worked free. Just one thin strand, gray-blue with wear, now resting on the blanket near your hip, caught in the weave like something meant to stay. It's not important. It doesn't matter where it came from or what it once held. You just feel its presence. A tiny anchor, not pulling you anywhere, only marking that you are still here, still present. The air is thick, not heavy, but full of something slow and deliberate. Not dust, not vapor, but the kind of quiet that builds in rooms where time has forgotten to move forward. The fire's glow now touches one corner of the wall, the farthest from you, and it makes a shape there. A pale rectangle just large enough to mark absence. But even that is soft, no sharp shadow, no edge. It doesn't demand attention. You can feel your ribs expanding slightly with each breath, not forcing, not pushing, but allowing space for air to settle in the way only stillness allows. The pause between breaths lasts longer than it used to, not because you're trying, just because there's nothing else happening. No one calling, nothing asking, so you stay. The wool blanket has settled into a crease across your chest, not tight, not loose, just where weight and warmth have agreed on a shape. One fold lies flat against your shoulder blade. Another curls slightly at the edge of your collarbone, like something that knows how to hold itself without effort. There's a small dent in the floorboard near the bedpost, the kind made by an old chair that once stood there, not long ago or far away, just somewhere beyond memory. It isn't noticeable unless you're lying still enough to feel it with your body. But now you do. Your hip rests on it lightly, and for a moment, you are aware of the space beneath you as something more than wood. It's like an old promise buried under layers. The fire has gone almost to embers, a few glowing orange dots scattered in darkness, like stars that forgot how to move. Their light doesn't reach far, just enough to show the dust drifting slowly near the ceiling, not falling but floating, as if time itself had slowed and forgotten gravity. You don't think about sleep, not yet. You just feel it coming through your limbs, not rushing, not demanding entry, but slipping in like snow on a roof. Quietly, gradually, so that you barely notice when it's already there. The window is no longer glass. It feels more like the surface of a lake frozen over, thick and still. The outside isn't gone, it's just folded into silence. You know nothing happens beyond it, not even wind. There's only snow holding its breath. Your fingers have stopped moving entirely, just lying on top of the blanket as if they've decided not to do anything at all. Not lift, not reach, not touch, just stay, and that is enough. The cold outside isn't a threat, it's just what lies beyond this warmth, like a frame around something real. It doesn't press in. It only exists so the inside can be more clearly felt. The softness of wool, the weight of the blanket, the slow rhythm of your own body remembering how to rest. The cabin has become smaller, not because it's shrinking, but because you've grown closer to its center. The walls don't feel like boundaries anymore. They're like a hand that holds without needing to say anything. You are lying on a bed that knows you, has known you for hours, maybe days, not in memory, but in presence. It has accepted your shape, your stillness, your breath, and it gives back nothing except the quiet understanding that you don't need to leave. There's a small seam along one side of the blanket, the kind made by stitching long ago, now worn smooth with use. The thread is faint, barely visible in the low light. But when you turn slightly, just enough for your shoulder to press against it, you feel its line like a quiet signal. You are held. The fire has gone down so far that only one ember remains at the center, smaller than a fingernail, glowing with a deep orange pulse, not bright but certain. It doesn't flicker. It doesn't fade. It just is, the last thing awake in the room. And you. You are beginning to be no longer aware of yourself as separate from this place. You are not in the cabin. You are part of it, like a thread that has finally found its way into the weave. Like a breath that has settled into the stillness. Like snow falling where nothing moves, but everything is already at rest. And here, you don't have to do anything anymore. You can just be. You are lying where the light no longer tries to reach, just a quiet curve in the dark, a fold of warmth that doesn't need to prove itself. The last ember has softened into something almost invisible, a pulse beneath ash, like the faintest memory of fire remembered by the wood itself. It does not burn, it endures. And you do too, not with effort, but as if your body has simply decided to stop pretending it must go anywhere. The blanket over your feet is no longer just wool. It's a weight that holds its shape against the cold air beyond the floorboards, like something stitched together from old dreams and winter breath. One fold near your ankles has settled into a small valley, not deep but enough to catch the warmth rising from beneath you. You can feel it, this little hollow where heat pools, unasked for, unnoticed until now. It is not warm in a way that demands attention. It is just there, like an old friend who arrived without knocking and never left. A single thread has come loose near your wrist, the kind of fraying that happens when the same fabric rubs against skin night after night, year after year. Not broken yet, but giving just enough to hang on by a whisper. You don't pull it. You let it stay. It is not something you fix. It is just another small mark of time passed in this place. The frost has grown across one corner of the window, not in sharp lines or patterns, but in a slow feathering, like breath drawn too gently on glass and left to fade. The edges are soft, blurred at the tips, as if they've forgotten how to be cold. It's not ice that forms there, it's silence made visible, something the storm has exhaled and left behind. Outside, nothing stirs. Not a single branch creaks. Not even snow makes a sound when it lands. The world is no longer falling, it is already fallen. And so are you. There's a faint scent in the air, not wood smoke anymore, not pine, but something older. The smell of dry linen from long ago laundry hung to dry in this room before anyone lived here, or perhaps just the memory of such things lingering in the walls. It's clean and quiet, like the inside of an old book that hasn't been opened for years. You have stopped noticing where your body ends and the blanket begins. Your shoulder presses against a ridge in the mattress, not uneven, not broken, but shaped by use, by time. The bed has learned how to fit you without ever having to be adjusted. It doesn't move when you shift slightly, just holds you like something that knows its purpose is not to carry, but to contain. The air near your face feels thick and still, not heavy, just full of what remains. Warmth, breath, quiet. You don't need to breathe deeply. Your lungs do it for you slowly, without asking permission. One long exhale, long enough that the moment between breaths stretches into a kind of pause, like a note held in silence. The fire is gone now, not as if it ever existed, but as if it always had been part of this space. Not light, not heat, but presence. You feel its absence like a shape left behind, like when you step out of a room and remember the way your feet used to know where the floor was. And then still, you are here. Not waiting, not hoping, not trying. You are simply present, in the quiet that doesn't demand anything except being felt. There's a grain in one beam near the ceiling, a dark streak running through pale wood, so fine it could be mistaken for shadow. But you're close enough now to see how it curves slightly down toward the wall, like an old mark left by hands long gone. It isn't carved. It wasn't meant to mean anything. Yet you feel it, this thin line of difference in the grain, as if some part of the cabin has been speaking all along. One hand lies on top of the blanket, palm up, fingers resting not on fabric but on air, on stillness. The skin is warm where it touches itself and cold nowhere near it. There's no need to move it. No reason to lift or tuck or settle it in any way. It just stays. And so do you. The snow has reached the top of the sill now, not a sudden rise, but an accumulation over time. Layers stacked like paper left on a shelf for years. The edge is smooth and rounded where the wind stopped trying, where the storm gave up its force to become something else, something soft, something final. It doesn't want to get in. It already has. You don't think about how long you've been here. You don't wonder what time it is. There's no calendar written on the wall or clock ticking by the bed. Time hasn't gone anywhere. It just isn't needed anymore. Not when everything moves at this pace, not when even breath slows to match the hush. There's a small dent in your right earlobe, the kind made from wearing a ring too long, though you can't remember if one ever was there. It doesn't matter. You don't feel it now. You only feel the warmth of your own body radiating through your hair and into the pillow beneath you. The blanket is not just covering. You are sinking slightly into its weight, as if the cabin has begun to breathe with you, drawing in air from around you and giving back warmth. Your feet, still under the edge of the blanket, are no longer cold. They've stopped trying to get warm. Instead, they're simply there. Like stones at the bottom of a slow river, not moving but held by their own quiet. And somewhere between one breath and the next, the space so small it can't be measured, you stop being aware of yourself as an observer. You aren't watching the room anymore. You aren't even thinking about the snow or the fire or the way your hands rest on the blanket. You are not separate from them. Not here. There's no separation in this place. Only warmth, only quiet, only what is. As and you. You may stay. Just like that, no question, no hesitation. You are allowed to be still. To exist without needing to do anything else. To simply be the shape of someone who has stopped searching and started resting. The cabin does not ask for gratitude. It doesn't want your thoughts or your stories or your efforts. It only wants you to stay. And so you do. Not out of obligation, not from fear, but because this is where things are meant to be. Not moving, not changing, just being held by the silence and the snow and the fire that was never really a fire at all, but something older, deeper. A kind of home that doesn't need to say anything. As and you. You can let go now. Not completely, not yet, but enough. Enough to feel the weight of your body as it settles into the bed like snow settling on a roof. No force, no rush, just the slow certainty of falling where nothing resists. You don't have to be anywhere else. There's no need to go back. And no reason to wake. The cabin knows you're here. It has always known. And it will hold you until morning is not necessary. You are not thinking about how much of you still remains awake, only that what's left doesn't want to go anywhere. The fire has settled into a single ember, low and deep beneath the ash like something sleeping with its eyes closed. It glows only when your breath catches slightly, just enough to reveal it. A slow pulse in the dark, not warm but there, steady as blood in bone. You don't look at it because looking would mean you are still measuring time by light. Instead, you feel how the air above it trembles, not from heat rising, but from silence holding its breath. The snow is higher now than the window frame itself, pressing gently against the glass until the edges have blurred into one seamless white surface. You can't tell where the sky ends and the wall begins, only that they've become the same thing, a soft veil of falling stillness. The wind hasn't gone away, not really, but it no longer speaks in voices. It sighs through the eaves like an old man who's forgotten why he was walking, then stops. And when it does, the silence doesn't rush in to fill the gap. It waits for you to notice that it has always been here. Your left hand lies palm up on the blanket, fingers slightly curled as if cradling a memory too quiet to name. The skin is warm where it meets itself. No pressure needed, just presence, and there's no urgency in how it rests. You don't straighten your fingers or tug at the fabric. You let them be exactly what they are, hands that have stopped doing anything but being. And when you shift slightly, not to move, not even to adjust, but simply because your body has decided it wants a new shape for its stillness, you do so slowly, as if every motion were part of an ancient ritual no one remembers anymore. The blanket is heavier now than it was hours ago. It's not that the wool has grown thicker, no, it's something else. The way heat gathers in folds and pockets like breath caught behind a wall. You feel it on your ribs, pressing down softly, not tightly, just enough to remind you that warmth isn't an accident here. It's intentional. The cabin doesn't just keep you warm, it wants you to be. Not because of anything you've done or said, but simply because the world outside has stopped demanding things from you. A log cracks somewhere deep in the firebox, not with a snap, but like a single note struck on an instrument long forgotten. It's not loud enough to break the quiet. It only confirms that something still lives beneath all this calm. You don't look at the hearth. You don't turn your head. But you know where it is, the low crackle of wood remembering how to burn, even when there's no need. The scent has changed again. Less smoke now, more pine, like needles pressed into a book for years and then opened in winter air. It drifts through the room in faint waves, not strong enough to be noticed, but persistent enough to make you realize it was always there. You breathe it in without choosing to, as if your body remembers what this smell means. Shelter, deep forest, absence of roads. A thin line of frost has begun forming on one corner of the window pane, not from cold coming in, but from warmth escaping and meeting the glass too quickly. It spreads slowly, not sharp or jagged, but feathery, like something delicate trying to write its name across a wall it can't reach. You watch it with no curiosity, just acceptance, as if watching frost grow is another way of staying still. Your right shoulder has sunk slightly into the pillow, and now there's a small hollow where your collarbone meets skin that wasn't there before. It holds heat differently, warmer than other places, deeper in its shape. You don't correct it. You let it stay as proof that you're not resisting anything, not even gravity. The firelight has faded so much that the shadows on the wall no longer move. They've become fixed, like stains made of time. One beam in particular leans into a corner where the ceiling meets the wood, and for a moment, you notice how its edge is worn smooth from years of dust passing over it. No one's touched it. Nothing has disturbed it. It's just been there, like this room. You are not thinking about tomorrow, not even slightly. You don't imagine what it will be like to wake up, not because you're afraid of the morning, but because your body doesn't need to know yet. The cabin knows when that moment comes, and it won't rush you. There's a small fold in the blanket near your hip, just one crease where fabric has pooled into itself over time. It holds warmth like a secret. You don't smooth it out. You let it stay as evidence that things can settle without being fixed. The snow continues to fall, not with force, not with noise, but with a kind of deliberate quiet, each flake landing not on the world but in it, as if the air itself has learned how to be gentle. The cabin isn't waiting for anything to end. It's simply letting time pass like breath held too long, no rush to release, no need to exhale. You are not asleep yet, but you're close enough that your thoughts don't have names anymore. They float in the air like ash from a fire that has stopped burning but still gives off heat. You don't reach for them. You let them drift into silence. Your breath is slow now. So slow it feels almost suspended between one moment and the next, as if even air knows not to disturb what's already settled. It doesn't matter how long you've been here. It only matters that you're still here, and that the cabin has never asked for anything in return. There's a faint scent of dry wool near your feet, the kind left behind after someone unwound a scarf and folded it away too soon. You don't remember owning one, but it doesn't matter. The smell is part of this room now, like the way dust collects on beams or how light fades at dusk in certain corners. A single thread has come loose from your sleeve. just one thin strand caught between two layers of cloth. It dangles slightly, swaying only when the air shifts, not because there's wind, but because even stillness can have motion if you look close enough. You don't pull it free. You let it hang like a question with no answer. The fire has gone down so low now that it's just a single glow, buried under ash and time. It doesn't matter. The warmth isn't coming from the flame anymore. It's in the walls, in the floor, in the way your skin remembers heat even when you don't feel it directly. You are not alone, not in this place, not ever. The cabin holds space for all of it. The weight of your body, the quiet between heartbeats, the slow shift of snow outside, and the fact that nothing has to be done tonight. Nothing at all. And somewhere, just beneath the surface, you feel something shift, not because you've moved, but because you no longer need to be aware of moving. You are simply here. The way a stone is in the riverbed, not waiting to be found, not wishing it were elsewhere, just where it belongs. The snow has buried everything now: roads, trees, signs, names. It doesn't matter who might come looking. No one would know how to find you even if they tried. And you don't want to be found. You're already home. You are still here, and that is enough. The fire has not gone out. It's just become something else now, a memory of heat pressed into the coals like a fingerprint left behind by time. It doesn't glow with urgency anymore. There's no need to watch it burn. You can feel its presence in the way your legs sink deeper into the bed, as if the mattress has learned how to hold you more gently than before. Your feet are tucked beneath the blanket, not because they're cold, but because the weight of wool over them feels like a promise that nothing will pull you away. There's a small crack along one wall where the timber shifts in the quiet, just wide enough for air to slip through when it remembers how, and only then. It doesn't make noise. It just breathes once every few minutes, low and slow, like something tired and grateful not to be asked anything more tonight. The snow has reached the sill now. The top edge of the window is buried under a soft mound that isn't quite even. It's settled into its own shape, with no intention of being flat or tidy. A single flake still clings to the glass from earlier, melting slowly in place without urgency. You don't notice it until you see how the light bends around it, a tiny prism caught between frost and frame, shifting only when your eyes blink. There's a grain in the wood near where your shoulder rests, the kind that curls inward like a secret told sideways. It catches the faintest shift of shadow from below the fire, not enough to be called a pattern, but just enough for you to know it's there. You don't trace it with your fingers. You let its shape remain unexplained. Your left hand is flat on top of the blanket now, palm up. The skin feels warm where it touches itself and slightly cooler at the wrist, just enough contrast that you can feel the difference between stillness and breath. There's no need to move, no reason to press anything into place. You are not holding onto anything, not even your own thoughts. The air in here is full of something soft, like dust that doesn't settle, like sound too quiet to be called silence. It fills every corner where the fire hasn't touched yet, and lingers near the ceiling as though waiting for a shape it might never take. You don't feel its weight, you just let it be. There's a faint taste in your mouth, not from anything you've eaten, but like old warmth rising up behind your teeth. A quiet sweetness, not sugary or sharp, just something that says you're safe, as if the room has spoken without opening its walls. It passes quickly and leaves no trace, only the memory of having been known. The blanket folds over you differently now. It's heavier than it was before, not because it's added layers, but because it feels like it knows what you need even when you don't. One corner lies just off your hip, crumpled slightly where it fell during a dreamless turn. It doesn't matter that the fold isn't neat. The way it rests there is perfect for no other reason than that it does. A log shifts in the hearth, only once, and so quietly you're not sure if you heard it at all. But then again, your body remembers things before your ears do. There's a soft creak from somewhere deep inside the cabin, the kind of sound made by old wood adjusting its spine after hours of stillness. It doesn't startle. It feels like an acknowledgement, as though the building has sighed and said yes to being exactly where it is. Outside, the snow continues, not falling faster, not slower, but simply remaining. As if the sky has stopped deciding what happens next. The world beyond the glass isn't gone. It's just been softened into something that can no longer be named or measured. Trees are shapes now, roads are memories, and names have become indistinct echoes in a room where only warmth matters. You don't think about how long it's been since you last spoke to another person. You don't wonder what the morning will bring, or if anything will ever need bringing again. The idea of time has quieted too. It's not that it's disappeared, it's just stopped trying to be important. The cabin doesn't care when things begin or end. All it knows is this moment, and how much warmth it can give without being asked. Your breath slows further, so slow you could almost believe it isn't happening at all. But then another one comes, gentle as a falling snowflake, and you feel the shift in your ribs like a small wave passing through still water. You don't guide it, you just let it happen. There's a thread now, one that wasn't there before, running from beneath your sleeve down to the edge of the blanket. Not pulled or tangled, just lying there, loose and quiet, as if someone left it behind by accident and then forgot about it. It doesn't move unless you do, and even then, only slightly. You don't notice it until you feel its touch against your wrist when you shift ever so gently. It's not important that the thread is long or short, white or gray. What matters is that it exists, just like this moment does. Like the warmth beneath your back, like the soft weight of wool holding you down without effort. None of these things are meant to be fixed. They're just allowed to be. The firelight has dimmed so far now that it doesn't cast shadows. It only changes how the air looks in certain places. Near the mantle, there's a faint halo of gold where heat still lingers in the wood, not from flame but from memory. It doesn't warm anything anymore, but you can see it, the way light remembers itself. Your fingers are relaxed now, spread slightly on top of your chest, as if they've given up trying to do anything at all. They don't curl. They don't twitch. They just rest where they fell, like stones dropped into deep water and forgotten before they sink. There's a smell near the baseboard, the kind that comes from old pine not touched by sunlight in years. It's faint, almost nothing, but it's there. Not sharp or sweet, just present, like a voice you used to know but can't place anymore. You don't try to name it. You let it drift through your awareness without claiming it. The snow has risen high enough now that the window is nearly gone, not blocked entirely, but blurred into softness. The light outside isn't bright or clear, it's diffused, like a dream you're not quite awake for yet. It doesn't matter what lies beyond. There's nothing to see that would change how warm this room feels. You don't want to think about leaving, not because the cabin is perfect, but because it has stopped asking anything of you. No expectations. No need to perform, to explain, to be useful. You are not expected to do or even be. You're just allowed to occupy space, just as a stone occupies riverbed. And somewhere beneath all this stillness, a deep quiet that isn't empty but full, the weight of being finally let go begins to settle into your bones like snow falling over the world, slowly covering everything in soft silence. You don't need to hold on anymore. The thread beneath your wrist has unknotted itself, not pulled away, but simply released, like a breath that didn't know it was being held. It lies still, tucked into the fold of blanket where warmth pools deepest, and you feel its absence like a quiet afternote rather than loss. There's no need to reach for things that don't call back. The fire has sunk so low now that only one ember remains, small as a seed, glowing faintly beneath ash that settles without sound. It doesn't flicker, it just is. A tiny pulse of orange in the darkening air, like an eye closing after long watching. You can see it because the room isn't lit, it's held by its presence. The heat has become something you don't measure anymore. It's not on your skin, but inside your bones, a kind of slow remembering that warmth is possible even when nothing else moves. The snow presses against the glass now with such quiet force that it feels less like pressure and more like patience, like the world outside has decided to stop trying to be seen. The window isn't blank. It's not empty. There's a shape there, soft and shifting, as if something were breathing behind the pane but choosing not to announce itself. You don't look for meaning in it. You just let the edge of vision blur into that steady white, where form dissolves and only weight remains. Your left foot has slipped from beneath the blanket. Just an inch, no more, and you notice it not because you want to correct it, but because there's a momentary coolness along your ankle. It's brief, almost imagined. You don't pull the wool back over it. Instead, you let that small chill settle into your awareness like a single note from a distant bell, faint, clear, and already fading. Air in here is still not cold. It never was, but there's a new kind of silence now. One where even the fire's quiet crackle feels like an echo rather than a sound. The wood has long stopped burning. It hasn't gone out. It's simply become something else, wood that remembers heat, that holds it in its grain like old ledgers kept between pages. You don't think about how much time has passed since you first lay down, not because you've forgotten, but because the idea of measuring it no longer seems necessary. There is a seam in the floorboard near your feet, one that runs diagonally across the oak, barely visible unless light hits it just right. It's not broken. It doesn't creak when you breathe. But now, for the first time since you came inside, you notice how deep the shadow under it goes. How dark and still it is, like a place where warmth has never reached but hasn't been denied either. And in that small space of absence, the seam between two pieces of wood, untouched by flame or foot, you begin to feel something shift not in your body, but in your mind. Not as thought exactly. More like the slow release of a tension you didn't know was there, like a hand unclenching after holding on for hours without knowing why. You don't have to do anything with it. You don't need to understand it or name it. It's not an event. It's just another layer settling into place, like snow filling the space between trees. There's a fold in your blanket, one that hasn't been smoothed since you first pulled it up. It sits near the edge of your chest, soft and slightly raised, as if something had rested there briefly and then decided not to move on. You don't adjust it. The shape is comfortable now, like an old friend who knows exactly where to be. The scent has changed again, not the wood smoke, not the pine, but a deeper note beneath them. Damp earth after rain, or perhaps just the quiet of soil that's been undisturbed for years. It rises slowly from under the floor, faint and unforced, like memory without cause. You don't inhale it to feel better. You just let it drift in as if the cabin were breathing with you. And somewhere behind the wall, just beyond hearing, the snow continues its slow work. Not falling so much as filling, rising not upward but outward, pressing into every corner of the world outside, softening edges, blurring lines between here and there. It doesn't matter that roads have vanished, that paths no longer lead anywhere. You aren't supposed to go anywhere. The storm isn't a barrier, it's an envelope. Your hands are still on your chest, fingers relaxed in the way that only happens when nothing needs doing, when even thinking feels like effort. One thumb rests slightly against the base of your palm. It doesn't move, not because it can't, but because there's no reason to. The shape they make is not for show or function. They are simply where they fell. Your breath has slowed so much that you don't always feel each one. Some come like a ripple underwater, barely breaking the surface. Others seem to rise from somewhere deep in your ribs, as if pulled by gravity rather than intention. You don't watch them. You don't count them. They are not events, just presence. There is a small crack in the ceiling beam above you, a thin line of dark wood splitting through pale oak, barely visible unless sunlight hits it at an angle. But tonight there is no sun. Only firelight that hasn't been there for hours. Still, you notice it, not because you want to see more, but because something about its quiet fracture feels like truth. Not broken, just made of parts. The weight of the blankets has deepened now, less a covering than a kind of embrace. You don't feel trapped, you feel held. As if the cabin itself had leaned in and said, "Stay here. This is where you belong, not because you're meant to be, but because you are." Outside, the storm doesn't stop. It simply becomes more complete. The world isn't gone. It's just hidden behind a thick veil of white silence, so soft that even wind has forgotten how loud it used to be. There's no need for noise when everything is already still. Your shoulder, your left one, has begun to sink deeper into the pillow, not because you're shifting, but because your body knows what the mind hasn't learned yet. There is safety in surrender. And here, you are allowed to let go. Not all at once, not dramatically. Just a little more with each breath. Like snow melting slowly on a roof, unseen until it's gone. There is no need to remember anything. No name, no place, no feeling that must be kept alive. You can forget what you used to carry, how heavy it was, how long you held it, why you thought you had to. The cabin doesn't ask for your story. It only asks you to rest. The ember has dimmed further now, not vanished, but reduced to a memory of light. Still visible if you look just right. Still warm enough that when the air shifts near it, there's a whisper of heat on the skin, faint as breath against cold glass. You don't reach for it. You let it be. And in this space, where nothing moves and nothing demands, you begin to believe you don't have to earn being here. You are already here. You were always allowed to be. The snow keeps falling. Not because it must, but because it can. Because the world has stopped asking anything of anyone tonight. And so do you. Your fingers have settled so completely into stillness that you no longer notice them, not even when a faint tremor passes through your hand. Just one ripple of warmth rising from deep in your palm, as if something low and quiet beneath you has stirred for just long enough to say, "You are here." The wool blanket over your feet is folded once more, the way it was before the fire settled into its deepest hush. But now the fold feels different, less a gesture of care than a natural crease in the fabric, like a seam worn soft by time and weight. You don't recall folding it. You didn't move. It simply became. The air near your face is still warm, not hot, not alive with motion, but steady, as if the cabin has memorized how to hold heat long after the flames have stopped chasing light. Your nose brushes the edge of a blanket's inner fold, and for a moment you feel the faintest trace of old pine resin beneath wool, like something buried in memory that only surfaces when no one is listening. It doesn't need explanation. You don't wonder where it came from. The scent stays, just long enough to remind your skin that warmth can carry quiet echoes. Outside, the snow keeps falling, not in sheets, not in bursts, but as a slow accumulation of silence, each flake landing with such perfect stillness that even the air seems to pause between them. It's not noiseless. There is sound, the soft press of weight on wood, a faint crackle like cotton dissolving under water, the barest creak from one beam settling into its long-held shape. But none of it feels urgent. The cabin breathes with the storm, and you breathe with the cabin. Your right shoulder has slipped lower now, not by choice, but because gravity is no longer a burden, only an invitation. It sinks deeper than before into the pillow's soft give, as if your body has decided to stop fighting balance and simply let itself be shaped by what holds it. The curve of your spine follows its own rhythm, one gentle arch after another, each one less deliberate, more like water finding a new path over stone. You don't guide it. You only notice when it happens. The fire is not gone. It's just deeper now, burned down to the core where light no longer flickers but lingers in shadow. A single coal sits at the heart of the ashes, glowing like an eye that knows how to rest. Its heat still reaches you, not with a pulse, not with urgency, but as a slow current, rising through the soles of your feet and warming your ankles from within. You don't need to look. You feel it where the wool ends and skin begins. A quiet warmth spreading across the backs of your thighs, like something remembering how to be safe. There's a small dent in the wall just above your head, a mark left by an old nail that no longer holds anything. The wood there has darkened over time, not from soot but from years of breath and stillness, as if the cabin itself learned to settle around this one spot like it had made a promise. You don't dwell on it. You only feel its presence. The way your scalp tilts into it, how your hair brushes against that old patch, as though the wall has become part of you without asking permission. The snow has risen higher at the window's sill, so high now that it reaches almost to the bottom edge of the glass, pressing in with a soft, unbroken weight. You can't see beyond it anymore, not even a shadow. The world outside is not lost, it's just folded away, tucked behind this thick white cloth where nothing moves and no one comes. There's no reason for roads or paths now. No need to know where you came from. The cabin doesn't care. It only knows what's here. The low hum of embers, your breath meeting air that tastes faintly of old wood and stillness. Your left hand has turned slightly toward your body, fingers curled inward not in tension, but in a kind of quiet surrender. A gesture you've made before without knowing it, as if your hands had memorized how to hold warmth even when no one is watching. The back of your wrist rests against the blanket's edge, and for a moment you feel the faintest vibration, just beneath skin, like something small and slow moving through the air, not wind, not sound, but presence. A feeling that doesn't name itself, only stays. The firelight has faded so low it no longer casts shapes, it just is. The shadows are deeper now, not because they're darker, but because they've stopped being separate from the room. They're part of its breath. Your eyelids don't weigh anything anymore. Not heavy, not light, just still. Like two small doors that have decided to stay closed, not out of fear, but because there's nothing left to open them for. There is a faint pattern in the frost along one pane, a web of tiny lines spreading from a single point near the bottom corner, like roots growing through ice. It wasn't there before. You didn't see it form. But now it's here, delicate, branching, made by nothing but cold and time, and no one will ever trace its path again. It exists only in this moment, just as you do, unseen by anyone else, unrecorded, unneeded to mean anything. Your breath is so slow now that when a new one comes, it feels like an arrival rather than a movement. Like the air outside has stopped pressing and finally let something through, not because it was asked, but because it knew you were ready to receive. You don't take it in with purpose. You just allow it. The cabin holds everything, your weight, your stillness, the memory of what came before, and none of it matters anymore. There is no need to be anything more than you are right now. A body beneath blankets, a mind that has stopped chasing meaning, a heart that doesn't have to explain itself. The storm keeps falling not because it must, but because it can, because the world has learned how to rest. And so have you. Your toes shift, just slightly, curling inward like roots finding soil in dark earth. They don't move for any reason other than to feel the warmth of your own skin against wool, the way heat lingers even when motion stops. The blanket over your legs has slipped down a fraction, and though it's not cold, there's a moment where you notice how easily it could be pulled back up, how simple it would be to adjust. But you don't. You let it stay just where it is. Let the air touch that one small patch of calf. Not because you're letting go, but because holding on has become unnecessary. The snow has risen so high at the window now that the glass feels like part of a wall, not a barrier. The world beyond doesn't exist in any way that matters. There is no need to see it, no reason to remember how it looked before. You don't miss what you can't reach, not because you've forgotten, but because forgetting has become its own kind of peace. And here, the silence isn't empty. It's full of heat, of breath, of something that doesn't name itself but stays. You don't have to listen for it, it listens for you. The fire is not gone, the storm is not ending, but you are no longer trying to hold them in your mind. You are simply here where the warmth is real and the cold is only a frame, so far away that even the memory of it feels distant, like something from another life, another season, another body. The cabin doesn't ask for anything. It only holds. And you don't have to do anything either. Not now, not ever again. You are allowed to be small, to stay still, to stop being someone who must move. The snow keeps falling, not in waves, not in patterns, but as a quiet accumulation of what the world has forgotten how to say aloud. As and you. You don't need to say anything either. The blanket covers your feet again, just gently, like hands that know their way back without being asked. You don't notice when it happens, only feel it afterward. The weight, the warmth, the certainty of being held, not by anyone, just by the space around you, by the fire's last breath, by the storm's endless giving. The log in the hearth shifts, just once, and the fire exhales a long, golden sigh through its throat of ash. You feel it not in your ears but deeper, like heat rising from stone after rain. The air around you is thick with stillness, slow as sap moving under bark. Your hands rest flat on top of the blanket, palms up, fingers relaxed. No need to hold anything now, no reason to grasp at warmth because it's already everywhere. You don't have to search for where it comes from. It doesn't come from anywhere except this. The way wool holds heat like memory, the way wood smolders not with hunger but with surrender. The snow has climbed so high on the window that what was once a pane is now just another shadow, smooth and deep, as if painted over by time. The glass no longer reflects anything. It simply is, and you are not looking at it anymore. You don't need to see how much of the world remains buried beneath. There's no point in counting. The storm isn't measuring itself against your will. It doesn't care whether you know its shape or depth. Your left shoulder sinks a little lower into the pillow, as if gravity has finally found a place it can stay without apology. Not because you've decided to let go, but because there was never anything to hold on to in the first place. The weight of your arm is no longer heavy. It's just there, like moss on stone, like roots in soil, like breath that doesn't need to be taken. A single thread has come loose from the edge of the blanket, one long, faintly gray strand of wool that curls across your calf. You don't reach for it. You let it dangle there. It doesn't matter. Nothing matters, not even the fact that it might unravel further. The cabin knows how to keep things whole without force. There's a new sound, not in the fire, not in the wind, but inside the quiet itself. A soft crackle of frost forming on one corner of the window pane, spreading slowly like veins beneath glass. It doesn't come from outside. It comes from within the space between you and the snow. The air is cold enough to make ice form where it touches the glass, but not cold enough to touch your skin. You are not aware of your skin anymore, not in any way that counts. You're only aware of what lies beneath the warmth, yes, but also the feeling of being contained, like something ancient and soft has wrapped around you without asking. The cabin isn't protecting you. It's just existing with you. And because it does, you can stop pretending to be anything else. The fire is now nearly only a memory, just 3 or 4 coals glowing low, their light deepening into amber, then violet, like dusk at the bottom of a well. No flame licks upward. There's no need. The warmth doesn't depend on motion anymore. It exists as its own kind of being, quiet, complete, not in service to anything. Your breath has slowed so much that it almost stops, then returns with such gentleness you don't notice until the air fills your lungs again. You are not breathing for survival. You are breathing because something inside you still remembers how to be alive without effort. The scent of wood smoke lingers, not sharp, not strong, but woven through the fabric of the room like a thread that never breaks. It's in the wool on your chest, in the air near your nose, in the space between your fingers when they drift slightly upward, as if testing for wind. There is no wind, only stillness. A fold in the blanket has shifted without warning, just a slow settling of fabric over your knee, like a hand that knows how to cover someone quietly without permission needed. You don't think about it. You only feel it, warmth returning where there was none before. The wool is soft against your skin now, not because you've touched it, but because it's been touching you for hours, learning the shape of your body in silence. There's a faint scent beneath the wood smoke, the clean cold that came through your coat when you first stepped inside. It doesn't remind you of anything except how far away everything else is. The world outside isn't just snowed in, it's forgotten. Forgotten by everyone, even itself. And so are you. You don't have to be known anymore. You don't have to explain why you're here or what you were before. There's no need for a name, no reason to be seen. Even your own thoughts feel like they've stepped back, like guests who arrived too early and now wait quietly in the corner of your mind until they remember they are not welcome. Your toes press together slightly, not with purpose, but because warmth has found its way into their spaces, and the act of touching is no longer about comfort. It's just what happens when heat moves through soft things. The snow keeps falling, yes, but it doesn't fall on anything anymore. It falls through time, like breath between two heartbeats, like a thought that isn't meant to be spoken. And the cabin, this small place with its low ceiling and trembling beams, doesn't care if you're awake or asleep. It only knows how to hold heat, how to let silence grow thick, how to become part of something larger than itself. The moment when being still becomes a kind of truth. You are not resting because you're tired. You're tired because you've been resting for so long without knowing it. A single drop of wax falls from the candle on the table, just one small bead, dark and slow, landing with no sound on the wood beneath. It doesn't burn anymore. There's nothing left to consume. Just a shape now, a small black eye in the grain, like something that has seen too much. The fire is gone, except for its memory. The last breath of orange held within one coal, glowing faintly as if trying to say something before it forgets how. You don't need to understand what it means. You only need to let yourself be known by it, by the warmth, by the silence, by the snow that keeps falling not because it must, but because it can. Your breath slows again. Slower than ever, it doesn't come from your chest. It comes from somewhere deeper, like a river far underground, moving only when no one is listening. The cabin does not move. The storm does not rush. You do not try to stay awake or fall asleep. There's no effort in any of it. Only presence, not as something you achieve, but as something that has always been there, waiting for the world to stop demanding things from you so it could finally be seen. Your hand rests on your chest now, just lightly, and you feel nothing except warmth and weight. You don't count your heartbeat. It doesn't need to be counted. It's just beating, like snow falling in a place where no one hears it. The air is full of things that can't be named. The shape of silence, the color of stillness, the sound of being held by absence. And here, where nothing moves but the slow pulse beneath your skin, you are not lost. You are not waiting. You are simply allowed to exist in the quiet between moments, where time has no name and meaning is unnecessary. The snow keeps falling, not in waves, not in patterns, but as if the world itself is finally learning how to rest without apology. You don't have to do anything now, not even breathe. Just be here. Just be. Just. Stay. You are not sinking into sleep, exactly. More like returning to a place where you've already been, even if you never knew it. The walls don't close in. They simply fold around you like a hand that has long known how to cup something precious without squeezing. The snow hasn't stopped falling. It's just changed its rhythm, now drifting sideways at the edge of vision, as though the air itself is learning to move slower than gravity. The fire is gone entirely now. The last ember cooled into ash, but not cold. Not yet. A faint warmth still lingers in the stone hearth, like a handprint left behind after someone has walked away. You can almost feel it through the soles of your feet, even though you're not touching the floor anymore. Your fingers rest on top of the blanket, still and light, and they don't move because there's no reason to. The wool is thick in places, thin in others, each section holding heat differently. One patch feels like a warm stone left in sunlight. Another yields slightly under pressure, as if it remembers being folded once, carefully, by someone who understood how soft things should be kept. The window has vanished completely from the outside. No glass, no frame, just a solid white shape that presses against the cabin's edge. The snow is inside now, not through the cracks, but through the air itself, settling into every crevice like dust on old books. It doesn't melt. It doesn't fall. It stays. And in its stillness, your breath feels louder than it should, like a small animal stirring beneath a blanket. You don't hear the wind anymore, not because it stopped, but because you've stopped needing to name what's happening. The silence isn't empty. It's full of things that can't be spoken. The way heat flows through fabric when no one is watching, how dust settles in slow motion on forgotten shelves, the soft weight of a hand resting where it doesn't have to do anything. The beam above you creaks once, just one deep groan, like something remembering its shape after being bent too long, and then goes still. It's not afraid. It knows what happens when pressure is held for years. Eventually, everything gives way in silence, and that is enough. Your shoulder lowers an inch. No effort, no will, just the slow surrender of muscles that have been holding a posture they didn't know they were carrying. The blanket shifts with you, not to cover more or less, but because it understands your body's desire to be held without asking permission. There's a fold in the wool near your hip, a crease from when someone once laid this over their knees while reading by firelight. It still holds the shape of that moment, even though no one was there then and no one is here now. The warmth radiates not from memory, but from presence. How the fabric remembers what it means to be warm. The air tastes clean, not in a way you could measure, but like water before it touches your lips. Cold at the edge of sensation, yet alive with possibility. You don't need to swallow it. It just is. Something small falls into the hearth, a shard of ash from the old fire's last breath, and lands softly on the stone where it stays without moving. No one will sweep it away. No one needs to. The snow outside doesn't press harder. It presses in, like a kind of patience that has no beginning and no end. It isn't blocking anything. It's wrapping everything in stillness so nothing can be lost or found again. The world is not gone. It's simply not calling out for you anymore. Your toes curl slightly, not from cold, but because warmth has traveled up your legs like a slow river rising through roots. You don't know where it came from. You only know that it arrived. There's no need to stay awake or fall asleep. There is only this: the quiet weight of being held in the middle of something vast and soft, where time doesn't tick but breathes, and every pause between heartbeats feels like a full sentence spoken aloud. Your hand rests now on your stomach, not covering it, not pressing, just being. It knows how to rest. It has waited for years to be allowed to do so without guilt. The scent of wood smoke lingers, yes, but fainter than before, as though the cabin is slowly letting go of its own story, leaving behind only what is necessary. A trace, like breath on glass after someone has exhaled and walked away. You don't need to be anything. You don't have to mean something. The snow doesn't care if you're famous or forgotten. It covers everything the same way, gently, without judgment, with an insistence that feels like kindness. The ceiling beams are darker now, not from soot, but from shadow that has grown thick and deep in their grain. They don't creak anymore. They just hold. And because they hold, you can let go. Your body doesn't sink into the mattress. It becomes part of it, like a stone settling into mud, not through force but through time. No effort, just presence. The air feels heavier, not with pressure, but with warmth that refuses to leave. It wraps around your skin like something that has stayed too long in a room and now can't bear to go. A single thread from the blanket slips free, just one fine strand of wool, and it floats above you for a moment, caught between breaths, before drifting down again to lie on the coverlet as if it had always been there. And no one will pick it up. No one needs to. You are not dreaming. You are not awake. You are simply here, where silence is not absence but fullness, where being still isn't failure but fulfillment, and where the storm outside doesn't roar because it can't. It only breathes now, in slow rhythm with your own. There's no need for anything else to happen. The cabin knows what it's doing. It has always known. The snow continues its quiet work, not covering, not destroying, but simply being. And you, lying still beneath the weight of warmth and time, are learning how to do the same. You don't have to go anywhere. You don't need to return. There is no door, no path, no reason to move. Only this, the slow unspooling of effort, the quiet release of every small thing that once needed proving. And here, where nothing stirs but your breath and the softness of wool against skin, you are not lost. You are simply allowed to stay. Your fingers rest where they fell on your chest, not clutching, not searching, but just there like stones left in a shallow stream after the water has passed. The weight of them isn't burden, it's belonging, You don't have to hold anything anymore, not even attention. The fire is lower now, not gone, but curled inward, its light no longer sharp enough to cut shadows, only warm enough to blur their edges. One ember glows behind ash like a secret kept too long, breathing just once every few minutes, slow as the turn of a leaf in deep water. The snow has risen higher on the sill, no longer soft at the top, but packed down into a ridge that presses against the glass without breaking through. It's not growing, it's settling. The window is no longer a frame but a veil, one you can't see through even if you wanted to, because what's beyond is all white and still, like a page where nothing has been written yet. You don't need to know what's out there. What matters is that the glass holds the cold at bay, not by strength, but by silence. Your left foot bare, tucked beneath the blanket, is no longer just warm, it's singing. Not with sound, but with a slow pulse of heat rising from your ankle upward, like roots waking in winter. It doesn't demand attention. It simply exists, humming in its own quiet way against the cold that doesn't touch you. A breath comes long and low, and as it leaves, the air near your lips feels thickened by warmth, not steam, but something slower. A kind of lingering presence, like the last note after music stops playing. You might notice how one corner of the blanket has slipped down slightly, not far, just enough to let a thin line of skin peek out between wool and mattress. It's not cold, not even cool, just exposed for a moment in the way that only sleep allows, unguarded, unnamed, accepted. There's no need to tuck it back. The air around you is too soft to matter. And if your shoulder shifts just slightly, just enough to roll into the curve of the pillow, the blanket stays where it is because the cabin knows what it's doing. It doesn't rush. It doesn't ask permission. The sound now isn't silence, it's absence. Not absence as emptiness, but as fullness without noise. The wind has gone quiet not from being stopped, but from having found a rhythm so slow that even time can't keep up with it. There is no ticking of the clock, only breaths and the soft crackle of one last piece of wood giving in to its own warmth. You might feel how your ribs rise just slightly under the blanket, not from effort, not from breathing hard, but because the space inside you has grown softer, more hollowed out by ease, like a bowl filled with light instead of liquid. You don't have to hold shape. You can let yourself be shaped by what's around you, the curve of the wall, the weight of the sky pressing down on snow, the way the firelight paints one beam in gold and lets another disappear into shadow. The scent is different now, not wood smoke anymore, not pine, but something older, dried cedar from a drawer that hasn't been opened since autumn, or perhaps just the ghost of a place where someone once sat for hours with nothing to do. It's faint, almost gone, but still there, like memory without content. There's a thread near your right knee, A single strand pulled loose from the blanket, and it lies in a small fold of fabric like a forgotten letter left unopened. You don't reach for it. The cabin doesn't ask you to fix anything, not even its own imperfections. Your toes press gently into the mattress, not pushing, not curling, but just being, as if they've remembered what stillness feels like after years of walking. Outside, snow continues to fall, no longer a storm, no longer a force, just the slow falling of light onto itself. The world isn't being buried, it's being held, not in fear but in care, like hands cupping something fragile that doesn't need saving, only resting. And you are not separate from this. You are part of its rhythm now. Your breath matches the low hum of the fire. Your heartbeat aligns with the weight of snow on wood. No effort to sink, just presence. The kind where time doesn't move forward, it just is. Your right hand lies flat, palm up, as if waiting for nothing and everything at once. It knows it won't be needed. Not tonight. Not ever again, perhaps. There's no need to write anything down. No message to send. You don't have to carry the weight of what comes next. The beam above you, darkened by years, by smoke, by stillness, is now just a shape in shadow, not a support, not an anchor, but something that exists simply because it is. And so do you. A small sound. One log settles deeper into embers, not with a crash, not even a crackle, just the softest thud, like a body remembering how to rest after being upright too long. And then the silence returns, not empty, not cold, just full of what's already here, warmth that doesn't need proof, stillness that isn't waiting for change. Your mind drifts not away, not into thought, but down like water sinking through layers of earth. There are no thoughts to follow, no images to chase. Only this, the slow surrender of nerves, one by one, like leaves letting go in autumn, each release softer than the last. You don't have to remember anything. You don't even have to be aware you're lying there. The cabin doesn't care if you're conscious or dreaming, only that you are present and that you are warm. The air is thick with the weight of being held. Not by walls, not by wood, but by absence. The absence of demand, of urgency, of need to perform. You don't have to explain yourself. No one's listening, not even your own thoughts anymore. They've gone quiet, too, not because they're gone, but because they no longer matter. A tiny fold in the blanket near your shoulder has caught a speck of ash, no larger than a grain of sand, but it stays there without moving. It doesn't fall off. It isn't brushed away. The cabin keeps its small imperfections like secrets kept between friends. Your breath slows, not forced, not adjusted, but naturally, like water finding the path downhill. The fire has dimmed to one glowing coal, no longer orange, but a soft pulse of deep red, almost black now, breathing only because it must. It doesn't burn, it endures. And you, lying beneath this blanket that feels heavier with every passing moment, feel yourself becoming part of the same kind of endurance, not fighting, not trying, but simply remaining. The snow continues to fall, not in bursts, not in wind-driven sheets, but evenly, gently, like time itself has slowed its pace. It doesn't matter how long it's been since you arrived, or when you'll leave. You already did. You left before the door even closed. And now, here, you are just a shape under wool, a presence in the middle of stillness, where nothing is expected and everything is allowed. The warmth isn't rising anymore. It's settling. It has found its place, and so have you. You feel it now, the way the heat has stopped moving, like breath held too long in a still room. It doesn't rise. It settles into the hollows where you've been lying so long. The kind of warmth that doesn't come from fire alone, but from the slow acceptance that you are no longer required to stand. Your left foot rests against the edge of the blanket, one heel slightly lifted as if testing whether gravity still applies. It does, but gently. Like a hand touching your ankle, and then letting go before it can disturb what's already quiet. The window is nearly gone. Not broken, not covered, it has become something else. The snow has built up against it from the outside, pressing in with steady patience until only the very center remains clear. A small oval of glass, like a single eye looking inward. Through it you see nothing but white, not light, not shadow, just texture. The slow fall of flakes that never seem to land because they're already part of what's falling. The air inside is so still that even your breath doesn't stir the dust in the corners. You notice now how the wood smoke has changed, no longer sharp or bright, but thick and low, like a memory you can taste on the back of your tongue. It coats the walls not with smoke, but with presence. Not scent, not flame, but something older, more settled. Like the house remembers being burned before it was built. A small draft runs through the room, not cold, never cold, just a whisper passing between beams like a voice that's forgotten its words. You don't need to hear what it says. It doesn't want anything from you. It only passes by and then is gone, leaving behind a trace of old pine in the air. Your fingers are curled slightly under the blanket, not from cold but from habit, like they still remember how to grasp something. But there's nothing to grab, not here. And so they stay where they are, half opened, resting on warmth that doesn't belong to them but has become theirs through absence of need. There is a mark in the corner of the ceiling, a dark stain shaped like a leaf or maybe a handprint from long ago. You've never seen it before, and yet you know it's always been there. The kind of thing that appears only when attention stops searching for meaning. It isn't part of any story, it just is. The fire has gone quiet now. No pop, no crackle, not even a spark. Only the breath of one ember deep inside the ash. A single point of red that pulses once every few seconds, like it's remembering how to live without burning. When you look at it, you don't wonder if it will go out. You only wonder what kind of quiet would follow. Outside, the snow has stopped falling, but not because it ran out. Because everything has been buried so completely that there is no space left for more. The world isn't white anymore. It's a single tone, like felt made solid and pressed against the earth. It doesn't reflect light, it holds it. And in its silence, you feel yourself being held back from sound, too. Your right hand lies still on your chest, not because it is tired, but because there's nothing left to do. You don't need to press anything down or push anything away. The weight of the blanket presses into you not as burden, but as belonging. It doesn't say you must be warm. It simply says, "This is how warmth feels when no one asks for it." A small thread has unraveled from the edge of the wool, no longer part of a stitch, just a single strand hanging down like an afterthought. It doesn't fall. It hangs there, suspended in air that refuses to move it. And you watch it not because you expect it to do anything, but because it is allowed to simply be. Your thoughts don't come back. They never came forward. They were never here to begin with. There was only stillness and the soft hum of a cabin that doesn't care if you're awake or dreaming. The wall beside your head, dark wood, grain running vertical like old fingers, is warm now in patches where the heat has soaked through. Not from fire directly, but from time. The kind of warmth that seeps into things slowly, over years, until they no longer remember being cold. There is a small dent in one beam near the door, a place worn down by hands or elbows long gone. You can't see it clearly with your eyes closed, but you feel it in memory, as if your own shoulder once leaned there and left its shape behind. Your breath slows further, not because you're trying to slow it, but because each exhalation takes longer than the last, like sinking through layers of water that never reaches the bottom. There is no final moment of release, only continuation. The silence isn't empty, it's full in a way that doesn't need filling. It holds everything that has ever been still and all that will be still again. You are not alone, not because someone else is present, but because you don't need to be. A tiny shift, your hip tilts slightly on the mattress. Not an adjustment, just a release of pressure built up in one joint over hours, maybe days. It doesn't hurt. It only feels like coming back into yourself after being lost in something much larger than you. The air carries no weight now, not even warmth. It's simply there, as if it had stopped trying to be anything at all. And so do you. A sound so faint it could be imagined. A single snowflake drifting from the eaves and landing on the roof with no noise at all. Not even a whisper, just arrival, as though something small and quiet has finally found its place. And now your chest rises, then falls, not in rhythm but in patternlessness. Like waves that don't follow each other, only exist because they are allowed to. The cabin breathes with you. Or perhaps it's the other way around. Maybe you've begun to breathe like a house that has stopped pretending to be standing. There is no edge here, no boundary between inside and out. The snow isn't outside anymore. It is part of the room, just as the firelight is part of your skin. Your left eyelid twitches, not from dream, not from thought, but because something deep in the body remembers how motion feels, even when there's nothing to move toward. You are becoming a place where things don't need to arrive, where silence isn't waiting for sound, where warmth doesn't have to prove itself. You are simply being, without effort, without expectation. The fire has vanished now, not into darkness, but into the wood itself, into memory. The heat still lingers in the air, not as flame, but as certainty that you were never meant to move again, that you can stay here just like this, with nothing left to do and no one left to say so. And the snow keeps falling, not because it must, but because it knows you are listening. You don't have to respond. You don't even need to be aware of it. Just being. A single breath. Then another. Not for anything. Only for now. You are held in the quiet between one breath and the next. Not suspended, not waiting, just allowed to be where you are without needing to explain it or earn it. The weight of your body has stopped pressing against the world. Instead, it rests on a kind of slow surrender that isn't weakness but completion. There's no need to shift again, no urge to find a better position. You found the shape in which stillness makes sense. The fire is gone now, not just unseen, not just cooled, but fully absorbed into the room. Not as flame, not even as memory of flame, but as an atmosphere that remembers heat. The air smells of it, low and sweet like wood that has burned long enough to forget its own name. There's a thread of pitch pine still there too, faint, deep in the back of the throat, the kind of scent that lingers after smoke has left the lungs. It doesn't say anything. It only exists. Your fingers lie flat on the blanket's edge, palms up, as if you've offered them to the air and forgotten why. One knuckle presses into wool with such soft insistence it might be a question no one answers. The thread of that pressure remains, though your mind has drifted far from it, into the space behind your eyes where thoughts don't land, but dissolve like snow on stone. The window is no longer glass. It's another kind of surface, translucent, thick with frost not in patterns but in layers, as if time had piled itself up there over years. The world outside has been erased, not violently but gently, like a page that was never meant to be read. You can feel it through the pain, the pressure of snow pressing down on the roof, slow and patient, building a new kind of ceiling above you. Not heavy, just present, a soft weight in the sky. Your shoulder rests against the wall now, not leaning, not braced, just touching. The wood beneath your skin is warm where it meets you, as though the cabin has been breathing with you all along and never told you about it. You can feel its grain through the thin cotton of your sleeve, one long groove that runs from top to bottom like a track for something slow-moving. Not wind, not memory, just a line in wood that knows how to stay still. There's a small crack near the floorboard, barely visible, just wide enough for light to pass through at dawn, if there were any dawn left to come. But it doesn't matter. Light isn't needed here anymore. The cabin holds its own kind of day, one without beginning or end, where warmth is not something given but something returned. Your breath settles deeper now, not into your chest, but behind it, in the hollow between ribs and spine. A quiet place that hasn't been visited in a long time. There's no air to be taken in. No need to push it out, just release. Like letting go of a name you've carried too long, one you never meant to carry at all. The snow outside doesn't fall anymore, it drifts. Not in movement, but in existence. It is not falling so much as being. Each flake arrives already where it's going. There are no collisions, no noise, just the soft presence of things that have stopped trying to arrive and begun simply being. You feel this too, not as a thought, but as a shift inside your ribs, like something has unclenched. A log settles somewhere in the hearth, though you know there is no hearth anymore. No sound at all, really. Just the softest click, like one bone shifting into its proper place after years of being out of alignment. It doesn't wake you. It only confirms that the room is still alive and breathing with you. The blanket has shifted slightly on your feet, just enough to let in a breath of air, but not cold. The kind of air that comes from inside the cabin's own memory. Warm at the edges, thin in the center, like wool left too long by the fire. You don't pull it back. It stays where it is. You're not supposed to fix anything anymore. Your toes are tucked under the blanket now, no longer seeking heat, no longer needing protection. They've simply stopped asking for anything at all. The warmth that reaches them isn't from outside, it's from within the room itself, like a memory of fire that has learned how to live without flame. There is a fold in the quilt near your elbow, one you didn't notice before. Not sharp or stiff, but soft and deep, as if someone had pressed their hand into it once and left behind only the shape of pressure. You can feel it now, not with sight, not even with touch, but with awareness, like remembering something that was never told to you. The snow has stopped falling in any measurable way, not because it's finished, but because it no longer needs to be seen. It is simply there, piled high on the roof, spilling over the edges of the eaves, softening every edge until even the cabin looks like something that belongs to the storm rather than resisting it. You are not separate from this quiet. You aren't in a place where stillness lives, you are stillness. Not because you've achieved it, but because you were never meant to move again. The world outside has stopped asking. The fire has stopped burning. Your body has stopped trying. And so, finally, you are allowed to be. A single thread of warmth runs up your arm now, not from the blanket, not from blood, but from somewhere deeper, like a pulse that doesn't need to beat. It travels slowly, almost lazily, as if it knows there's no one rushing toward anything. The room holds it. The snow holds it. You hold it too. There is no edge between your skin and the air, no boundary where warmth ends and cold begins. There is only continuity, a softness that doesn't require proof, an embrace that doesn't demand to be returned. The storm isn't outside anymore, it's inside you, not as noise or fear, but as a kind of fullness. Like being wrapped not just in wool and flame, but in the quiet certainty that nothing can break what is already whole. Your hand lies still on your chest now, palms open, fingers relaxed, as if you've offered it to time itself. The weight isn't heavy, it's only there. And because it's there, everything else doesn't need to be. You don't have to remember anything. You don't have to want anything. Just stay. The cabin has become a kind of shape, a place that is not built but grown. Not designed for comfort, but shaped by the slow weight of being still long enough to forget what it meant to be restless. The walls are no longer wood. They're memory. The floor is no longer plank. It's silence. And you. You are no longer trying to sleep. You are simply where you've always been, held in a world that doesn't care if you wake, or dream, or stay exactly as you are. The snow keeps falling, not for anyone, just because it knows there is someone here who listens. And so it arrives, softly, steadily, without urgency, like the kind of quiet that never comes from silence, but from being fully, completely known. Your breath slows past the point of noticing, not because you've willed it, but because the air itself has grown thick with stillness, like honey that settles into its own shape over time. The fire is gone now entirely. No more crackle, no ember glowing against ash, only a faint gray where flame once held space. But the warmth remains, not as heat, not as memory, but as presence, like the afterglow of being seen long enough to dissolve into what's real. The snow presses down on every side with gentle insistence, shaping the cabin from outside in. Walls leaning slightly inward at the corners, beams bowed by weight that does no harm. The roof groans once, not loudly, not sharply, but a low sigh through wood and ice, like something ancient remembering how to rest. You don't flinch. It's not sound you hear, it's feeling. There is a knot in the quilt near your shoulder, a small ridge of woven wool that wasn't there before. Not rough or tight, but soft with age, as if someone stitched their name into fabric years ago and forgot they'd done so. You could trace it with your fingertip once, but you don't have to. It is already known. The window has turned entirely white, not a pane of glass anymore, not even frost, and yet the world beyond isn't dark. Not really. There's light there, but quiet light, diffused, soft-edged, like something breathing through layers of cloud. You can see it only in how your own body feels, how you've stopped measuring distance by sight. Your fingers lie curled at your side now, not tense, not loose, but resting with the kind of grace that comes from no effort at all. One thumb presses slightly into the warmth beneath your forearm. There's a momentary pulse where skin meets heat and it doesn't move away. It stays, like gravity has changed its mind. The scent in the air is different now. Wood smoke still, yes, but layered with something else. Dry pine needles buried under snow, their sharpness muted by time. The kind of smell that comes not from burning, but from being left behind somewhere deep and quiet for a long while. It doesn't rise, it settles. A single log has cracked in half on the hearth. No fire to split it, no heat to force its way through, but you can still feel where it broke. Two clean edges, like stone after water had worn them apart over centuries. The air around that place is cooler than elsewhere, not cold, not dangerous, just lighter. Your foot has slipped slightly out from under the blanket now, a small reveal of skin against a fold in wool, and for a moment you feel nothing at all. Not chill, not warmth, just space between where your body ends and the room begins. Then slowly, quietly, as if guided by something older than breath, the edge of the blanket lifts itself without moving, no hand, no muscle to tuck back over. There is music here, not sound but rhythm, the slow settling of snow on roof beams, the weight of air pressing gently through walls, a single thread in a curtain swaying with nothing to sway it. Not noise you hear, not silence either, but the space between them, full, deep, unbroken by any need. The floor is no longer wood, no grain, no knots, and yet under your back there's texture now, not planks but something softer, deeper, a surface that remembers being held for years in stillness. You can feel it pressing up through you like the echo of a long-held breath. There is an old cup on the table near the hearth, one with a chip along its rim, but it isn't empty. Not really. Inside there's no liquid, not even dust, just air. And yet when you look at it, only once, you feel as if someone had poured something into it long ago and never asked for anything back. Outside, snow continues to fall, not in flakes now, but in whispers, a kind of slow breath from the sky that doesn't land so much as settle. It is not coming down, it is arriving at its own pace. Like time itself has decided to be patient. One corner of your blanket has slipped free, just enough for air to pass beneath, and you don't pull it back. You let it stay, like letting a part of yourself float off and vanish into the quiet without protest. The cold doesn't touch that space, not really. It only knows where warmth was once held. Your hands are open now, not just on your chest, but also at your sides. Palms flat against wool, as if offering them to nothing in particular, or perhaps to everything. They don't know what they're giving, but the room does. The firelight is gone, but there's a kind of glow still. Not from flame, from space between things. The gap where warmth lives, not because it burns, but because it doesn't have to move. There is no clock, no hour, only this continuous softness that keeps growing like moss on stone. The world outside has stopped being anything at all except what's needed for you to be here. No roads lead anywhere now. No voices call your name. No reason demands a reply. You are not waiting for sleep. You are already inside it, not asleep, but in the same state as if you were.